Section 15 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian, Wheal. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell. Section 15. The Reverend Mr. Smith, Vicar of Saville, a very respectable man, with a very agreeable family, sent an invitation to us to drink tea. I remarked Dr. Johnson's very respectful politeness. Though always fond of changing the scene, he said, "We must have Mr. Dilly's leave. We cannot go from your house, sir, without your permission." We all went, and were well satisfied with our visit. I, however, remember nothing particular, except a nice distinction which Dr. Johnson made with respect to the power of memory, maintaining that forgetfulness was a man's own fault. Footnote. Johnson maintains this in The Idler. Few, he says, have reason to complain of nature as unkindly sparing of the gifts of memory. The true art of memory is the art of attention. End of footnote. To remember and to recollect, said he, are different things. A man has not the power to recollect what is not in his mind, but when a thing is in his mind, he may remember it. The remark was occasioned by my leaning back on a chair, which a little before I had perceived to be broken, and pleading forgetfulness in excuse. "Sir," said he, "its being broken was certainly in your mind." Footnote. The first of the definitions given by Johnson of to remember is to bear in mind anything, not to forget. To recollect he defines to recover to memory. We may perhaps assume that Boswell said, "I did not recollect that the chair was broken," and that Johnson replied, "You mean you did not remember." That you did not remember is your own fault. It was in your mind that it was broken, and therefore you ought to have remembered it. It was not a case of recollecting, for we recollect, that is, recover to memory, what is not in our mind. In the passage ante, which begins, "I indeed doubt if he could have remembered," we find in the first two editions not remembered, but recollected. Perhaps this change is due to euphony, as collected comes a few lines before. Horace Walpole, in one of his letters, distinguishes the two words on his revisiting his old school, Eton. "By the way, the clock strikes the old cracked sound. I recollect so much and remember so little." End of footnote. When I observed that a housebreaker was in general very timorous, Johnson, "No wonder, sir. He is afraid of being shot getting into a house, or hanged when he has got out of it." He told us that he had in one day written 6 sheets of a translation from the French. Footnote. He made the same boast at St. Andrews. He was, I believe, speaking of his translation of Courier's Life of Paul Sarpi and Notes, of which some sheets were printed off. End of footnote. Adding, "I should be glad to see it now. I wish that I had copies of all the pamphlets written against me, as it is said Pope had. Had I known that I should make so much noise in the world, I should have been at pains to collect them. I believe there is hardly a day in which there is not something about me in the newspapers." On Monday, June the 4th, we all went to Luton Hoe to see Lord Bute's magnificent seat, for which I had obtained a ticket. Footnote. Horace Walpole, after mentioning that George III's mother, who died in 1772, left but £27,000, when she was reckoned worth at least £300,000, adds, "It is no wonder that it became the universal belief that she had wasted all on Lord Bute. This became still more probable as he had made the purchase of the estate at Luton at the price of £114,000, before he was visibly worth £20,000, had built a palace there, another in town, and had furnished the former in the most expensive manner, bought pictures and books, and made a vast park and lake. End of footnote. As we entered the park, I talked in a high style of my old friendship with Lord Mountstuart, and said, "I shall probably be much at this place." Footnote. To him Boswell dedicated his Thesis as excelsi familiae debut spei alteri. In 1775, he wrote of him, "He is warmly my friend, and has engaged to do for me." End of footnote. The sage, aware of human vicissitudes, gently checked me. "Don't you be too sure of that." He made 2 or 3 peculiar observations, as when shown the botanical garden. Is not every garden a botanical garden? When told that there was a shrubbery to the extent of several miles, that is making a very foolish use of the ground. A little of it is very well. When it was proposed that we should walk on the pleasure ground, "Don't let us fatigue ourselves. Why should we walk there? Here's a fine tree. Let's get to the top of it." But upon the whole he was very much pleased. He said, "This is one of the places I do not regret having come to see. It is a very stately place. Indeed, in the house, magnificence is not sacrificed to convenience, nor convenience to magnificence. The library is very splendid, the dignity of the rooms is very great, and the quantity of pictures is beyond expectation, beyond hope." It happened without any previous concert that we visited the seat of Lord Bute upon the King's birthday. We dined and drank His Majesty's health at an inn in the village of Luton. In the evening I put him in mind of his promise to favour me with a copy of his celebrated letter to the Earl of Chesterfield, and he was at last pleased to comply with this earnest request, by dictating it to me from his memory, for he believed that he himself had no copy. Footnote. He was mistaken in this. End of footnote. There was an animated glow in his countenance, while he thus recalled his high-minded indignation. He laughed heartily at a ludicrous action in the Court of Session, in which I was counsel. The Society of Procurators, or attorneys, entitled to practice in the inferior courts at Edinburgh, had obtained a royal charter, in which they had taken care to have their ancient designation of procurators changed into that of solicitors, from a notion, as they supposed, that it was more genteel, and this new title they displayed by a public advertisement for a general meeting at their hall. Footnote. In England, in like manner, and perhaps for the same reason, all attorneys have been converted into solicitors. End of footnote. It has been said that the Scottish nation is not distinguished for humour, and indeed what happened on this occasion may in some degree justify this remark, for although this society had contrived to make themselves a very prominent object for the ridicule of such as might stoop to it, the only joke to which it gave rise was the following paragraph, sent to the newspaper called the Caledonian Mercury. A correspondent informs us that the Worshipful Society of Chaldeans, caddies, or running stationers of this city are resolved, in imitation and encouraged by the singular success of their brethren of an equally respectable society, to apply for a charter of their privileges, particularly of the sole privilege of procuring, in the most extensive sense of the word, exclusive of chairmen, porters, penny postmen, and other inferior ranks, their brethren, the R-Y-L, S-LL-RS, alias P-C-RS, before the inferior courts of this city, always excepted. Should the Worshipful Society be successful, they are further resolved not to be puffed up thereby, but to demean themselves with more equanimity and decency than their R-Y-L learned and very modest brethren above mentioned have done upon their late dignification and exaltation. A majority of the members of the society prosecuted Mr. Robertson, the publisher of the paper, for damages, and the first judgment of the whole court very wisely dismissed the action. Solventur risu tabulae tu missus abibis. But a new trial or review was granted upon a petition according to the forms in Scotland. This petition I was engaged to answer, and Dr. Johnson with great alacrity furnished me this evening with what follows. All injury is either of the person, the fortune, or the fame. Now it is a certain thing, it is proverbially known, that a jest breaks no bones. They never have gained half a crown less in the whole profession since this mischievous paragraph has appeared, and as to their reputation, what is their reputation but an instrument of getting money? If, therefore, they have lost no money, the question upon reputation may be answered by a very old position, de minimis non curat praetor. Whether there was or was not an animus injuriandi is not worth inquiring, if no injuria can be proved. But the truth is, there was no animus injuriandi. It was only an animus irritandi, which, happening to be exercised upon a genus irritabili, produced unexpected violence of resentment. Footnote. Mr. Robertson altered this word to jocandi, he having found in Blackstone that to irritate is actionable. Boswell. End of footnote. Their irritability arose only from an opinion of their own importance, and their delight in their new exaltation. What might have been borne by a procurator could not be borne by a solicitor. Your lordship's well known that honores mutant mores. Titles and dignities place strongly on their fancy. As a madman is apt to think himself grown suddenly great, so he that grows suddenly great is apt to borrow a little from the madman. To cooperate with their resentment would be to promote their frenzy, nor is it possible to guess to what they might proceed, if to the new title of solicitor should be added the elation of victory and triumph. We consider your lordships as the protectors of our rights and the guardians of our virtues, but believe it is not included in your high office that you should flatter our vices or solace our vanity, and as vanity only dictates this prosecution, it is humbly hoped your lordships will dismiss it. If every attempt, however light or ludicrous, to lessen another's reputation is to be punished by a judicial sentence, what punishment can be sufficiently severe for him who attempts to diminish the reputation of the Supreme Court of Justice, by reclaiming upon a cause already determined, without any change in the state of the question? Does it not imply hopes that the judges will change their opinion? Is not uncertainty and inconstancy in the highest degree disreputable to a court? Does it not suppose that the former judgment was temerarious or negligent? Does it not lessen the confidence of the public? Will it not be said that jus est aut incognitum aut vagum? And will not the consequence be drawn misera est servitus? Will not the rules of action be obscure? Will not he who knows himself wrong today hope that the courts of justice will think him right tomorrow? Surely, my lords, these are attempts of dangerous tendency, which the solicitors, as men versed in the law, should have foreseen and avoided. It was natural for an ignorant printer to appeal from the Lord Ordinary, but from lawyers, the descendants of lawyers, who have practised for 300 years and have now raised themselves to a higher denomination, it might be expected that they should know the reverence due to a judicial determination, and having been once dismissed, should sit down in silence. I am ashamed to mention that the court, by a plurality of voices, without having a single additional circumstance before them, reversed their own judgment, made a serious matter of this dull and foolish joke, and adjudged Mr. Robertson to pay the Society £5 sterling money and costs of suit. The decision will seem strange to English lawyers. On Tuesday, June the 5th, Johnson was to return to London. He was very pleasant at breakfast. I mentioned a friend of mine having resolved never to marry a pretty woman. Johnson, Sir, it is very foolish resolution to resolve not to marry a pretty woman. Beauty is of itself very estimable. No, sir, I would prefer a pretty woman, unless there are objections to her. A pretty woman may be foolish, a pretty woman may be wicked, a pretty woman may not like me. But there is no such danger in marrying a pretty woman as is apprehended. She will not be persecuted if she does not invite persecution. A pretty woman, if she has a mind to be wicked, can find a readier way than another, and that is all. I accompanied him in Mr. Dilly's chaise to Shefford, where, talking of Lord Bute's never going to Scotland, he said, "As an Englishman, I should wish all the Scotch gentlemen should be educated in England. Scotland would become a province. They would spend all their rents in England." This is a subject of much consequence and much delicacy. The advantage of an English education is unquestionably very great to Scotch gentlemen of talents and ambition, and regular visits to Scotland, and perhaps other means, might be effectually used to prevent them from being totally estranged from their native country, any more than a Cumberland or Northumberland gentleman who has been educated in the south of England. I own, indeed, that it is no small misfortune for Scotch gentlemen who have neither talents nor ambition to be educated in England, where they may perhaps be distinguished only by a nickname, lavish their fortune in giving expensive entertainments to those who laugh at them, and saunter about as mere idle, insignificant hangers-on even upon the foolish great, when, if they had been judiciously brought up at home, they might have been comfortable and creditable members of society. At Shefford I had another affectionate parting from my revered friend, who was taken up by the Bedford coach and carried to the metropolis. I went with Monsieur Dilly to see some friends at Bedford, dined with the officers of the militia of the county, and next day proceeded on my journey. To Bennet Langton, Esquire. Dear Sir, how welcome your account of yourself and your invitation to your new house was to me, I need not tell you, who consider our friendship not only as formed by choice, but as matured by time. We have been now long enough acquainted to have many images in common, and therefore to have a source of conversation which neither the learning nor the wit of a new companion can supply. My lives are now published, and if you will tell me whither I shall send them, that they may come to you, I will take care that you shall not be without them. You will perhaps be glad to hear that Mrs. Thrale is disencumbered of her brew-house, and it seemed to the purchaser so far from an evil that he was content to give for it £135,000. Is the nation ruined? Please to make my respectful compliments to Lady Rothes, and keep me in memory of all the little dear family, particularly pretty Mrs. Jane. Footnote, his goddaughter. End of footnote. I am, sir, your affectionate humble servant, Sam Johnson. Bolt Court, June the 16th, 1781. Johnson's charity to the poor was uniform and extensive, both from inclination and principle. He not only bestowed liberally out of his own purse, but what is more difficult, as well as rare, would beg from others, when he had proper objects in view. This he did judiciously, as well as humanely. Mr. Philip Metcalfe tells me that when he has asked him for some money for persons in distress, and Mr. Metcalfe has offered what Johnson thought too much, he insisted on taking less, saying, "No, sir, we must not pamper them." I am indebted to Mr. Malone, one of Sir Joshua Reynolds' executors, for the following note, which was found among his papers after his death, and which we may presume his unaffected modesty prevented him from communicating to me with the other letters from Dr. Johnson with which he was pleased to furnish me. However slight in itself, as it does honour to that illustrious painter and most amiable man, I am happy to introduce it. To Sir Joshua Reynolds, dear Sir, it was not before yesterday that I received your splendid benefaction. To a hand so liberal in distributing, I hope nobody will envy the power of acquiring. I am, dear Sir, your obliged and most humble servant, Sam Johnson, June the 23rd, 1781. To Thomas Astle, Esquire, Sir, I am ashamed that you have been forced to call so often for your books, but it has been by no fault on either side. They have never been out of my hands, nor have I ever been at home without seeing you, for to see a man so skilful in the antiquities of my country is an opportunity of improvement not willingly to be missed. Your notes on Alfred appear to me very judicious and accurate, but they are too few. Footnote: the will of King Alfred, alluded to in this letter, from the original Saxon in the library of Mr. Astle, has been printed at the expense of the University of Oxford. Boswell. End footnote. Many things familiar to you are unknown to me and to most others, and you must not think too favourably of your readers by supposing them knowing. You will leave them ignorant. Measure of land and value of money, it is of great importance to state with care. Had the Saxons any gold coin? I have much curiosity after the manners and transactions of the Middle Ages, but have wanted either diligence or opportunity, or both. You, sir, have great opportunities, and I wish you both diligence and success. I am, sir, etc., Sam Johnson, July the 17th, 1781. The following curious anecdote I insert in Dr. Burney's own words. Dr. Burney related to Dr. Johnson the partiality which his writings had excited in a friend of Dr. Burney's, the late Mr. Bewley, well known in Norfolk by the name of the philosopher of Massingham, who, from the Ramblers and the plan of his Dictionary, and long before the author's fame was established by the Dictionary itself, or any other work, had conceived such a reverence for him that he urgently begged Dr. Burney to give him the cover of the first letter he had received from him, as a relic of so estimable a writer. This was in 1755. In 1760, when Dr. Burney visited Dr. Johnson at the Temple in London, where he had then chambers, he happened to arrive there before he was up, and being shown into the room where he was to breakfast, finding himself alone, he examined the contents of the apartment, to try whether he could undiscovered steal anything to send to his friend Bewley, as another relic of the admirable Dr. Johnson. But finding nothing better to his purpose, he cut some bristles off the hearth-broom, and enclosed them in a letter to his country enthusiast, who received them with due reverence. The doctor was so sensible of the honour done him by a man of genius and science, to whom he was an utter stranger, that he said to Dr. Burney, "Sir, there is no man possessed of the smallest portion of modesty, but must be flattered with the admiration of such a man. I'll give him a set of my Lives, if he will do me the honour to accept of them." In this he kept his word, and Dr. Burney had not only the pleasure of gratifying his friend with a present more worthy of his acceptance than the segment from the hearth-broom, but soon after of introducing him to Dr. Johnson himself in Bolt Court, with whom he had the satisfaction of conversing a considerable time, not a fortnight before his death, which happened in St. Martin's Street, during his visit to Dr. Burney, in the house where the great Sir Isaac Newton had lived, and died before. In one of his little memorandum books is the following minute. August the 9th, 3 p.m., Itat 72, in the summer house at Streatham. After innumerable resolutions formed and neglected, I have retired hither to plan a life of greater diligence, in hope that I may yet be useful, and be daily better prepared to appear before my Creator and my Judge, from whose infinite mercy I humbly call for assistance and support. My purpose is to pass 8 hours every day in some serious employment. Having prayed, I purpose to employ the next 6 weeks upon the Italian language, for my settled study. How venerably pious does he appear in these moments of solitude, and how spirited are his resolutions for the improvement of his mind, even in elegant literature, at a very advanced period of life, and when afflicted with many complaints. Footnote: September the 14th, 1781. Dr. Johnson had been very unwell indeed. Once I was quite frightened about him, but he continues his strange discipline, starving, mercury, opium, and though for a time half demolished by its severity, he always in the end rises superior both to the disease and the remedy, which commonly is the most alarming of the two. On September the 18th, his birthday, he wrote, "As I came home from church, I thought I had never begun any period of life so placidly. I have always been accustomed to let this day pass unnoticed, but it came this time into my mind that some little festivity was not improper. I had a dinner and invited Alan and Levitt. End of footnote. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 16. In autumn he went to Oxford, Birmingham, Lichfield, and Ashbourne, for which very good reasons might be given in the conjectural yet positive manner of writers who are proud to account for every event which they relate. He himself, however, says, "The motives of my journey I hardly know. I omitted it last year, and am not willing to miss it again. But some good considerations arise, amongst which is the kindly recollection of Mr. Hector, surgeon at Birmingham. Hector is likewise an old friend, the only companion of my childhood that passed through school with me. We have always loved one another. Perhaps we may be made better by some serious conversation, of which, however, I have no distinct hope." He says too, "At Lichfield, my native place, I hope to show a good example by frequent attendance on public worship." My correspondence with him during the rest of this year was, I know not why, very scanty and all on my side. I wrote him one letter to introduce Mr. Sinclair, now Sir John, the member for Caithness, to his acquaintance, and informed him in another that my wife had again been affected with alarming symptoms of illness. In 1782 his complaints increased, and the history of his life this year is little more than a mournful recital of the variations of his illness, in the midst of which, however, it will appear from his letters that the powers of his mind were in no degree impaired. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I sit down to answer your letter on the same day in which I received it, and am pleased that my first letter of the year is to you. No man ought to be at ease while he knows himself in the wrong, and I have not satisfied myself with my long silence. The letter relating to Mr. Sinclair, however, was, I believe, never brought. My health has been tottering this last year, and I can give no very laudable account of my time. I am always hoping to do better than I have ever hitherto done. My journey to Ashbourne and Staffordshire was not pleasant, for what enjoyment has a sick man visiting the sick? Footnote: he wrote from Lichfield on the previous October the 27th, "All here is gloomy, a faint struggle with the tediousness of time, a doleful confession of present misery, and the approach seen and felt of what is most dreaded and most shunned. But such is the lot of man." End of footnote. Shall we ever have another frolic like our journey to the Hebrides? I hope that dear Mrs. Boswell will surmount her complaints. In losing her you would lose your anchor, and be tossed without stability by the waves of life. Footnote: the truth of this has been proved by sad experience. Boswell. Mrs. Boswell died June the 4th, 1789, Malone. End of footnote. I wish both her and you very many years, and very happy. For some months past I have been so withdrawn from the world that I can send you nothing particular. All your friends, however, are well, and will be glad of your return to London. I am, dear Sir, yours most affectionately, Samuel Johnson, January the 5th, 1782. At a time when he was less able than he had once been to sustain a shock, he was suddenly deprived of Mr. Levet, which event he thus communicated to Dr. Lawrence: 'Sir, our old friend Mr. Levet, who was last night eminently cheerful, died this morning. The man who lay in the same room, hearing an uncommon noise, got up and tried to make him speak, but without effect. He then called Mr. Holder, the apothecary, who, though when he came he thought him dead, opened a vein, but could draw no blood. So has ended the long life of a very useful and very blameless man. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, January the 17th, 1782. In one of his memorandum books in my possession is the following entry: January the 20th, Sunday. Robert Levet was buried in the churchyard of Bridewell between 1 and 2 in the afternoon. He died on Thursday the 17th, about 7 in the morning, by an instantaneous death. He was an old and faithful friend. I have known him from about 46. Commendavi. May God have mercy on him, may he have mercy on me. Such was Johnson's affectionate regard for Levet, that he honoured his memory with the following pathetic verses: Condemned to hope's delusive mine, as on we toil from day to day, by sudden blast or slow decline our social comforts drop away. Well tried through many a varying year, see Levet to the grave descend, officious, innocent, sincere, of every friendless name the friend. Yet still he fills affection's eye, obscurely wise and coarsely kind, nor lettered arrogance deny thy praise to merit unrefined. When fainting nature called for aid, and hovering death prepared the blow, his vigorous remedy displayed the power of art without the show. In misery's darkest caverns known, his ready help was ever nigh, where hopeless anguish poured his groan, and lonely want retired to die. No summons mocked by chill delay, no petty gains disdained by pride. The modest wants of every day, the toil of every day supplied. His virtues walked their narrow round, nor made a pause, nor left a void, and sure the Eternal Master found his single talent well employed. The busy day, the peaceful night, unfelt, uncounted, glided by. His frame was firm, his powers were bright, though now his 80th year was nigh. Then, with no throbs of fiery pain, no cold gradations of decay, death broke at once the vital chain, and freed his soul the nearest way. Footnotes to the poem. Mrs. Piozzi, quoting this verse, under officious, says, Johnson, always thinking neglect the worst misfortune that could befall a man, looked on a character of this description with less aversion than I do. In both editions of Sir John Hawkins's Life of Johnson, lettered ignorance is printed. Boswell. Mr. Croker says that Mr. Boswell is habitually unjust to Sir John Hawkins. As some kind of balance, I suppose, to this injustice, he suppresses this note. Johnson repeated a line to me thus: and labour steals an hour to die. But he afterwards altered it to the present reading. Boswell. This poem is printed in the Annual Register for 1783, with the following variations. Line 18, for ready help, useful care. Line 28, his single talent, the single talent. Line 33, no throbs of fiery pain, no throbbing fiery pain. Line 36, and freed and forced. On the next page is printed John Gilpin. Mr. Croker says that this line shows that some of Gray's happy expressions lingered in Johnson's memory. He quotes a line that comes at the end of the Ode on Vicissitude, from busy day, the peaceful night. This line is not Gray's, but Mason's. Johnson wrote to Mrs. Thrale on August 14, 1780, "If you want events, here is Mr. Levitt just come in at 80 from a walk to Hampstead, 8 miles, in August." End of footnotes. In one of Johnson's registers of this year there occurs the following curious passage: January 20th, footnote, in the original March 20th. On the afternoon of March 20th, Lord North announced in the House of Commons that His Majesty's ministers were no more. End of footnote. The ministry is dissolved. I prayed with Francis and gave thanks. It has been the subject of discussion whether there are two distinct particulars mentioned here, or that we are to understand the giving of thanks to be in consequence of the dissolution of the ministry. In support of the last of these conjectures may be urged his mean opinion of that ministry, which has frequently appeared in the course of this work. Footnote: Mr. Seward records in his Biography, without however giving the year, that Johnson, being asked what the opposition meant by their flaming speeches and violent pamphlets against Lord North's administration, answered, "They mean, sir, rebellion. They mean in spite to destroy that country which they are not permitted to govern." End of footnote. And it is strongly confirmed by what he said on the subject to Mr. Seward: "I am glad the ministry is removed. Such a bunch of imbecility never disgraced a country." Footnote: in the previous December, the City of London, in an address, writes Horace Walpole, besought the King to remove both his public and private counsellors, and used these stunning and memorable words: "Your armies are captured, the wonted superiority of your navies is annihilated, your dominions are lost." Words that could be used to no other king. No king had ever lost so much without losing all. If James II lost his crown, yet the crown lost no dominions. On August 4th of this year, Johnson wrote to Dr. Taylor: "Perhaps no nation not absolutely conquered has declined so much in so short a time. We seem to be sinking. Suppose the Irish, having already gotten a free trade and an independent parliament, should say, 'We will have a king, and ally ourselves with the house of Bourbon.' What could be done to hinder or overthrow them?" End of footnote. If they sent a messenger into the city to take up a printer, the messenger was taken up instead of the printer, and committed by the sitting alderman. Footnote: in February and March 1771, the House of Commons ordered 8 printers to attend at the bar on a charge of breach of privilege in publishing reports of debates. One of the 8, Miller of the Evening Post, when the messenger of the house tried to arrest him, gave the man himself into custody on a charge of assault. The messenger was brought before Lord Mayor Crosby and Aldermen Wilkes and Oliver, and a warrant was made out for his commitment. Bail was thereupon offered and accepted for his appearance at the next sessions. The Lord Mayor and Oliver were sent to the Tower by the House. Wilkes was ordered to appear on April 8th, but the Ministry, not daring to face his appearance, adjourned the House till the 9th. A committee was appointed by ballot to inquire into the late obstructions to the execution of the orders of the House. It recommended the consideration of the expediency of the House ordering that Miller shall be taken into custody. The report, when read, was received with a roar of laughter. Nothing was done. Such was, to quote the words of Burke in the Annual Register, the miserable result of all the pretended vigour of the ministry. End of footnote. If they sent one army to the relief of another, the first army was defeated and taken before the second arrived. Footnote. Lord Cornwallis's army surrendered at Yorktown 5 days before Sir Henry Clinton's fleet and army arrived off the Chesapeake. End of footnote. I will not say that what they did was always wrong, but it was always done at a wrong time. Footnote. Johnson wrote on March 30th, "The men have got in whom I have endeavoured to keep out, but I hope they will do better than their predecessors. It will not be easy to do worse." End of footnote. To Mrs. Strahan. Dear Madam, Mrs. Williams showed me your kind letter. This little habitation is now but a melancholy place, clouded with the gloom of disease and death. Of the 4 inmates, 1 has been suddenly snatched away, 2 are oppressed by very afflictive and dangerous illness, and I tried yesterday to gain some relief by a 3rd bleeding from a disorder which has for some time distressed me, and I think myself to-day much better. I am glad, dear Madam, to hear that you are so far recovered as to go to Bath. Let me once more entreat you to stay till your health is not only obtained but confirmed. Your fortune is such that no moderate expense deserves your care, and you have a husband who, I believe, does not regard it. Stay therefore till you are quite well. I am, for my part, very much deserted, but complaint is useless. I hope God will bless you, and I desire you to form the same wish for me. I am, dear Madam, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, February the 4th, 1782. To Edmund Malone, Esquire, Sir, I have for many weeks been so much out of order that I have gone out only in a coach to Mrs. Thrale's, where I can use all the freedom that sickness requires. Do not therefore take it amiss that I am not with you and Dr. Farmer. I hope hereafter to see you often. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, February the 27th, 1782. To the same. Dear Sir, I hope I grow better, and shall soon be able to enjoy the kindness of my friends. I think this wild adherence to Chatterton more unaccountable than the obstinate defence of Ossian. Footnote. This note was in answer to one which accompanied one of the earliest pamphlets on the subject of Chatterton's forgery, entitled Cursory Observations on the Poems attributed to Thomas Rowley, etc. Mr. Thomas Warton's very able Inquiry appeared about 3 months afterwards, and Mr. Tyrwhitt's admirable Vindication of his Appendix in the summer of the same year left the believers in this daring imposture nothing but the resolution to say again what had been said before. Malone. End of footnote. In Ossian there is a national pride which may be forgiven, though it cannot be applauded. In Chatterton there is nothing but the resolution to say again what has once been said. I am, Sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson, March the 7th, 1782. These short letters show the regard which Dr. Johnson entertained for Mr. Malone, who, the more he is known, is the more highly valued. It is much to be regretted that Johnson was prevented from sharing the elegant hospitality of that gentleman's table, at which he would in every respect have been fully gratified. Mr. Malone, who has so ably succeeded him as an editor of Shakespeare, has in his preface done great and just honour to Johnson's memory. To Mrs. Lucy Porter, in Lichfield. Dear Madam, I went away from Lichfield ill, and have had a troublesome time with my breath. For some weeks I have been disordered by a cold, of which I could not get the violence abated till I had been let blood 3 times. I have not, however, been so bad, but that I could have written, and am sorry that I neglected it. My dwelling is but melancholy. Both Williams and Desmoulins and myself are very sickly. Frank is not well, and poor Levet died in his bed the other day by a sudden stroke. I suppose not 1 minute passed between health and death. So uncertain are human things. Such is the appearance of the world about me. I hope your scenes are more cheerful. But whatever befalls us, though it is wise to be serious, it is useless and foolish, and perhaps sinful, to be gloomy. Let us therefore keep ourselves as easy as we can, though the loss of friends will be felt, and poor Levet had been a faithful adherent for 30 years. Forgive me, my dear love, the omission of writing. I hope to mend that and my other faults. Let me have your prayers. Make my compliments to Mrs. Cobb and Miss Adie and Mr. Pearson, and the whole company of my friends. I am, my dear, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, London, March the 2nd, 1782. To the same, dear Madam, my last was but a dull letter, and I know not that this will be much more cheerful. I am, however, willing to write, because you are desirous to hear from me. My disorder has now begun its 9th week, for it is not yet over. I was last Thursday blooded for the 4th time, and have since found myself much relieved, but I am very tender and easily hurt, so that since we parted I have had but little comfort, and I hope that the spring will recover me, and that in the summer I shall see Lichfield again, for I will not delay my visit another year to the end of autumn. I have, by advertising, found poor Mr. Levet's brothers in Yorkshire, who will take the little he has left. It is but little, yet it will be welcome, for I believe they are of very low condition. To be sick, and to see nothing but sickness and death, is but a gloomy state. But I hope better times, even in this world, will come, and whatever this world may withhold or give, we shall be happy in a better state. Pray for me, my dear Lucy. Make my compliments to Mrs. Cobb and Miss Adie and my old friend Hetty Bailey, and to all the Lichfield ladies. I am, dear Madam, yours affectionately, Samuel Johnson, Bolt Court, Fleet Street, March the 19th, 1782. On the day on which this letter was written, he thus feelingly mentions his respected friend and physician, Dr. Lawrence. Poor Lawrence has almost lost the sense of hearing, and I have lost the conversation of a learned, intelligent, and communicative companion, and a friend whom long familiarity has much endeared. Lawrence is one of the best men whom I have known. Nostrum omnium miserere Deus. It was Dr. Johnson's custom, when he wrote to Dr. Lawrence concerning his own health, to use the Latin language. Footnote: he addressed to him an ode in Latin, entitled Ad Thomam Lawrence, medicum doctissimum, cum filium peregreagentum desiderio nimis tristi prosequeretur. End of footnote. I have been favoured by Miss Lawrence with one of these letters as a specimen. T. Laurentio, medico salve. Novum fricus, novum tussis, novas sperande, difficultas, novam sanguinis missionem suadent. Quam tamen te in consulto nollum fieri, ad te venire vix possum, nec escur ad me venias. Licere, vel non licere, uno verbo dicendum est, catra mihi et holdero vile queris. Si per te licit, imperato nuncio holderum ad me deducere. Mais calendis 1782. Postquam tu te cessaris, quo me vertam. Footnote: Mr. Holder in the Strand, Dr. Johnson's apothecary, Boswell. Reader's note: the footnote then cites Thomas Macaulay's review of Croker's edition of Boswell's Life of Johnson. Johnson should rather have written imperatum est, but the meaning of the words is perfectly clear. If you say yes, the messenger has orders to bring Holder to me. Mr. Croker translates the words as follows: if you consent, pray tell the messenger to bring Holder to me. If Mr. Croker is resolved to write on points of classical learning, we would advise him to begin by giving an hour every morning to our old friend Corderius. Reader's note, end of the citation from Macaulay. In the answers to Mr. Macaulay's criticism, prefixed to Croker's Boswell, it is suggested that Johnson wrote either imperator or imperator. The letter may be translated: a fresh chill, a fresh cough, and a fresh difficulty in breathing call for a fresh letting of blood. Without your advice, however, I would not submit to the operation. I cannot well come to you, nor need you come to me. Say yes or no in one word, and leave the rest to Holder and to me. If you say yes, let the messenger be bidden imperator to bring Holder to me. May 1, 1782. When you have left, whither shall I turn? Soon after the above letter, Dr. Lawrence left London, but not before the palsy had made so great a progress as to render him unable to write for himself. The following are extracts from letters addressed by Dr. Johnson to one of his daughters. You will easily believe with what gladness I read that you had heard once again that voice to which we have all so often delighted to attend. May you often hear it. If we had his mind and his tongue, we could spare the rest. I am not vigorous, but much better than when dear Dr. Lawrence held my pulse the last time. Be so kind as to let me know from one little interval to another the state of his body. I am pleased that he remembers me, and hope that it never can be possible for me to forget him. July 22nd, 1782. I am much delighted even with the small advances which dear Dr. Lawrence makes towards recovery. If we could have again but his mind, and his tongue in his mind, and his right hand, we should not much lament the rest. I should not despair of helping the swelled hand by electricity, if it were frequently and diligently supplied. Let me know from time to time whatever happens, and I hope I need not tell you how much I am interested in every change. August 26, 1782. Though the account with which you favoured me in your last letter could not give me the pleasure that I wished, yet I was glad to receive it, for my affection to my dear friend makes me desirous of knowing his state, whatever it be. I beg, therefore, that you will continue to let me know from time to time all that you observe. Many fits of severe illness have for about 3 months past forced my kind physician often upon my mind. I am now better, and hope gratitude, as well as distress, can be a motive to remembrance. Bolt Court, Fleet Street, February 4, 1783. Boswell, end of footnote. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 17. To Captain Langton in Rochester. Footnote: Mr. Langton being at this time on duty at Rochester, he is addressed by his military title, Boswell. End of footnote. Dear Sir, it is now long since we saw one another, and whatever has been the reason, neither you have written to me nor I to you. To let friendship die away by negligence and silence is certainly not wise. It is voluntarily to throw away one of the greatest comforts of this weary pilgrimage, of which, when it is, as it must be, taken finally away, he that travels on alone will wonder how his esteem could be so little. Do not forget me. You see that I do not forget you. It is pleasing in the silence of solitude to think that there is one at least, however distant, of whose benevolence there is little doubt, and whom there is yet hope of seeing again. Footnote. 8 days later he recorded, I have in 10 days written to Aston, Lucy, Hector, Langton, Boswell, perhaps to all by whom my letters are desired. He had written also to Mrs. Thrale, but her affection, it should seem from this, he was beginning to doubt. End of footnote. Of my life from the time we parted, the history is mournful. The spring of last year deprived me of Thrale, a man whose eye for 15 years had scarcely been turned upon me but with respect or tenderness. For such another friend, the general course of human things will not suffer man to hope. I passed the summer at Streatham, but there was no Thrale, and having idled away the summer with a weakly body and neglected mind, I made a journey to Staffordshire on the edge of winter. The season was dreary, I was sickly, and found the friends sickly whom I went to see. After a sorrowful sojourn, I returned to a habitation possessed for the present by 2 sick women, where my dear old friend Mr. Levitt, to whom, as he used to tell me, I owe your acquaintance, died a few weeks ago, suddenly in his bed. There passed not, I believe, a minute between health and death. At night, as at Mrs. Thrale's I was musing in my chamber, I thought with uncommon earnestness that however I might alter my mode of life, or whithersoever I might remove, I would endeavour to retain Levitt about me. In the morning my servant brought me word that Levet was called to another state, a state for which I think he was not unprepared, for he was very useful to the poor. How much soever I valued him, I now wish that I had valued him more. Footnote. Johnson has here expressed a sentiment similar to that contained in one of Shenstone's stanzas, to which in his life of that poet he has given high praise. I prized every hour that went by, beyond all that had pleased me before, but now they are gone, in square brackets past, and I sigh. I grieve that I prized them no more. James Boswell, Jr. End of footnote. I have myself been ill more than 8 weeks of a disorder from which, at the expense of about 50 ounces of blood, I hope I am now recovering. You, dear Sir, have, I hope, a more cheerful scene. You see George, fond of his book, and the pretty Misses, airy and lively, and my own little Jeanie, footnote, she was his goddaughter, end of footnote, equal to the best. And in whatever can contribute to your quiet or pleasure, you have Lady Rothes ready to concur. Footnote. Dr. Johnson gave a very droll account of the children of Mr. Langton, who, he said, might be very good children, if they were let alone. But the father is never easy when he is not making them do something which they cannot do. They must repeat a fable, or a speech, or the Hebrew alphabet, and they might as well count 20 for what they know of the matter. However, the father says half, for he prompts every other word. End of footnote. May whatever you enjoy of good be increased, and whatever you suffer of evil be diminished. I am, dear Sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson, Bolt Court, Fleet Street, March the 20th, 1782. To Mr. Hector, in Birmingham. Footnote. A part of this letter having been torn off, I have, from the evident meaning, supplied a few words and half words at the ends and beginnings of lines. Boswell. End of footnote. Dear Sir, I hope I do not very grossly flatter myself to imagine that you and dear Mrs. Careless will be glad to hear some account of me. Footnote. She was Hector's widowed sister, and Johnson's first love. In the previous October, writing of a visit to Birmingham, he said, Mrs. Careless took me under her care, and told me when I had had tea enough. End of footnote. I performed the journey to London with very little inconvenience, and came safe to my habitation, where I found nothing but ill health, and of consequence very little cheerfulness. I then went to visit a little way into the country, where I got a complaint by a cold which has hung 8 weeks upon me, and from which I am, at the expense of 50 ounces of blood, not yet free. I am afraid I must once more owe my recovery to warm weather, which seems to make no advances towards us. Such is my health, which will, I hope, soon grow better. In other respects I have no reason to complain. I know not that I have written anything more generally commended than the Lives of the Poets, and have found the world willing enough to caress me if my health had invited me to be in much company, but this season I have been almost wholly employed in nursing myself. When summer comes, I hope to see you again, and will not put off my visit to the end of the year. I have lived so long in London that I did not remember the difference of the seasons. Your health, when I saw you, was much improved. You will be prudent enough not to put it in danger. I hope when we meet again we shall all congratulate each other upon fair prospects of longer life. Though what are the pleasures of the longest life, when placed in comparison with a happy death? I am, dear Sir, yours most affectionately, Samuel Johnson. London, March the 21st, 1782. To the same, without a date, but supposed to be about this time. Footnote: this letter cannot belong to this year. In it Johnson says of his health, "At least it is not worse." But 1782 found him in very bad health. He passed almost the whole of the year in a succession of disorders. What he says of friendship renders it almost certain that the letter was written while he had still Thrale, and him he lost in April 1781. Had it been written after June 1779, but before Thrale's death, the account given of health would have been even better than it is. It belongs perhaps to the year 1777 or 1778. End of footnote. Dear Sir, that you and dear Mrs. Careless should have care or curiosity about my health gives me that pleasure which every man feels from finding himself not forgotten. In age we feel again that love of our native place, and our early friends, which in the bustle or amusements of middle life were overborne and suspended. You and I should now naturally cling to one another. We have outlived most of those who could pretend to rival us in each other's kindness. In our walk through life we have dropped our companions, and are now to pick up such as chance may offer us, or to travel on alone. Footnote: to a man who has survived all the companions of his youth, this full peopled world is a dismal solitude. End of footnote. You indeed have a sister with whom you can divide the day. I have no natural friend left, but Providence has been pleased to preserve me from neglect. I have not wanted such alleviations of life as friendship could supply. My health has been from my 20th year such as has seldom afforded me a single day of ease, but it is at least not worse, and I sometimes make myself believe that it is better. My disorders are, however, still sufficiently oppressive. I think of seeing Staffordshire again this autumn, and intend to find my way through Birmingham, where I hope to see you and dear Mrs. Careless well. I am, Sir, your affectionate friend, Samuel Johnson. I wrote to him at different dates, regretted that I could not come to London this spring, but hoped we should meet somewhere in the summer, mentioned the state of my affairs, and suggested hopes of some preferment, informed him that, as the Beauties of Johnson had been published in London, some obscure scribbler had published at Edinburgh what he called the Deformities of Johnson. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, the pleasure which we used to receive from each other on Good Friday and Easter Day, we must be this year content to miss. Let us, however, pray for each other, and hope to see one another yet from time to time with mutual delight. My disorder has been a cold, which impeded the organs of respiration, and kept me many weeks in a state of great uneasiness, but by repeated phlebotomy it is now relieved, and, next to the recovery of Mrs. Boswell, I flatter myself that you will rejoice at mine. What we shall do in the summer it is yet too early to consider. You want to know what you shall do now. I do not think this time of bustle and confusion likely to produce any advantage to you. Footnote: the ministry had resigned on the 20th. End of footnote. Every man has those to reward and gratify who have contributed to his advancement. To come hither with such expectations at the expense of borrowed money, which I find you know not where to borrow, can hardly be considered as prudent. I am sorry to find what your solicitation seems to imply, that you have already gone the whole length of your credit. This is to set the quiet of your whole life at hazard. If you anticipate your inheritance, you can at last inherit nothing. All that you receive must pay for the past. You must get a place, or pine in penury with the empty name of a great estate. Poverty, my dear friend, is so great an evil, and pregnant with so much temptation and so much misery, that I cannot but earnestly enjoin you to avoid it. Footnote. 32 years earlier he wrote in The Rambler, No. 53, "In the prospect of poverty there is nothing but gloom and melancholy. The mind and body suffer together. Its miseries bring no alleviation. It is a state in which every virtue is obscured, and in which no conduct can avoid reproach." And again in No. 57, "The prospect of penury in age is so gloomy and terrifying that every man who looks before him must resolve to avoid it, and it must be avoided generally by the science of sparing." End of footnote. Live on what you have. Live, if you can, on less. Do not borrow either for vanity or pleasure. The vanity will end in shame, and the pleasure in regret. Stay therefore at home till you have saved money for your journey hither. The beauties of Johnson are said to have got money to the collector. If the deformities have the same success, I shall be still a more extensive benefactor. Make my compliments to Mrs. Boswell, who is, I hope, reconciled to me, and to the young people, whom I never have offended. You never told me the success of your plea against the solicitors. I am, dear Sir, your most affectionate Samuel Johnson, London, March the 28th, 1782. Notwithstanding his afflicted state of body and mind this year, footnote, Hannah More wrote in April of this year, "Poor Johnson is in a bad state of health. I fear his constitution is broken up." Yet in 1 week he dined out 4 times. At one of these dinners, "I urged him," she continues, "to take a little wine. He replied, 'I can't drink a little, child, therefore I never touch it. Abstinence is as easy to me as temperance would be difficult.' He was very good humoured and gay. One of the company happened to say a word about poetry. 'Hush, hush,' she said, 'it is dangerous to say a word of poetry before her. It is talking the art of war before Hannibal.'" End of footnote. The following correspondence affords a proof not only of his benevolence and conscientious readiness to relieve a good man from error, but by his clothing one of the sentiments in his Rambler in different language, not inferior to that of the original, shows his extraordinary command of clear and forcible expression. A clergyman at Bath wrote to him that in the Morning Chronicle a passage in the Beauties of Johnson, footnote, the book was published in 1781, and according to Lowndes reached its 7th edition by 1787. End of footnote. Article Death had been pointed out as supposed by some readers to recommend suicide, the words being, "To die is the fate of man, but to die with lingering anguish is generally his folly," and respectfully suggesting to him that such an erroneous notion of any sentence in the writings of an acknowledged friend of religion and virtue should not pass uncontradicted. Johnson thus answered the clergyman's letter: "To the Reverend Mr. at Bath. Sir, being now in the country, in a state of recovery, as I hope, from a very oppressive disorder, I cannot neglect the acknowledgement of your Christian letter." Footnote: The clergyman's letter was dated May 4th. Johnson is explaining the reason for his delay in acknowledging it. End of footnote. The book called The Beauties of Johnson is the production of I know not whom. I never saw it but by casual inspection, and considered myself as utterly disengaged from its consequences. Of the passage you mention, I remember some notice in some paper, but knowing that it must be misrepresented, I thought of it no more, nor do I know where to find it in my own books. I am accustomed to think little of newspapers, but an opinion so weighty and serious as yours has determined me to do what I should, without your seasonable admonition, have omitted, and I will direct my thought to be shown in its true state. Footnote. What follows appeared in the Morning Chronicle of May 29, 1782. A correspondent having mentioned in the Morning Chronicle of December 12th the last clause of the following paragraph as seeming to favour suicide, we are requested to print the whole passage, that its true meaning may appear, which is not to recommend suicide, but exercise. Exercise cannot secure us from that dissolution to which we are decreed, but while the soul and body continue united, it can make the association pleasing, and give probable hopes that they shall be disjoined by an easy separation. It was a principle among the ancients that acute diseases are from heaven, and chronical from ourselves. The dart of death indeed falls from heaven, but we poison it by our own misconduct. To die is the fate of man, but to die with lingering anguish is generally his folly. Boswell. End of footnote. If I could find the passage, I would direct you to it. I suppose the tenor is this: acute diseases are the immediate and inevitable strokes of heaven, but of them the pain is short and the conclusion speedy. Chronical disorders, by which we are suspended in tedious torture between life and death, are commonly the effect of our own misconduct and intemperance. To die, etc. This, sir, you see, is all true and all blameless. I hope sometime in the next week to have all rectified. My health has been lately much shaken. If you favour me with any answer, it will be a comfort to me to know that I have your prayers. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, May 15, 1782. This letter, as might be expected, had its full effect, and the clergyman acknowledged it in grateful and pious terms. Footnote. The correspondence may be seen at length in the Gentleman's Magazine, February 1786. Boswell. Johnson, advising Dr. Taylor to take as much exercise as he can bear, says, I take the true definition of exercise to be labour without weariness. End of footnote. The following letters require no extracts from mine to introduce them. To James Boswell, Esquire, dear Sir, the earnestness and tenderness of your letter is such that I cannot think myself showing it more respect than it claims by sitting down to answer it the day on which I received it. This year has afflicted me with a very irksome and severe disorder. My respiration has been much impeded, and much blood has been taken away. I am now harassed by a catarrhous cough, from which my purpose is to seek relief by change of air. I am therefore preparing to go to Oxford. Footnote. Here he met Hannah More. You cannot imagine, she writes, with what delight he showed me every part of his own college. Dr. Adams had contrived a very pretty piece of gallantry. We spent the day and evening at his house. After dinner, Johnson begged to conduct me to see the college. He would let no one show it me but himself. This was my room, this Shenstone's. Then, after pointing out all the rooms of the poets who had been at his college, "In short," said he, "we were a nest of singing birds." When we came into the common room, we spied a fine large print of Johnson, hung up that very morning, with this motto: "And is not Johnson ours, himself a host?" under which stared you in the face, "From Miss More's sensibility." This little incident amused us. But alas, Johnson looks very ill indeed, spiritless and wan. However, he made an effort to be cheerful. Miss Adams wrote on June 14, 1782, "On Wednesday we had here a delightful blue stocking party. Dr. and Mrs. Kennicott and Miss Moore, Dr. Johnson, Mr. Henderson, etc., dined here. Poor Dr. Johnson is in very bad health, but he exerted himself as much as he could, and being very fond of Miss Moore, he talked a good deal, and every word he says is worth recording. He took great delight in showing Miss Moore every part of Pembroke College, and his own rooms, etc., and told us many things about himself when here." June 19, 1782. "We dined yesterday for the last time in the company with Dr. Johnson. He went away to-day. A warm dispute arose. It was about cider or wine freezing, and all the spirit retreating to the centre." End of footnote. Whether I did right in dissuading you from coming to London this spring, I will not determine. You have not lost much by missing my company. I have scarcely been well for a single week. I might have received comfort from your kindness, but you would have seen me afflicted, and perhaps found me peevish. Whatever might have been your pleasure or mine, I know not how I could have honestly advised you to come hither with borrowed money. Do not accustom yourself to consider debt only as an inconvenience. You will find it a calamity. Poverty takes away so many means of doing good, and produces so much inability to resist evil, both natural and moral, that it is by all virtuous means to be avoided. Consider a man whose fortune is very narrow. Whatever be his rank by birth, or whatever his reputation by intellectual excellence, what good can he do, or what evil can he prevent? That he cannot help the needy is evident. He has nothing to spare. But perhaps his advice or admonition may be useful. His poverty will destroy his influence. Many more can find that he is poor than that he is wise, and few will reverence the understanding that is of so little advantage to its owner. I say nothing of the personal wretchedness of a debtor, which, however, has passed into a proverb. Footnote. I never retired to rest without feeling the justness of the Spanish proverb, "Let him who sleeps too much borrow the pillow of a debtor." End of footnote. Of riches it is not necessary to write the praise. Let it, however, be remembered that he who has money to spare has it always in his power to benefit others, and of such power a good man must always be desirous. I am pleased with your account of Easter, footnote, which I celebrated in the Church of England chapel at Edinburgh, founded by Lord Chief Baron Smith, of respectable and pious memory. Boswell. End of footnote. We shall meet, I hope, in autumn, both well and both cheerful, and part each the better for the other's company. Make my compliments to Mrs. Boswell and to the young Chalmers. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, June the 3rd, 1782. To Mr. Perkins. Dear Sir, I am much pleased that you are going a very long journey, which may, by proper conduct, restore your health and prolong your life. Observe these rules. 1. Turn all care out of your head as soon as you mount the chaise. 2. Do not think about frugality. Your health is worth more than it can cost. 3. Do not continue any day's journey to fatigue. 4. Take now and then a day's rest. 5. Get a smart seasickness if you can. 6. Cast away all anxiety and keep your mind easy. This last direction is the principal. With an unquiet mind, neither exercise nor diet nor physic can be of much use. I wish you, dear Sir, a prosperous journey and a happy recovery. I am, dear Sir, your most affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson, July the 28th, 1782. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, being uncertain whether I should have any call this autumn into the country, I did not immediately answer your kind letter. I have no call, but if you desire to meet me at Ashbourne, I believe I can come thither. If you had rather come to London, I can stay at Streatham. Take your choice. This year has been very heavy. From the middle of January to the middle of June, I was battered by one disorder after another. I am now very much recovered, and hope still to be better. What happiness it is that Mrs. Boswell has escaped! My Lives are reprinting, and I have forgotten the author of Gray's character. Footnote: the Reverend Mr. Temple, Vicar of St. Gluvius, Cornwall. Boswell. End of footnote. Write immediately, and it may be perhaps yet inserted. Of London or Ashbourne you have your free choice. At any place I shall be glad to see you. I am, dear Sir, yours, etc., Samuel Johnson, August 24th, 1782. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 18. On the 30th of August, I informed him that my honoured father had died that morning, a complaint under which he had long laboured having suddenly come to a crisis, while I was upon a visit at the seat of Sir Charles Preston, from whence I had hastened the day before upon receiving a letter by express. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, I have struggled through this year with so much infirmity of body, and such strong impressions of the fragility of life, that death, whenever it appears, fills me with melancholy, and I cannot hear without emotion of the removal of any one whom I have known into another state. Your father's death had every circumstance that could enable you to bear it. It was at a mature age, and it was expected, and as his general life had been pious, his thoughts had doubtless for many years past been turned upon eternity. That you did not find him sensible must doubtless grieve you. His disposition towards you was undoubtedly that of a kind, though not a fond, father. Kindness, at least actual, is in our power, but fondness is not, and if by negligence or imprudence you had extinguished his fondness, he could not at will rekindle it. Nothing then remained between you but mutual forgiveness of each other's faults, and a mutual desire of each other's happiness. I shall long to know his final disposition of his fortune. Footnote: he had settled on his eldest son, says Dr. Rogers, the ancestral estate, with an unencumbered rental of £1,600 a year. That the rental, whatever it was not unencumbered, is shown by the passage from Johnson's letter. Boswell wrote to Malone in 1791, "The clear money on which I can reckon out of my estate is scarcely £900 a year." End of footnote. You, dear sir, have now a new station, and have therefore new cares and new employments. Life, as Cowley seems to say, ought to resemble a well-ordered poem, of which one rule, generally received, is that the exordium should be simple and should promise little. Begin your new course of life with the least show and the least expense possible. You may at pleasure increase both, but you cannot easily diminish them. Do not think your estate your own, while any man can call upon you for money which you cannot pay. Therefore begin with timorous parsimony. Let it be your first care not to be in any man's debt. When the thoughts are extended to a future state, the present life seems hardly worthy of all those principles of conduct and maxims of prudence which one generation of men has transmitted to another. But upon a closer view, when it is perceived how much evil is produced, and how much good is impeded by embarrassment and distress, and how little room the expedients of poverty leave for the exercise of virtue, it grows manifest that the boundless importance of the next life enforces some attention to the interests of this. Be kind to the old servants, and secure the kindness of the agents and factors. Do not disgust them by asperity, or unwelcome gaiety, or apparent suspicion. From them you must learn the real state of your affairs, the characters of your tenants, and the value of your lands. Footnote: I do beseech all the succeeding heirs of entail, wrote Boswell in his will, to be kind to the tenants, and not to turn out old possessors to get a little more rent. End of footnote. Make my compliments to Mrs. Boswell. I think her expectations from air and exercise are the best that she can form. I hope she will live long and happily. I forget whether I told you that Rasse, footnote, MacLeod, the Laird of Rasse, end of footnote, has been here. We dined cheerfully together. I entertained lately a young gentleman from Corrichatachin, footnote, a farm in the Isle of Skye, where Johnson wrote his Latin Ode to Mrs. Thrale, end of footnote. I received your letters only this morning. I am, dear sir, yours, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, September the 7th, 1782. In answer to my next letter, I received one from him dissuading me from hastening to him as I had proposed. What is proper for publication is the following paragraph, equally just and tender. Footnote: Johnson wrote to Dr. Taylor on October the 4th, Boswell's sick father is dead, and Boswell wrote me word that he would come to London for my advice, in square brackets, the advice which I sent him is to stay at home and, in square brackets, busy himself with his own affairs. He has a good S, in square brackets, state, considerably burthened by settlements, and he is himself in debt, but if his wife lives, I think he will be prudent. End of footnote. One expense, however, I would not have you to spare. Let nothing be omitted that can preserve Mrs. Boswell, though it should be necessary to transplant her for a time into a softer climate. She is the prop and stay of your life. How much must your children suffer by losing her? My wife was now so much convinced of his sincere friendship for me, and regard for her, that without any suggestion on my part, she wrote him a very polite and grateful letter. Dr. Johnson to Mrs. Boswell. Dear Lady, I have not often received so much pleasure as from your invitation to Affleck. The journey thither and back is, indeed, too great for the latter part of the year, but if my health were fully recovered, I would suffer no little heat and cold, nor a wet or rough road, to keep me from you. I am indeed not without hope of seeing Affleck again, but to make it a pleasant place, I must see its lady well, and brisk, and airy. For my sake, therefore, among many greater reasons, take care, dear Madam, of your health, spare no expense, and want no attendance that can procure ease or preserve it. Be very careful to keep your mind quiet, and do not think it too much to give an account of your recovery to, Madam, yours, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, September the 7th, 1782. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, having passed almost this whole year in a succession of disorders, I went in October to Brighthelmstone, whither I came in a state of so much weakness that I rested 4 times in walking between the inn and the lodging. By physic and abstinence I grew better, and am now reasonably easy, though at a great distance from health. Footnote. Miss Burney wrote in the first week in December, Dr. Johnson was in most excellent good humour and spirits. She describes later on a brilliant party which he attended at Miss Monckton's on the 8th, where the people were superbly dressed, and where he was environed with listeners. End of footnote. I am afraid, however, that health begins after 70, and long before, to have a meaning different from that which it had at 30. But it is culpable to murmur at the established order of the creation, as it is vain to oppose it. He that lives must grow old, and he that would rather grow old than die has God to thank for the infirmities of old age. At your long silence I am rather angry. You do not, since now you are the head of your house, think it worth your while to try whether you or your friend can live longer without writing, nor suspect that after so many years of friendship, that when I do not write to you, I forget you? Put all such useless jealousies out of your head, and disdain to regulate your own practice by the practice of another, or by any other principle than the desire of doing right. Your economy, I suppose, begins now to be settled. Your expenses are adjusted to your revenue, and all your people in their proper places. Resolve not to be poor. Whatever you have, spend less. Poverty is a great enemy to human happiness. It certainly destroys liberty, and it makes some virtues impracticable, and others extremely difficult. Let me know the history of your life since your accession to your estate. How many houses, how many cows, how much land in your own hand, and what bargains you make with your tenants. Of my Lives of the Poets, they have printed a new edition in octavo, I hear, of 3,000. Did I give a set to Lord Hailes? If I did not, I will do it out of these. What did you make of all your copy? Footnote. The greatest part of the copy or manuscript of the Lives of the Poets had been given by Johnson to Boswell. End of footnote. Mrs. Thrale and the 3 Misses are now for the winter in Argyle Street. Footnote. Of her 12 children, but these 3 were living. She was 41 years old. End of footnote. Sir Joshua Reynolds has been out of order, but is well again. And I am, dear sir, your affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson, London, December the 7th, 1782. To Dr. Samuel Johnson, Edinburgh, December the 20th, 1782. Dear sir, I was made happy by your kind letter, which gave us the agreeable hopes of seeing you in Scotland again. I am much flattered by the concern you are pleased to take in my recovery. I am better, and hope to have it in my power to convince you, by my attention, of how much consequence I esteem your health to the world and to myself. I remain, sir, with grateful respect, your obliged and obedient servant, Margaret Boswell. The death of Mr. Thrale had made a very material alteration with respect to Johnson's reception in that family. The manly authority of the husband no longer curbed the lively exuberance of the lady, and as her vanity had been fully gratified by having the colossus of literature attached to her for many years, she gradually became less assiduous to please him. Whether her attachment to him was already divided by another object, I am unable to ascertain, but it is plain that Johnson's penetration was alive to her neglect or forced attention, for on the 6th of October this year we find him making a parting use of the library at Streatham, and pronouncing a prayer which he composed on leaving Mr. Thrale's family. Footnote. The family, writes Dr. Burney, lived in the library, which used to be the parlour. There they breakfasted. Over the bookcases were hung Sir Joshua Reynolds' portraits of Mr. Thrale's friends, Baretti, Burke, Burney, Chambers, Garrick, Goldsmith, Johnson, Murphy, Reynolds, Lord Sandys, Lord Westcote, and in the same picture Mrs. Thrale and her eldest daughter. Mr. Thrale's portrait was also there. End of footnote. Almighty God, Father of all mercy, help me by thy grace, that I may, with humble and sincere thankfulness, remember the comforts and conveniences which I have enjoyed at this place, and that I may resign them with holy submission, equally trusting in thy protection when thou givest and when thou takest away. Have mercy upon me, Lord, have mercy upon me. To thy fatherly protection, O Lord, I commend this family. Bless, guide, and defend them, that they may so pass through this world as finally to enjoy in thy presence everlasting happiness. For Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. Footnote. Boswell omits a line that follows this prayer. O Lord, so far as, etc., Thrale. This means, I think, so far as it might be lawful, I prayed for Thrale. The following day Johnson entered, I was called early. I packed up my bundles, and used the foregoing prayer with my morning devotions, somewhat, I think, enlarged. Being earlier than the family, I read St. Paul's farewell in the Acts, and then read fortuitously in the Gospels, which was my parting use of the library. End of footnote. One cannot read this prayer without some emotions not very favourable to the lady whose conduct occasioned it. Footnote. Johnson, no doubt, was leaving Streatham because Mrs. Thrale was leaving it. Streatham, wrote Miss Burney on August the 12th of this year, my other home, and the place where I have long thought my residence dependent only on my own pleasure, is already let for 3 years to Lord Shelburne. Johnson was not yet leaving the Thrale family, for he joined them at Brighton, and he was living with them the following spring in Argyle Street. Nevertheless, if, as all Mrs. Thrale's friends strongly held, her second marriage was blameworthy, Boswell's remark admits of defence. Miss Burney, in her diary and letters, keeps the secret which Mrs. Thrale had confided to her of her attachment to Mr. Piozzi, but in the memoirs of Dr. Burney, which, as Madame D'Arblay, she wrote long afterwards, she leaves little doubt that Streatham was given up as a step towards the second marriage. In 1782, on a visit there, she found that her father and all others, Dr. Johnson not excepted, were cast into the same gulf of general neglect. As Mrs. Thrale became more and more dissatisfied with her own situation, and impatient for its relief, she slighted Johnson's counsel, and avoided his society. Madame D'Arblay describes a striking scene in which her father, utterly puzzled by sad and altered Streatham, left it one day with tears in his eyes. Another day Johnson accompanied her to London. His look was stern, though dejected, but when his eye, which, however short-sighted, was quick to mental perception, saw how ill at ease she appeared, all sternness subsided into an undisguised expression of the strongest emotion, while, with a shaking hand and pointing finger, he directed her looks to the mansion from which they were driving, and when they faced it from the coach window as they turned into Streatham Common, tremulously exclaimed, "That house is lost to me for ever." Johnson's letter to Langton of March 20th, 1782, in which he says that he was musing in his chamber at Mrs. Thrale's, shows that so early as that date he foresaw that a change was coming. Boswell's statement that Mrs. Thrale became less assiduous to please Johnson might have been far more strongly worded. Lord Shelburne, who as Prime Minister was negotiating peace with the United States, France, and Spain, hired Mrs. Thrale's house in order to be constantly near London. End of footnote. In one of his memorandum books I find, "Sunday went to church at Streatham. Templo valedixi cum osculo." Footnote. Mr. Croker quotes the following from the Rose manuscripts. October the 6th, Die Dominica, 1782. Franzus sum Strethamje, agninum crus coctum cum herbis, spinach, comminutis, facimen farinaceum cum uvis passis, lumbos bovelos, et pullum gallinae tocque, et post canis missas, ficus uvas non ad modum maturas, ito voluit ani intemperies, cum malis pesicis, iis tamen duris. Non letus accubui, cibum modice sumsi, ne intemperantia ad extremum peccaretur. Si recte memini in mentem venerunt epule in ex equiis hadoni celebrate. Streathamiam quando revisam. End of footnote. He met Mr. Philip Metcalfe, footnote, reader's note, Miss Burney. Mr. Metcalfe is much with Dr. Johnson, but seems to have taken an unaccountable dislike to Mrs. Thrale, to whom he never speaks. He is a shrewd, sensible, keen, and very clever man. He, Burke, and Malone were Sir Joshua's executors. End of footnote. often at Sir Joshua Reynolds's and other places, and was a good deal with him at Brighthelmston this autumn, being pleased at once with his excellent table and animated conversation. Footnote: Boswell should have shown, for he must have known it, that Johnson was Mrs. Thrale's guest at Brighton. Miss Burney was also of the party. Her account of him is a melancholy one. October 28th. Dr. Johnson accompanied us to a ball, to the universal amazement of all who saw him there. But he said he had found it so dull, being quite alone the preceding evening, that he determined upon going with us. For, said he, it cannot be worse than being alone. October 29th. Mr. Pepys joined Dr. Johnson, with whom he entered into an argument, in which he was so roughly confuted and so severely ridiculed that he was hurt and piqued beyond all power of disguise, and in the midst of the discourse suddenly turned from him, and, wishing Mrs. Thrale good night, very abruptly withdrew. Dr. Johnson was certainly right with respect to the argument and to reason, but his opposition was so warm, and his wit so satirical and exulting, that I was really quite grieved to see how unamiable he appeared, and how greatly he made himself dreaded by all, and by many abhorred. October 30th. In the evening we all went to Mrs. Haxall's. Dr. Johnson was not invited. October 31st. A note came to invite us all, except Dr. Johnson, to Lady Rothes's. November 2nd. We went to Lady Shelley's. Dr. Johnson again accepted in the invitation. He is almost constantly omitted, either from too much respect or too much fear. I am sorry for it, as he hates being alone. November 7th. Mr. Metcalfe called upon Dr. Johnson, and took him out for an airing. Mr. Hamilton is gone, and Mr. Metcalfe is now the only person, out of this house, that voluntarily communicates with the Doctor. He has been in a terrible severe humour of late, and has really frightened all the people till they almost ran from him. To me only I think he is now kind, for Mrs. Thrale fares worse than anybody. End of footnote. Mr. Metcalfe showed him great respect, and sent him a note that he might have the use of his carriage whenever he pleased. Johnson, 3rd of October 1782, returned this polite answer: Mr. Johnson is very much obliged by the kind offer of the carriage, but he has no desire of using Mr. Metcalfe's carriage, except when he can have the pleasure of Mr. Metcalfe's company. Mr. Metcalfe could not but be highly pleased that his company was thus valued by Johnson, and he frequently attended him in airings. They also went together to Chichester, and they visited Petworth and Cowdray, the venerable seat of the Lords Montacute. Footnote, Reader's Note, Miss Burney. Dr. Johnson has asked me, said Mr. Metcalfe, to go with him to Chichester to see the cathedral, and I told him I would certainly go if he pleased. But why, I cannot imagine, for how shall a blind man see a cathedral? I believe, quoth I, that is Miss Burney, his blindness is as much the effect of absence as of infirmity, for he sees wonderfully at times. End of footnote. Sir, said Johnson, I should like to stay here 24 hours. We see here how our ancestors lived. That his curiosity was still unabated appears from 2 letters to Mr. John Nichols of the 10th and 20th of October this year. Footnote, the second letter is dated the 28th. Johnson says, I have looked often, etc., but he does not say he has been much informed, but only informed. End of footnote. In one he says, "I have looked into your anecdotes, and you will hardly thank a lover of literary history for telling you that he has been much informed and gratified. I wish you would add your own discoveries and intelligence to those of Dr. Rawlinson, and undertake the supplement to Wood. Think of it." In the other, "I wish, sir, you could obtain some fuller information of Jortin, Markland, and Thirlby. They were three contemporaries of great eminence." Footnote. Jortin's sermons are described by Johnson as very elegant, ante in 248. He and Thirlby are mentioned by him in the Life of Pope. Markland was born 1693, died 1776. His notes on some of Euripides' plays were published at the expense of Dr. Heberden. Markland had previously destroyed a great many other notes. Writing in 1764, he said, "Probably it will be a long time, if ever, before this sort of learning will revive in England, in which it is easy to foresee that there must be a disturbance in a few years, and all public disorders are enemies to this sort of literature." "I remember," writes Mrs. Piozzi, "when lamentation was made of the neglect shown to Jeremiah Markland, a great philologist, as someone ventured to call him." "He is a scholar, undoubtedly, sir," replied Dr. Johnson, "but remember that he would run from the world, and that it is not the world's business to run after him. I hate a fellow whom pride or cowardice or laziness drives into a corner, and (in square brackets) who does nothing when he is there but sit and growl. Let him come out as I do, and bark." Nichols published in 1784 a brief account of Thirlby, nearly half of it being written by Johnson. Thirlby was born in 1692 and died in 1753. His versatility led him to try the round of what are called the learned professions. His life was marred by drink and insolence. His mind seems to have been tumultuous and desultory, and he was glad to catch any employment that might produce attention without anxiety. Such employment, as Dr. Batty has observed, is necessary for madmen. End of footnote. To Sir Joshua Reynolds, Dear Sir, I heard yesterday of your late disorder, and I should think ill of myself if I had heard of it without alarm. Footnote. He was attacked, says Northcote, by a slight paralytic affection after an almost uninterrupted course of good health for many years. Miss Burney wrote on December the 28th to one of her sisters, "How can you wish any wishes," in square brackets, matrimonial wishes, "about Sir Joshua and me, a man who has had 2 shakes of the palsy?" End of footnote. I heard likewise of your recovery, which I sincerely wish to be complete and permanent. Your country has been in danger of losing one of its brightest ornaments, and I of losing one of my oldest and kindest friends. But I hope you will still live long for the honour of the nation, and that more enjoyment of your elegance, your intelligence, and your benevolence is still reserved for, dear Sir, your most affectionate, etc., Samuel Johnson, Brighthelmston, November the 14th, 1782. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 19. The Reverend Mr. Wilson, having dedicated to him his Archaeological Dictionary, that mark of respect was thus acknowledged. Footnote: Dr. Patten, in September 1781, informed Johnson of Wilson's intended dedication. Johnson, in his reply, said, "What will the world do but look on and laugh when one scholar dedicates to another?" End of footnote. To the Reverend Mr. Wilson, Clitheroe, Lancashire. Reverend Sir, that I have long omitted to return you thanks for the honour conferred upon me by your dedication, I entreat you with great earnestness not to consider as more faulty than it is. A very importunate and oppressive disorder has for some time debarred me from the pleasures and obstructed me in the duties of life. The esteem and kindness of wise and good men is one of the last pleasures which I can be content to lose, and gratitude to those from whom this pleasure is received is a duty of which I hope never to be reproached with the final neglect. I therefore now return you thanks for the notice which I have received from you, and which I consider as giving to my name not only more bulk, but more weight, not only as extending its superficies, but as increasing its value. Your book was evidently wanted, and will, I hope, find its way into the school, to which, however, I do not mean to confine it, for no man has so much skill in ancient rites and practices as not to want it. As I suppose myself to owe part of your kindness to my excellent friend Dr. Patten, he has likewise a just claim to my acknowledgments, which I hope you, sir, will transmit. There will soon appear a new edition of my Poetical Biography. If you will accept of a copy to keep me in your mind, be pleased to let me know how it may be conveniently conveyed to you. The present is small, but it is given with good will by, Reverend Sir, your most, etc., Samuel Johnson, December the 31st, 1782. Footnote: on the same day he wrote to Dr. Taylor, "This, my dear Sir, is the last day of a very sickly and melancholy year. Join your prayers with mine, that the next may be more happy to us both. I hope the happiness which I have not found in this world will, by infinite mercy, be granted in another." End of footnote. In 1783 he was more severely afflicted than ever, as will appear in the course of his correspondence, but still the same ardour for literature, the same constant piety, the same kindness for his friends, and the same vivacity both in conversation and writing distinguished him. Footnote: Reader's Note, Miss Burney. January the 4th, 1783. Dr. Johnson came so very late that we had all given him up. He was very ill, and only from an extreme of kindness did he come at all. When I went up to him to tell how sorry I was to find him so unwell, "Ah," he cried, taking my hand and kissing it, "who shall ail anything when Cecilia is so near? Yet you do not think how poorly I am." All dinner time he hardly opened his mouth but to repeat to me, "Oh, you little know how ill I am." He was excessively kind to me in spite of all his pain. Cecilia was the name of her second novel. On January the 10th he thus ended a letter to Mr. Nichols: "Now I will put you in a way of showing me more kindness. I have been confined by illness sick a long time, and sickness and solitude make tedious evenings. Come sometimes and see, sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson." manuscript in the British Museum, end of footnote. Having given Dr. Johnson a full account of what I was doing at Affleck, and particularly mentioned what I knew would please him, my having brought an old man of 88 from a lonely cottage to a comfortable habitation within my enclosures, where he had good neighbours near to him, I received an answer in February, of which I extract what follows. I am delighted with your account of your activity at Affleck, and wish the old gentleman, whom you have so kindly removed, may live long to promote your prosperity by his prayers. You have now a new character and new duties. Think on them and practice them. Make an impartial estimate of your revenue, and whatever it is, live upon less. Resolve never to be poor. Frugality is not only the basis of quiet, but of beneficence. No man can help others that wants help himself. We must have enough before we have to spare. I am glad to find that Mrs. Boswell grows well, and hope that to keep her well no care or caution will be omitted. May you long live happily together. When you come hither, pray bring with you Baxter's Anacreon. I cannot get that edition in London. Footnote: Dr. Johnson found here, in square brackets, at Affleck, Baxter's Anacreon, which he told me he had long inquired for in vain, and began to suspect there was no such book. End of footnote. On Friday, March the 31st, having arrived in London the night before, I was glad to find him at Mrs. Thrale's house in Argyle Street, appearances of friendship between them being still kept up. I was shown into his room, and after the first salutation he said, "I am glad you are come. I am very ill." He looked pale, and was distressed with the difficulty of breathing; but after the common inquiries he assumed his usual strong, animated style of conversation. Seeing me now for the first time as a laird or proprietor of land, he began thus: "Sir, the superiority of a country gentleman over the people upon his estate is very agreeable, and he who says he does not feel it to be agreeable lies, for it must be agreeable to have a casual superiority over those who are by nature equal with us." Footnote: Reader's Note, Francis Bacon. The delight which men have in popularity, fame, honour, submission, and subjection of other men's minds, wills, or affections, although these things may be desired for other ends, seemeth to be a thing in itself, without contemplation of consequence, grateful and agreeable to the nature of man. End of footnote. Boswell. Yet, sir, we see great proprietors of land who prefer living in London. Johnson. Why, sir, the pleasure of living in London, the intellectual superiority that is enjoyed there, may counterbalance the other. Besides, sir, a man may prefer the state of the country gentleman upon the whole, and yet there may never be a moment when he is willing to make the change to quit London for it. He said, "It is better to have 5% out of land than out of money, because it is more secure. But the readiness of transfer and promptness of interest make many people rather choose the funds. Nay, there is another disadvantage belonging to land compared with money. A man is not so much afraid of being a hard creditor as of being a hard landlord." Boswell. Because there is a sort of kindly connection between a landlord and his tenants. Johnson. No, sir. Many landlords with us never see their tenants. It is because if a landlord drives away his tenants, he may not get others, whereas the demand for money is so great it may always be lent. He talked with regret and indignation of the factious opposition to government at this time, and imputed it in a great measure to the Revolution. Footnote: in a letter to Dr. Taylor on January the 21st of this year, he attacked the scheme of equal representation. Pitt, on May the 7th, 1782, made his first reform motion. Johnson thus ended his letter: "If the scheme were more reasonable, this is not a time for innovation. I am afraid of a civil war. The business of every wise man seems to be now to keep his ground." End of footnote. "Sir," said he in a low voice, having come nearer to me, while his old prejudices seemed to be fermenting in his mind, "this Hanoverian family is isolé here. They have no friends. Now, the Stuarts had friends who stuck by them so late as 1745. When the right of the king is not reverenced, there will not be reverence for those appointed by the king." His observation that the present royal family has no friends has been too much justified by the very ungrateful behaviour of many who are under great obligations to his Majesty. At the same time there are honourable exceptions, and the very next year after this conversation, and ever since, the King has had as extensive and generous support as ever was given to any monarch, and has had the satisfaction of knowing that he was more and more endeared to his people. Footnote: the year after this conversation, the general election of 1784 was held, which followed on the overthrow of the coalition ministry and the formation of the Pitt ministry in December 1783. The King's friends were in a minority of one in the last great division in the old Parliament. In the motion on the address in the new Parliament they had a majority of 168. Miss Burney, writing in November 1788, when the King was mad, says that one of his physicians moved me even to tears by telling me that none of their own lives would be safe if the King did not recover, so prodigiously high ran the tide of affection and loyalty. All the physicians received threatening letters daily to answer for the safety of their monarch with their lives. Sir George Baker had already been stopped in his carriage by the mob to give an account of the King, and when he said it was a bad one, they had furiously exclaimed, "The more shame for you." Describing in 1789 a royal tour in the west of England, she writes of the crowds, the rejoicings, the hallooing and singing, and garlanding and decorating of all the inhabitants of this old city, in square brackets, Exeter, and of all the country through which we passed. End of footnote. He repeated to me his verses on Mr. Levet with an emotion which gave them full effect. Footnote. Miss Palmer, Sir Joshua's niece, heard Dr. Johnson repeat these verses with the tears falling over his cheek. End of footnote. And then he was pleased to say, "You must be as much with me as you can. You have done me good. You cannot think how much better I am since you came in." He sent a message to acquaint Mrs. Thrale that I was arrived. I had not seen her since her husband's death. She soon appeared, and favoured me with an invitation to stay to dinner, which I accepted. There was no other company but herself and 3 of her daughters, Dr. Johnson, and I. She too said she was very glad I was come, for she was going to Bath, and should have been sorry to leave Dr. Johnson before I came. This seemed to be attentive and kind, and I, who had not been informed of any change, imagined all to be as well as formerly. He was little inclined to talk at dinner, and went to sleep after it, but when he joined us in the drawing-room he seemed revived, and was again himself. Talking of conversation, he said, "There must, in the first place, be knowledge, there must be materials. In the second place, there must be a command of words. In the third place, there must be imagination to place things in such views as they are not commonly seen in. And in the fourth place, there must be presence of mind and a resolution that it is not to be overcome by failures. This last is an essential requisite. For want of it, many people do not excel in conversation. Now I want it. I throw up the game upon losing a trick." I wondered to hear him talk thus of himself, and said, "I don't know, sir, how this may be, but I am sure you beat other people's cards out of their hands." I doubt whether he heard this remark. While he went on talking triumphantly, I was fixed in admiration, and said to Mrs. Thrale, "Oh, for shorthand to take this down!" "You'll carry it all in your head," said she. "A long head is as good as shorthand." It has been observed and wondered at that Mr. Charles Fox never talked with any freedom in the presence of Dr. Johnson, though it is well known, and I myself can witness, that his conversation is various, fluent, and exceedingly agreeable. Footnote: Gibbon remarked that Mr. Fox was certainly very shy of saying anything in Johnson's presence. End of footnote. Johnson's own experience, however, of that gentleman's reserve was a sufficient reason for his going on thus: "Fox never talks in private company, not from any determination not to talk, but because he has not the first motion." Footnote: Mr. Greville records the following on the authority of Lord Holland: "Johnson liked Fox because he defended his pension, and said it was only to blame in not being large enough. Fox, he said, is a liberal man. He would always be aut Caesar aut nullus. Whenever I have seen him, he has been nullus." Lord Holland said Fox made it a rule never to talk in Johnson's presence, because he knew all his conversations were recorded for publication, and he did not choose to figure in them. Fox could not have known what was not the fact. When Boswell was by, he had reason for his silence, but otherwise he might have spoken out. Mr. Fox, writes Mackintosh, united in a most remarkable degree the seemingly repugnant characters of the mildest of men and the most vehement of orators. In private life he was so averse from parade and dogmatism as to be somewhat inactive in conversation. Gibbon tells how Fox spent a day with him at Lausanne. "Perhaps it never can happen again that I should enjoy him as I did that day, alone from 10 in the morning till 10 at night. Our conversation never flagged a moment." In London mixed society, said Rogers, Fox conversed little, but at his own house in the country with his intimate friends he could talk on for ever with all the openness and simplicity of a child. End of footnote. A man who is used to the applause of the House of Commons has no wish for that of a private company. A man accustomed to throw for £1,000, if set down to throw for sixpence, would not be at the pains to count his dice. Burke's talk is the ebullition of his mind. He does not talk from a desire of distinction, but because his mind is full. He thus curiously characterized one of our old acquaintance, footnote, most likely old Mr. Sheridan, end of footnote. Blank blank is a good man, sir, but he is a vain man and a liar. He, however, only tells lies of vanity, of victories, for instance, in conversation, which never happened. This alluded to a story which I had repeated from that gentleman to entertain Johnson with its wild bravado. "This Johnson, sir," said he, "whom you are all afraid of, will shrink if you come close to him in argument, and roar as loud as he. He once maintained the paradox that there is no beauty but in utility." "Sir," said I, "what say you to the peacock's tail, which is one of the most beautiful objects in nature, but would have as much utility if its feathers were all of one colour?" He felt what I thus produced, and had recourse to his usual expedient, ridicule, exclaiming, "A peacock has a tail, and a fox has a tail," and then he burst out into a laugh. "Well, sir," said I, with a strong voice, looking him full in the face, "you have unkennelled your fox. Pursue him if you dare." He had not a word to say, sir. Johnson told me that this was a fiction from beginning to end. Footnote, were I to insert all the stories which have been told of contests boldly maintained with him, imaginary victories obtained over him, of reducing him to silence, and of making him own that his antagonist had the better of him in argument, my volumes would swell to an immoderate size. One instance, I find, has circulated both in conversation and in print, that when he would not allow the Scotch writers to have merit, the late Dr. Rose of Chiswick asserted that he could name one Scotch writer whom Johnson himself would allow to have written better than any man of the age, and upon Johnson's asking who it was, answered, "Lord Bute, when he signed the warrant for your pension." Upon which Johnson, struck with the repartee, acknowledged that this was true. When I mentioned it to Johnson, "Sir," said he, "if Rose said this, I never heard it." Boswell, end of footnote. After musing for some time, he said, "I wonder how I should have any enemies, for I do harm to nobody." Footnote. This reflection was very natural in a man of a good heart, who was not conscious of any ill will to mankind, though the sharp sayings which were sometimes produced by his discrimination and vivacity, which he perhaps did not recollect, were, I am afraid, too often remembered with resentment. Boswell. When 3 months later on he was struck with palsy, he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "I have in this still scene of life great comfort in reflecting that I have given very few reason to hate me. I hope scarcely any man has known me closely but for his benefit, or cursorily but to his innocent entertainment. Tell me, you that know me best, whether this be true, that according to your answer I may continue my practice, or try to mend it." Passages such as the 2 following might have shown him why he had enemies. "For roughness it is a needless cause of discontent. Severity breedeth fear, but roughness breedeth hate." Bacon's Essays, No. 11. "'Tis possible that men may be as oppressive by their parts as their power. End of footnote. Boswell. In the first place, sir, you will be pleased to recollect that you set out with attacking the Scotch, so you got a whole nation for your enemies. Johnson. Why, I own that by my definition of oats I meant to vex them. Footnote. A grain which in England is generally given to horses, but in Scotland supports the people. Stockdale records that he heard a Scotch lady, after quoting this definition, say to Johnson, I can assure you that in Scotland we give oats to our horses as well as you do to yours in England. He replied, I am very glad, madam, to find that you treat your horses as well as you treat yourselves. End of footnote. Boswell. Pray, sir, can you trace the cause of your antipathy to the Scotch? Johnson. I cannot, sir. Footnote. Sir Joshua Reynolds wrote, the prejudices he had to countries did not extend to individuals. The chief prejudice in which he indulged himself was against Scotland, though he had the most cordial friendship with individuals. This he used to vindicate as a duty. Against the Irish he entertained no prejudice. He thought they united themselves very well with us, but the Scotch, when in England, united and made a party by employing only Scotch servants and Scotch tradesmen. He held it right for Englishmen to oppose a party against them. End of footnote. Boswell. Old Mr. Sheridan says it was because they sold Charles I. Johnson. Then, sir, old Mr. Sheridan has found out a very good reason. Surely the most obstinate and sulky nationality, the most determined aversion to this great and good man, must be cured when he is seen thus playing with one of his prejudices, of which he candidly admitted that he could not tell the reason. It was, however, probably owing to his having had in his view the worst part of the Scottish nation, the needy adventurers, many of whom he thought were advanced above their merits by means which he did not approve. Had he in his early life been in Scotland, and seen the worthy, sensible, independent gentlemen who live rationally and hospitably at home, he never could have entertained such unfavourable and unjust notions of his fellow subjects. And accordingly we find that when he did visit Scotland in the latter period of his life, he was fully sensible of all that it deserved, as I have already pointed out when speaking of his journey to the Western Islands. Next day, Saturday, March the 22nd, I found him still at Mrs. Thrale's, but he told me that he was to go to his own house in the afternoon. Footnote. Mrs. Piozzi says that Dr. Johnson, commonly spending the middle of the week at our house, kept his numerous family in Fleet Street upon a settled allowance, but returned to them every Saturday to give them 3 good dinners and his company, before he came back to us on the Monday night. End of footnote. He was better, but I perceived he was but an unruly patient, for Sir Lucas Pepys, who visited him while I was with him, said, "If you are tractable, sir, I should prescribe for you." I related to him a remark which a respectable friend had made to me upon the then state of government, when those who had been long in opposition had attained to power, as it was supposed, against the inclination of the sovereign. Footnote. Lord North's ministry lasted from 1770 to March 1782. It was followed by the Rockingham ministry and the Shelburne ministry, which in its turn was at this very time giving way to the Coalition ministry, to be followed very soon by the Pitt ministry. End of footnote. You need not be uneasy, said this gentleman, about the King. He laughs at them all. He plays them one against another. JOHNSON. Don't think so, sir. The King is as much oppressed as a man can be. If he plays them one against another, he wins nothing. End of Section 19.
Section 20 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell. Section 20. I had paid a visit to General Oglethorpe in the morning, and was told by him that Dr. Johnson saw company on Saturday evenings, and he would meet me at Johnson's that night. When I mentioned this to Johnson, not doubting that it would please him, as he had a great value for Oglethorpe, the fretfulness of his disease unexpectedly showed itself. His anger suddenly kindled, and he said with vehemence, "Did you not tell him not to come? Am I to be hunted in this manner? I satisfied him that I could not divine that the visit would not be convenient, and that I certainly could not take it upon me of my own accord to forbid the General." I found Dr. Johnson in the evening in Mrs. Williams's room, at tea and coffee with her, and Mrs. Desmoulins, who were also both ill. It was a sad scene, and he was not in very good humour. He said of a performance that had lately come out, "Sir, if you should search all the madhouses in England, you would not find 10 men who could write so and think it sense." I was glad when General Oglethorpe's arrival was announced, and we left the ladies. Dr. Johnson attended him in the parlour, and was as courteous as ever. The General said he was busy reading the writers of the Middle Age. Johnson said they were very curious. Oglethorpe. The House of Commons has usurped the power of the nation's money, and used it tyrannically. Government is now carried on by corrupt influence instead of the inherent right of the king. Johnson. Sir, the want of inherent right in the king occasions all this disturbance. What we did at the Revolution was necessary, but it broke our Constitution. Footnote. I have, in my Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, fully expressed my sentiments upon this subject. The Revolution was necessary, but not a subject for glory, because it for a long time blasted the generous feelings of loyalty. And now, when by the benignant effects of time the present royal family are established in our affections, how unwise it is to revive by celebrations the memory of a shock, which it would surely have been better that our Constitution had not required. Boswell. End footnote. Oglethorpe. My father did not think it necessary. On Saturday, March 23rd, I breakfasted with Dr. Johnson, who seemed much relieved, having taken opium the night before. He, however, protested against it, as a remedy that should be given with the utmost reluctance, and only in extreme necessity. I mentioned how commonly it was used in Turkey, and that therefore it could not be so pernicious as he apprehended. He grew warm and said, "Turks take opium, and Christians take opium, but Russell, in his account of Aleppo, tells us that it is as disgraceful in Turkey to take too much opium as it is with us to get drunk. Sir, It is amazing how things are exaggerated. A gentleman was lately telling in a company where I was present that in France, as soon as a man of fashion marries, he takes an opera girl into keeping, and this he mentioned as a general custom. "Pray, sir," said I, "how many opera girls may there be?" He answered, "About 80." "Well then, sir," said I, "you see there can be no more than 80 men of fashion who can do this." Footnote. Johnson, 4 months later, wrote to one of Mrs. Thrale's daughters, "Never think, my sweet, that you have arithmetic enough. When you have exhausted your master, buy books. 1,000 stories which the ignorant tell and believe die away at once when the computist takes them in his gripe." End of footnote. Mrs. Desmoulins made tea, and she and I talked before him upon a topic which he had once borne patiently from me when we were by ourselves, his not complaining of the world because he was not called to some great office, nor had attained great wealth. He flew into a violent passion, I confess with some justice, and commanded us to have done. "Nobody," said he, "has a right to talk in this manner, to bring before a man his own character and the events of his life, when he does not choose it should be done. I never have sought the world. The world was not to seek me. It is rather wonderful that so much has been done for me. All the complaints which are made of the world are unjust. I never knew a man of merit neglected. It was generally by his own fault that he failed of success." Footnote. "See nations slowly wise and meanly just, to buried merit raise the tardy bust." Johnson's Vanity of Human Wishes. End of footnote. A man may hide his head in a hole. He may go into the country and publish a book now and then, which nobody reads, and then complain he is neglected. Footnote. He was perhaps thinking of Markland. End of footnote. There is no reason why any person should exert himself for a man who has written a good book. He has not written it for any individual. I may as well make a present to the postman who brings me a letter. When patronage was limited, an author expected to find a Maecenas, and complained if he did not find one. Why should he complain? This Maecenas has others as good as he, or others who have got the start of him. Boswell. But surely, sir, you will allow that there are men of merit at the bar who never get practice. Johnson. Sir, you are sure that practice is got from an opinion that the person employed deserves it best, so that if a man of merit at the bar does not get practice, it is from error, not from injustice. He is not neglected. A horse that is brought to market may not be bought, though he is a very good horse, but that is from ignorance, not from intention. Footnote. Dr. Johnson writes, Mrs. Pawsey was no complainer of ill usage. I never heard him even lament the disregard shown to Irene. End of footnote. There was in this discourse much novelty, ingenuity, and discrimination, such as is seldom to be found. Yet I cannot help thinking that men of merit, who have no success in life, may be forgiven for lamenting, if they are not allowed to complain. They may consider it as hard that their merit should not have its suitable distinction, though there is no intentional injustice towards them on the part of the world, their merit not having been perceived. They may yet repine against fortune or fate, or by whatever name they choose to call the supposed mythological power of destiny. It has, however, occurred to me, as a consolatory thought, that men of merit should consider thus: how much harder would it be if the same persons had both all the merit and all the prosperity? Would not this be a miserable distribution for the poor dunces? Would men of merit exchange their intellectual superiority and the enjoyments arising from it for external distinction and the pleasures of wealth? If they would not, let them not envy others who are poor where they are rich, a compensation which is made to them. Let them look inwards and be satisfied, recollecting with conscious pride what Virgil fondly says of the Cordicius Senex, and what I have in another place, with truth and sincerity, applied to Mr. Burke: regum aequabat opes animis. Footnote: Letter to the people of Scotland against the attempt to diminish the number of the Lords of Session, 1785. Boswell. By Mr. Burke's removal from office, the King's administration was deprived of the assistance of that affluent mind, which is so universally rich, that as long as British literature and British politics shall endure, it will be said of Edmund Burke, regum aequabat sic opes animis. End of footnote. On the subject of the right employment of wealth, Johnson observed, "A man cannot make a bad use of his money, so far as regards society, if he does not hoard it. For if he either spends it or lends it out, society has the benefit. It is in general better to spend money than to give it away, for industry is more promoted by spending money than by giving it away. A man who spends his money is sure he is doing good with it. He is not so sure when he gives it away. A man who spends 10,000 a year will do more good than a man who spends 2,000 and gives away 8. In the evening I came to him again. He was somewhat fretful from his illness. A gentleman. Footnote. Very likely Boswell. End of footnote. Asked him whether he had been abroad today. "Don't talk so childishly," said he. "You may as well ask if I hanged myself today." I mentioned politics. Johnson. "Sir, I'd as soon have a man to break my bones as to talk to me of politic affairs, internal or external. I have lived to see things all as bad as they can be." Having mentioned his friend, the second Lord Southwell, he said, "Lord Southwell was the highest bred man, without insolence, that I ever was in company with, the most qualified I ever saw. Lord Orrery was not dignified. Lord Chesterfield was, but he was insolent." Footnote. Johnson had said, "Lord Chesterfield is the proudest man of this day existing." End of footnote. Lord is a man of coarse manners, but a man of abilities and information. Footnote. Lord Shelburne, at this time he was merely holding office till a new ministry was formed. On April 5th he was succeeded by the Duke of Portland. His coarse manners were due to a neglected childhood. In the fragment of his Autobiography, he describes the domestic brutality and ill usage he experienced at home, in the south of Ireland. "It cost me," he continues, "more to unlearn the habits, manners, and principles which I then imbibed, than would have served to qualify me for any rôle whatever through life." End of footnote. I don't say he is a man I would set at the head of a nation, though perhaps he may be as good as the next Prime Minister that comes. But he is a man to be at the head of a club. I don't say our club, for there's no such club. Boswell. But, sir, was he not once a factious man? Johnson. "Oh, yes, sir, as factious a fellow as could be found, one who was for sinking us all into the mob." Bentham, it is reported, said of him that alone of his own time he was a minister who did not fear the people. Boswell. "How then, sir, did he get into favour with the king?" Johnson. "Because, sir, I suppose he promised the king to do whatever the king pleased." He said Goldsmith's blundering speech to Lord Shelburne, which has been so often mentioned, and which he really did make to him, was only a blunder in emphasis. "I wonder they should call your lordship Malagrida, for Malagrida was a very good man," meant, "I wonder they should use Malagrida as a term of reproach." Malagrida, a Jesuit, was put to death at Lisbon in 1761, nominally on a charge of heresy, but in reality on a suspicion of his having sanctioned, as confessor to one of the conspirators, an attempt to assassinate King Joseph of Portugal. "His name," writes Wraxall, "is become proverbial among us to express duplicity. It was first applied to Lord Shelburne in a squib attributed to Wilkes, which contained a vision of a masquerade. The writer, after describing him as masquerading as the heir apparent of Loyola and all the college, continues, 'A little more of the devil, my lord, if you please, about the eyebrows, and that's enough. A perfect Malagrida, I protest.' George III habitually spoke of Shelburne as Malagrida, and the Jesuit of Berkeley Square. The charge of duplicity was first made against Shelburne on the retirement of Fox, the first Lord Holland, in 1763. It was the conduct of Shelburne, by telling Fox that it was a pious fraud. 'I can see the fraud plainly enough,' is said to have been Fox's retort, 'but where is the piety?' Anyone who has examined Reynolds' picture of Shelburne, especially about the eyebrows, at once sees how the name of Jesuit was given. Berkeley wrote to Lord Claremont on November 20th, 1773. Goldsmith the other day put a paragraph into the newspapers in praise of Lord Mayor Townshend. Shelburne supported Townshend in opposition to Wilkes in the election of the Lord Mayor. The same night we happened to sit next to Lord Shelburne at Drury Lane. I mentioned the circumstance of the paragraph to him. He said to Goldsmith that he hoped that he had mentioned nothing about Malagrida in it. 'Do you know,' answered Goldsmith, 'that I never could conceive the reason why they call you Malagrida. For Malagrida was a very good sort of man.' You see plainly what he meant to say, but that happy turn of expression is peculiar to himself. Mr. Walpole says that this story is a picture of Goldsmith's whole life." Soon after this time I had an opportunity of seeing, by means of one of his friends, most likely Reynolds, who introduced Crabbe to Johnson, a proof that his talents as well as his obliging service to authors were ready as ever. He had revised The Village, an admirable poem, by the Reverend Mr. Crabbe. Its sentiments as to the false notions of rustic happiness and rustic virtue were quite congenial with his own, and he had taken the trouble not only to suggest slight connections and variations, but to furnish some lines when he thought he could give the writer's meaning better than in the words of the manuscript. "I paint the cot as truth will paint it, and as bards will not. Nor you, ye poor of lettered scorn, complain. To you the smoothest song is smooth and vain. O'ercome by labour, and bowed down by time, feel you the barren flattery of a rhyme? Can poets soothe you when you pine for bread, by winding myrtles round your ruined shed? Can their light tales your weighty griefs o'erpower, or glad with airy mirth the toilsome hour? The Village Book. I shall give an instance, marking the original by Roman and Johnson's substitution in italic characters. In fairer scenes, where peaceful pleasures spring, Tityrus, the pride of Mantuan swains, might sing, but charmed by him or smitten with his views, shall modern poets court the Mantuan muse? From truth and nature shall we widely stray, where fancy leads or Virgil led the way? On Mincio's banks in Caesar's bounteous reign, if Tityrus found the golden age again, must sleepy bards the flattery dream prolong, mechanic echoes of the Mantuan song? From truth and nature shall we widely stray, where Virgil, not where fancy leads the way? Here we find Johnson's poetical and critical powers undiminished. I must, however, observe that the aids he gave to this poem, as to the traveller and the deserted village of Goldsmith, were so small as by no means to impair the distinguished merit of the author. Boswell. End of footnote. On Saturday, March 30th, I found him at home in the evening, and had the pleasure to meet with Dr. Brocklesby, whose reading and knowledge of life and good spirits supply him with a never-failing source of conversation. Footnote. He says that the register of deaths of military men proves that more than 8 times as many men fall by what was called the jail fever as by battle. His suggestions are eminently wise. Lord Seaford, in 1835, told Leslie that he remembered dining in company with Dr. Johnson at Dr. Brocklesby's when he was a boy of 12 or 13. He was impressed with the superiority of Johnson and his knocking everybody down in argument. End of footnote. He mentioned a respectable gentleman who became extremely penurious near the close of his life. Johnson said there must have been a degree of madness about him. Not at all, sir, said Dr. Brocklesby. His judgment was entire. Unluckily, however, he mentioned that although he had a fortune of £27,000, he denied himself many comforts, from an apprehension that he could not afford them. Nay, sir, cried Johnson, when the judgment is so disturbed that a man cannot count, that is pretty well. I shall here insert a few of Johnson's sayings without the formality of dates, as they have no reference to any particular time or place. The more a man extends and varies his acquaintance, the better. This, however, was meant with a just restriction, for he on another occasion said to me, Sir, a man may be so much of everything that he is nothing of anything. Raising the wages of day laborers is wrong, for it does not make them live better, but only makes them idler, and idleness is a very bad thing for human nature. It is a very good custom to keep a journal for a man's own use. He may write down upon a card a day all that is necessary to be written, after he has had experience of life. At first there is a great deal to be written, because there is a great deal of novelty. But when once a man has settled his opinions, there is seldom much to be set down. There is nothing wonderful in the journal which we see Swift kept in London, for it contains slight topics, and it might soon be written. Footnote. In his Life of Swift he thus speaks of this journal. In the midst of his power and his politics, he kept a journal of his visit, his walks, his interviews with ministers, and quarrels with his servant, and transmitted it to Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Dingley, to whom he knew that whatever befell him was interesting, and no accounts could be too minute. Whether these diurnal trifles were properly exposed to eyes which had never received any pleasure from the presence of the Dean may be reasonably doubted. They have, however, some odd attraction. The reader, finding frequent mention of names which he has been used to consider as important, goes on in hope of information, and as there is nothing to fatigue attention if he is disappointed, he can hardly complain. End of footnote. I praised the accuracy of an account book of a lady whom I mentioned. Johnson. Keeping accounts, sir, is of no use when a man is spending his own money, and has nobody to whom he is to account. You won't eat less beef today because you have written down what it cost yesterday. I mentioned another lady who thought as he did, so that her husband could not get her to keep an account of the expense of the family, as she thought it enough that she never exceeded the sum allowed her. Johnson. Sir, it is fit she should keep an account because her husband wishes it, but I do not see its use. Footnote. On his 55th birthday he recorded, I resolved to keep a journal both of employment and of expenses, to keep accounts. See Post, August 25th, 1784, where he writes to Langton, I am a little angry at you for not keeping minutes of your own acceptum et expensum, and think a little time might be spared from Aristophanes for the res familiares. End of footnote. I maintain that keeping an account has this advantage, that it satisfies a man that his money has not been lost or stolen, which he might sometimes be apt to imagine, were there no written state of his expense. And beside, a calculation of economy so as not to exceed one's income cannot be made without a view of the different articles and figures, that one may see how to retrench in some particulars, less necessary than others. This he did not attempt to answer. Talking of an acquaintance of ours, whose narratives, which abounded in curious and interesting topics, were unhappily found to be very fabulous. Footnote. This Mr. Chalmers thought was George Stevens, Croker. Disraeli describes Stevens as guilty of an unparalleled series of arch deception and malicious ingenuity. He gives curious instances of his literary impostures. End of footnote. I mentioned Lord Mansfield's having said to me, Suppose we believe one half of what he tells. Johnson. Aye, but we don't know which half to believe. By his lying we lose not only our reverence for him, but all comfort in his conversation. Boswell. May we not take it as amusing fiction? Johnson. Sir, the misfortune is that you will insensibly believe as much of it as you incline to believe. It is remarkable that, notwithstanding their congeniality in politics, he never was acquainted with the late eminent notable judge, whom I have heard speak of him as a writer with great respect. Footnote. If this be Lord Mansfield, Boswell must use late in the sense of in retirement, for Mansfield was living when the Life of Johnson was published. He retired in 1788. Johnson, in 1772, said that he had never been in his company. The fact that Mansfield is mentioned in the previous paragraph adds to the probability that he is meant. End of footnote. Johnson. I know not upon what degree of investigation entertain no exalted opinion of his lordship's intellectual character. Footnote. In Scotland, Johnson spoke of Mansfield's splendid talents. End of footnote. Talking of him to me one day, he said, "It is wonderful, sir, with how little real superiority of mind men can make an eminent figure in public life." He expressed himself to the same purpose concerning another law lord, who, it seems, once took a fancy to associate with the wits of London, but with so little success that Foote said, "What can he mean by coming among us? He's not only dull himself, but the cause of dullness in others." Footnote. "I am not only witty in myself, but the cause of wit is in other men." End of footnote. Trying him by the test of his colloquial powers, Johnson had found him very defective. He once said to Sir Joshua Reynolds, "This man now has been 10 years about town, and has made nothing of it," meaning as a companion. Footnote. Knowing, as well as I do, what precision and elegance of oratory his lordship can display, I cannot but suspect that his unfavourable appearance in a social circle, which drew such animadversions upon him, must be owing to a cold affectation of consequence, from being reserved and stiff. If it be so, and he might be an agreeable man if he would, we cannot be sorry that he misses his aim. Boswell. Wedderburn, afterwards Lord Loughborough, is mentioned, and again in Murphy's Life of Johnson, as being in company with Johnson and Foote. Boswell also has before praised the elegance of his oratory. Henry Mackenzie says that Wedderburn belonged to a club of the British Coffee House, of which Garrick, Smollett, and Dr. Douglas were members. End of footnote. He said to me, "I never heard anything from him in company that was at all striking, and depend upon it, sir, it is when you come close to a man in conversation that you discover what his real abilities are. To make a speech in a public assembly is a knack. Now I honour Thurlow, sir. Thurlow is a fine fellow. He fairly puts his mind to yours." Footnote. Boswell informed the people of Scotland in the letter that he addressed to them in 1785 that now that Dr. Johnson has gone to a better world, he, Boswell, bowed the intellectual knee to Lord Thurlow. End of footnote. After relating to him some of his pointed, lively sayings, I said, "It is a pity, sir, you don't always remember your own good things, that you may have a laugh when you will." Johnson. "Nay, sir, it is better that I forget them, that I may be reminded of them, and have a laugh on their being brought to my recollection." End of section 20. Reading by Malone.
Section 21 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 21. When I recalled to him his having said, as we sailed up Loch Lomond, that if he wore anything fine, it should be very fine, I observed that all his thoughts were upon a great scale. Johnson, depend upon it, sir, every man will have as fine a thing as he can get, as a large diamond for his ring. Boswell. Pardon me, sir, a man of a narrow mind will not think of it. A slight trinket will satisfy him. Nec supere queat majoris pondera gemmae. Footnote. Charged with light summer rings, his fingers sweat, unable to support a gem of weight. Dryden. End of footnote. I told him I should send him some essays which I had written, which I hoped he would be so good as to read, and pick out the good ones. Footnote. He had published a series of 70 essays under the title of The Hypochondriac in the London Magazine from 1777 to 1783. End of footnote. Johnson. Nay, sir, send me only the good ones. Don't make me pick them. I heard him once say, though the proverb nullum numen abest si sit prudentia does not always prove true, we may be certain of the converse of it, nullum numen adest si sit imprudentia. Footnote: the common reading, however, is nullum numen habes, etc. Mrs. Piozzi records this saying, but with a variation. For, says Mr. Johnson, though I do not quite agree with the proverb that nullum numen abest si sit prudentia, yet we may very well say that nullum numen adest ni sit prudentia. End of footnote. Once, when Mr. Seward was going to Bath and asked his commands, he said, "Tell Dr. Harrington that I wish he would publish another volume of the Nugae Antiquae. It is a very pretty book." Footnote: Miss Burney mentions meeting Dr. Harrington at Bath in 1780. It is his son, she writes, who published those very curious remains of his ancestor, Sir John Harrington, under the title Nugae Antiquae, which my father and all of us were formerly so fond of. End of footnote. Mr. Seward seconded his wish, and recommended to Dr. Harrington to dedicate it to Johnson, and take for his motto what Catullus says to Cornelius Nepos, "Namque tu solebas meas esse aliquid putare nugas." As a small proof of his kindliness and delicacy of feeling, the following circumstance may be mentioned. One evening, when we were in the street together, and I told him I was going to sup at Mr. Beauclerk's, he said, "I'll go with you." After having walked part of the way, seeming to recollect something, he suddenly stopped and said, "I cannot go, but I do not love Beauclerk the less." On the frame of his portrait, Mr. Beauclerk had inscribed, "Ingenium ingens, inculto latet hoc sub corpore." After Mr. Beauclerk's death, when it became Mr. Langton's property, he made the inscription be defaced. Johnson said complacently, "It was kind in you to take it off," and then, after a short pause, added, "and not unkind in him to put it on." He said, "How few of his friends' houses would a man choose to be at when he is sick?" He mentioned one or two. I recollect only Thrale's. Footnote: he would not have been a troublesome patient anywhere, for, according to Mrs. Piozzi, he required less attendance, sick or well, than ever I saw any human creature. End of footnote. He observed, "There is a wicked inclination in most people to suppose an old man decayed in his intellects. If a young or middle-aged man, when leaving a company, does not recollect where he laid his hat, it is nothing. But if the same inattention is discovered in an old man, people will shrug up their shoulders and say, 'His memory is going.'" Footnote: that natural jealousy which makes every man unwilling to allow much excellence in another, always produces a disposition to believe that the mind grows old with the body, and that he whom they are now forced to confess superior is hastening daily to a level with ourselves. End of footnote. When I once talked to him of some of the sayings which everybody repeats, but nobody knows where to find, such as "Quos Deus vult perdere, prius dementat," he told me that he was once offered 10 guineas to point out from whence "semel insanivimus omnes" was taken. He could not do it, but many years afterwards met with it by chance in Johannes Baptista Mantuanus. Footnote. With the following elucidation of the saying, quos Deus, it should rather be quem Jupiter vult perdere prius dementat, Mr. Boswell was furnished by Mr. Pitts. Perhaps no scrap of Latin whatever has been more quoted than this. It occasionally falls even from those who are scrupulous even to pedantry in their Latinity, and will not admit a word into their compositions which has not the sanction of the first age. The word demento is of no authority, either as a verb active or neuter. After a long search for the purpose of deciding a bet, some gentlemen of Cambridge found it among the fragments of Euripides, in what edition I do not recollect, where it is given as a translation of a Greek iambic. Greek, ou theos theli apolisoi opoprioi. The above scrap was found in the handwriting of a suicide of fashion, Sir D.O., some years ago, lying on the table of the room where he had destroyed himself. The suicide was a man of classical acquirements. He left no other paper behind him. Another of these proverbial sayings: Incidit in Silam cupiens vitare Charybdim. I, in a note on a passage in the Merchant of Venice, traced to its source. It occurs, with a slight variation, in the Alexandries of Philippe Gautier, a poet of the 13th century, which was printed at Lyons in 1558. Darius is the person addressed. Quo tendis inertem rex periture fugam, nescis hoi perdite, nescis quem fugaas, hostes incurus dum fugis hostem, incidis in silam cupiens vitare Charybdim. A line not less frequently quoted was suggested for inquiry in a note on the Rape of Lucrece. Solamen miseris socios habuse doloris. But the author of this verse has not, I believe, been discovered. Malone. The Greek iambic in the above note is not Greek. To a learned friend I owe the following note. The quem Jupiter vult perdere, etc., is said to be a translation of a fragment of Euripides by Joshua Barnes. There is, I believe, no such fragment at all. In Barnes's Euripides is a fragment of Euripides with a note, which may explain the muddle of Boswell's correspondent. Autor de daemon handri posulaka ton non heplapse. On which Barnes writes, Tale quid infrangiados nostrae, probably his uncompleted poem on Edward III. Certe ille deorum abito ultricem cum vult extendere dextram dementat prius. Sir D.O. is perhaps Sir Danvers Osborne, whose death is recorded in the Gentleman's Magazine, 1753. Sir Danvers Osborne, Baronet, Governor of New York, soon after his arrival there in his garden. Solem in miseris, etc., is imitated by Swift in his verses on Stella's birthday, 1726-7. The only comfort they propose to have companions in their woes. The note on Lucrece was, I conjecture, on line 1111, grief best is pleased with grief's society. Faustus, tu quoque ut hic video non es ignarus amorum, Fortunatus, id commune malum semel insanivimus omnes. Baptistae Mantuani Carmelitae adolescentia so Bocoricae Ecloga Una, published 1498. Scaliger, says Johnson, complained that Mantuan's bucolics were received into schools and taught as classical. He was read, at least in some of the inferior schools of this kingdom, to the beginning of the present 18th century. End of footnote. I am very sorry that I did not take a note of an eloquent argument in which he maintained that the situation of the Prince of Wales was the happiest of any persons in the kingdom, even beyond that of the sovereign. I recollect only the enjoyment of hope, the high superiority of rank without the anxious cares of government, and a great degree of power, both from natural influence wisely used, and from the sanguine expectations of those who look forward to the chance of future favour. Sir Joshua Reynolds communicated to me the following particulars. Johnson thought the poems published as translations from Ossian had so little merit that he said, "Sir, a man might write such stuff forever, if he would abandon his mind to it." He said, "A man should pass a part of his time with the laughers, by which means anything ridiculous or particular about him might be presented to his view and corrected." I observed he must have been a bold laugher who would have ventured to tell Dr. Johnson of any of his particularities. Footnote: I am happy, however, to mention a pleasing instance of his enduring with great gentleness, to hear of one of his most striking particularities pointed out. Miss Hunter, a niece of his friend Christopher Smart, when a very young girl, struck by his extraordinary motions, said to him, "Pray, Dr. Johnson, why do you make such strange gestures?" "From bad habit," he replied. "Do you, my dear, take care to guard against bad habits." This I was told by the young lady's brother at Margate, Boswell. Boswell had himself told Johnson of some of them, at least in writing. Johnson read in manuscript his Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides. Boswell says in a note on October the 12th, "It is remarkable that Dr. Johnson should have read this account on some of his own peculiar habits without saying anything on the subject, which I hoped he would have done." End of footnote. Having observed the vain, ostentatious importance of many people in quoting the authority of dukes and lords as having been in their company, he said he went to the other extreme, and did not mention his authority when he should have done it, had it not been that of a duke or a lord. Dr. Goldsmith said once to Dr. Johnson that he wished for some additional members to the literary club, to give it an agreeable variety, "for," said he, "there can now be nothing new among us. We have travelled over one another's minds." Johnson seemed a little angry, and said, "Sir, you have not travelled over my mind, I promise you." Sir Joshua, however, thought Goldsmith right, observing that when people have lived a great deal together, they know what each of them will say on every subject. A new understanding, therefore, is desirable, because though it may only furnish the same sense upon a question which would have been furnished by those with whom we are accustomed to live, yet this sense will have a different colouring, and colouring is of much effect in everything else as well as in painting. Johnson used to say that he made it a constant rule to talk as well as he could, both as to sentiment and expression, by which means what had been originally effort became familiar and easy. Footnote: Johnson, after stating that some of Milton's manuscripts prove that in the early part of his life he wrote with much care, continues, "Such relics show how excellence is acquired. What we hope ever to do with ease, we must learn first to do with diligence. Lord Chesterfield had made the same rule as Johnson. I was, he writes, early convinced of the importance and powers of eloquence, and from that moment I applied myself to it. I resolved not to utter one word, even in common conversation, that should not be the most expressive and the most elegant that the language could supply me with for that purpose, by which means I have acquired such a certain degree of habitual eloquence, that I must now really take some pains if I would express myself very inelegantly. End of footnote. The consequence of this, Sir Joshua observed, was that his common conversation in all companies was such as to secure him universal attention, as something above the usual colloquial style was expected. Footnote. Dr. Johnson, wrote Malone in 1783, is as correct and elegant in his common conversation as in his writings. He never seems to study either for thoughts or words. When first introduced, I was very young, yet he was as accurate in his conversation as if he had been talking to the first scholar in England. End of footnote. Yet though Johnson had this habit in company, when another mode was necessary in order to investigate truth, he could descend to a language intelligible to the meanest capacity. An instance of this was witnessed by Sir Joshua Reynolds, when they were present at an examination of a little blackguard boy by Mr. Saunders Welch, the late Westminster Justice Welch, who imagined that he was exalting himself in Dr. Johnson's eyes by using big words, spoke in a manner that was utterly unintelligible to the boy. Dr. Johnson, perceiving it, addressed himself to the boy, and changed the pompous phraseology into colloquial language. Sir Joshua Reynolds, who was much amused by this procedure, which seemed a kind of reversing of what might have been expected from the two men, took notice of it to Dr. Johnson as they walked away by themselves. Johnson said that it was continually the case, that he was always obliged to translate the justice's swelling diction, smiling, so that his meaning might be understood by the vulgar from whom information was to be obtained. Sir Joshua once observed to him that he had talked above the capacity of some people with whom they had been in company together. "No matter, sir," said Johnson, "they consider it as a compliment to be talked to as if they were wiser than they are. So true is this, sir, that Baxter made it a rule in every sermon that he preached to say something that was above the capacity of his audience." Footnote. The justness of this remark is confirmed by the following story, for which I am indebted to Lord Ellwood. A country parson, who was remarkable for quoting scraps of Latin in his sermons, having died, one of his parishioners was asked how he liked his successor. "He is a very good preacher," was his answer, "but no Latiner." Boswell. Reynolds said that Johnson always practised on every occasion the rule of speaking his best, whether the person to whom he addressed himself was or was not capable of comprehending him. "If," says he, "I am understood, my labour is not lost. If it is above their comprehension, there is some gratification, though it is the admiration of ignorance." And he said those were the most sincere admirers, and quoted Baxter, who made a rule never to preach a sermon without saying something which he knew was beyond the comprehension of his audience, in order to inspire their admiration. Addison, in The Spectator, tells of a preacher in a country town who outshone a more ignorant rival by quoting every now and then a Latin sentence from one of the Fathers. The other, finding his congregation mouldering every Sunday, and hearing at length what was the occasion of it, resolved to give his parish a little Latin in his turn. But being unacquainted with any of the fathers, he digested into his sermons the whole book of Qui Genus, adding, however, such explications to it as he thought might be for the benefit of his people. He afterwards entered upon As in Praesenti, which he converted in the same manner to the use of his parishioners. This, in a very little time, thickened his audience, filled his church, and routed his antagonist. End of footnote. Johnson's dexterity in retort, when he seemed to be driven to an extremity by his adversary, was very remarkable. Of his power in this respect, our common friend Mr. Wyndham of Norfolk has been pleased to furnish me with an eminent instance. However unfavourable to Scotland, he uniformly gave liberal praise to George Buchanan as a writer. In a conversation concerning the literary merits of the two countries, in which Buchanan was introduced, a Scotchman, imagining that on this ground he should have an undoubted triumph over him, exclaimed, "Ah, Dr. Johnson, what would you have said of Buchanan had he been an Englishman?" "Why, sir," said Johnson, after a little pause, "I should not have said of Buchanan, had he been an Englishman, what I will now say of him as a Scotchman, that he was the only man of genius his country ever produced." And this brings to my recollection another instance of the same nature. I once reminded him that when Dr. Adam Smith was expatiating on the beauty of Glasgow, he had cut him short by saying, "Pray, sir, have you ever seen Brentford?" And I took the liberty to add, "My dear sir, surely that was shocking." "Why then, sir," he replied, "you have never seen Brentford." Though his usual phrase for conversation was talk, "Well," said he, "we had good talk." Boswell. "Yes, sir, you tossed and gored several persons." End of footnote. Yet he made a distinction, for when he once told me that he dined the day before at a friend's house with a very pretty company, and I asked him if there was good conversation, he answered, "No, sir, we had talk enough, but no conversation. There was nothing discussed." Talking of the success of the Scotch in London, he imputed it in a considerable degree to their spirit of nationality. "You know, sir," said he, "that no Scotchman publishes a book or has a play brought upon the stage, but there are 500 people ready to applaud him." Footnote. Dr. J.H. Burton says of Hume, "No Scotsman could write a book of respectable talent without calling forth his loud and warm eulogiums. Wilkie was to be the Homer, Blacklock the Pindar, and Home the Shakespeare, or something still greater, of his country." End of footnote. He gave much praise to his friend Dr. Burney's elegant and entertaining travels, and told Mr. Seward that he had them in his eye when writing his Journey to the Western Islands of Scotland. Such was his sensibility, and so much was he affected by pathetic poetry, that when he was reading Dr. Beattie's Hermit in my presence, it brought tears into his eyes. Footnote. Boswell's son, James, says that he heard from his father that the passage which excited this strong emotion was the following: "'Tis night, and the landscape is lovely no more. I mourn, but ye woodlands, I mourn not for you, for morn is approaching your charms to restore, perfumed with fresh fragrance and glittering with dew. Nor yet for the ravage of winter, I mourn, kind nature the embryo blossom will save. But when shall spring visit the mouldering urn? Or when shall it dawn on the night of the grave? End of footnote. He disapproved much of mingling real facts with fiction. On this account he censured a book entitled Love and Madness. Footnote. Horace Walpole mentions this book at some length. On March the 13th, 1780, he wrote, "Yesterday was published an octavo pretending to contain the correspondence of Hackman and Miss Ray that he murdered." End of footnote. Mr. Wheal told him that he was born in Moorfields, and had received part of his early instruction in Grub Street. "Sir," said Johnson, smiling, "you have been regularly educated." Having asked who his instructor was, and Mr. Wheal having answered, "My uncle, sir, who was a tailor," Johnson, recollecting himself, said, "Sir, I knew him. We called him the metaphysical tailor. He was of a club in Old Street with me and George Psalmazar and some others. But pray, sir, was he a good tailor?" Footnote. Hawkins, recording how Johnson used to meet Psalmazar at an alehouse, says that Johnson one day remarked on the human mind that it had a necessary tendency to improvement, and that it would frequently anticipate instruction. "Sir," said a stranger that overheard him, "that I deny. I am a tailor, and have had many apprentices, but never one that could make a coat till I had taken great pains in teaching him." Robert Hall was influenced in his studies by his intimate association in mere childhood with a tailor, one of his father's congregation, who was an acute metaphysician. End of footnote. Mr. Wheal having answered that he believed he was too mathematical, and used to draw squares and triangles on his shopboard, so that he did not excel in the cut of a coat. "I am sorry for it," said Johnson, "for I would have every man to be master of his own business." In pleasant reference to himself and Mr. Wheal as brother authors, he often said, "Let you and I, sir, go together and eat a beefsteak in Grub Street." Footnote. Johnson had never been in Grub Street. End of footnote. Sir William Chambers, that great architect, footnote, the Honourable Horace Walpole, late Earl of Orford, thus bears testimony to this gentleman's merit as a writer. "Mr. Chambers' Treatise on Civil Architecture is the most sensible book, and the most exempt from prejudices that ever was written on that science." Preface to Anecdotes of Painting in England, Boswell. Chambers was the architect of Somerset House, end of footnote, whose works show a sublimity of genius, and who is esteemed by all who know him for his social, hospitable, and generous qualities, submitted the manuscript of his Chinese Architecture to Dr. Johnson's perusal. Johnson was much pleased with it, and said, "It wants no addition nor correction, but a few lines of introduction," which he furnished, and Sir William adopted. Footnote. The introductory lines are these: "It is difficult to avoid praising too little or too much. The boundless panegyrics which have been lavished upon the Chinese learning, policy, and arts, show with what power novelty attracts regard, and how naturally esteem swells into admiration. I am far from desiring to be numbered among the exaggerators of Chinese excellence. I consider them as great or wise only in comparison with the nations that surround them, and have no intention to place them in competition either with the ancients or with the moderns of this part of the world. Yet they must be allowed to claim our notice as a distinct and very singular race of men, as the inhabitants of a region divided by its situation from all civilized countries, who have formed their own manners and invented their own arts without the assistance of example. Boswell. End of footnote. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 22. He said to Sir William Scott, "The age is running mad after innovation. All the business of the world is to be done in a new way. Men are to be hanged in a new way. Tyburn itself is not safe from the fury of innovation." Footnote. The last execution at Tyburn was on November 7th, 1783, when one man was hanged. The first at Newgate was on the following December the 9th, when 10 were hanged. End of footnote. It having been argued that this was an improvement, "No, sir," said he eagerly, "it is not an improvement. They object that the old method drew together a number of spectators. Sir, executions are intended to draw spectators. If they do not draw spectators, they don't answer their purpose. The old method was most satisfactory to all parties. The public was gratified by a procession, the criminal was supported by it. Why is all this to be swept away?" I perfectly agree with Dr. Johnson upon this head, and am persuaded that executions now, the solemn procession being discontinued, have not nearly the effect which they formerly had. Footnote. Richardson, in his Familiar Letters, makes a country gentleman in town describe the procession of 5 criminals to Tyburn and their execution. He should have heard, he said, the exhortation spoken by the bellman from the wall of St. Sepulchre's churchyard, but the noise of the officers and the mob was so great, and the silly curiosity of people climbing into the cart to take leave of the criminals made such a confused noise that I could not hear them. They are as follow: "All good people pray heartily to God for these poor sinners who are now going to their deaths, for whom this great bell doth toll. You that are condemned to die, repent with lamentable tears. Lord have mercy upon you, Christ have mercy upon you." Which last words the bellman repeats 3 times. All the way up Holborn the crowd was so great as, at every 20 or 30 yards, to obstruct the passage, and wine, notwithstanding a late good order against that practice, was brought the malefactors, who drank greedily of it. After this, the 3 thoughtless young men, who at first seemed not enough concerned, grew most shamefully daring and wanton. They swore, laughed, and talked obscenely. At the place of execution the scene grew still more shocking, and the clergyman who attended was more the subject of ridicule than of their serious attention. The psalm was sung amidst the curses and quarrelling of hundreds of the most abandoned and profligate of mankind. As soon as the poor creatures were half dead, I was much surprised to see the populace fall to hauling and pulling the carcasses with so much earnestness as to occasion several warm rencounters and broken heads. These, I was told, were the friends of the persons executed, or such as, for the sake of tumult, chose to appear so, and some persons sent by private surgeons to obtain bodies for dissection. The psalm is mentioned in a note on the line in the Dunciad. Hence hymning Tyburn's elegiac lines. It is an ancient English custom, says Pope, for the malefactors to sing a psalm at their execution at Tyburn. End of footnote. Magistrates both in London and elsewhere have, I am afraid, in this had too much regard to their own ease. Of Dr. Hurd, Bishop of Worcester, Johnson said to a friend, "Hurd, sir, is one of a set of men who account for everything systematically. For instance, it has been a fashion to wear scarlet breeches. These men would tell you that, according to causes and effects, no other wear could at that time have been chosen." He, however, said of him at another time to the same gentleman, "Hurd, sir, is a man whose acquaintance is a valuable acquisition." That learned and ingenious prelate, it is well known, published at one period of his life moral and political dialogues, with a woefully Whiggish cast. Footnote. Hume speaks of Hurd as attacking him with all the illiberal petulance, arrogance, and scurrility which distinguish the Warburtonian school. Hurd, writes Walpole, had acquired a great name by several works of slender merit, was a gentle, plausible man, affecting a singular decorum that endeared him highly to devout old ladies. He is best known to the present generation by his impertinent notes on Addison's works. By reprinting them, Mr. Bone did much to spoil what was otherwise an excellent edition of that author. End of footnote. Afterwards, his lordship, having thought better, came to see his error, and republished the work with a more constitutional spirit. Johnson, however, was unwilling to allow him full credit for his political conversion. I remember, when his lordship declined the honour of being Archbishop of Canterbury, Johnson said, "I am glad he did not go to Lambeth, for after all I fear he is a Whig in his heart." Johnson's attention to precision and clearness in expression was very remarkable. He disapproved of parentheses, and I believe in all his voluminous writings not half a dozen of them will be found. He never used the phrases "the former" and "the latter," having observed that they often occasioned obscurity. He therefore contrived to construct his sentences so as not to have occasion for them, and would even rather repeat the same words in order to avoid them. Footnote. The Reverend T. Twining, one of Dr. Burney's friends, wrote in 1779, "You use a form of reference that I abominate, that is, the latter, the former." "As long as you have the use of your tongue and your pen," said Dr. Johnson to Dr. Burney, "never, sir, be reduced to that shift." End of footnote. Nothing is more common than to mistake surnames when we hear them carelessly uttered for the first time. To prevent this, he used not only to pronounce them slowly and distinctly, but to take the trouble of spelling them, a practice which I have often followed, and which I wish were general. Such was the heat and irritability of his blood, that not only did he pare his nails to the quick, but scraped the joints of his fingers with a penknife till they seemed quite red and raw. The heterogeneous composition of human nature was remarkably exemplified in Johnson. His liberality in giving his money to persons in distress was extraordinary, yet there lurked about him a propensity to paltry saving. One day I owned to him that I was occasionally troubled with a fit of narrowness. "Why, sir," said he, "so am I, but I do not tell it." He has now and then borrowed a shilling of me, and when I asked for it again, seemed to be rather out of humour. A droll little circumstance once occurred, as if he meant to reprimand my minute exactness as a creditor. He thus addressed me: "Boswell, lend me 6d, not to be repaid." Footnote. Madame D'Arblay: "A shilling was now wanted for some purpose or other, and none of them happened to have one. I begged that I might lend one. 'I do,' said the doctor, 'I will borrow of you. Authors are like privateers, always fair game for one another.'" End of footnote. This great man's attention to small things was very remarkable. As an instance of it, he one day said to me, "Sir, when you get silver in change for a guinea, look carefully at it. You may find some curious piece of coin." Though a stern, true-born Englishman, and fully prejudiced against all other nations, he had discernment enough to see, and candour enough to censure, the cold reserve too common among Englishmen towards strangers. "Sir," said he, "two men of any other nation, who are shown into a room together at a house where they are both visitors, will immediately find some conversation; but two Englishmen will probably go each to a different window, and remain in obstinate silence. Sir, we as yet do not enough understand the common rights of humanity." Johnson was at a certain period of his life a good deal with the Earl of Shelburne, now Marquis of Lansdowne, as he doubtless could not but have a due value for that nobleman's activity of mind and uncommon acquisitions of important knowledge, however much he might disapprove of other parts of his lordship's character which were widely different from his own. Footnote. What this period was, Boswell seems to leave intentionally vague. Johnson knew Lord Shelburne at least as early as 1778. He wrote to Dr. Taylor on July 22, 1782. Shelburne speaks of Burke in private with great malignity. The company commonly gathered at his house would have been displeasing to Johnson. Priestley, who lived with Shelburne 7 years, says that a great part of the company he saw there was like the French philosophers, unbelievers in Christianity, and even professed atheists, men who had given no proper attention to Christianity, and did not really know what it was. Johnson was intimate with Lord Shelburne's brother. End of footnote. Maurice Morgan, Esquire, author of the very ingenious Essay on the Character of Falstaff, footnote. Johnson, being asked his opinion of this essay, answered, "Why, sir, we shall have the man come forth again, and as he has proved Falstaff to be no coward, he may prove Iago to be a very good character." Boswell. End of footnote. Being a particular friend of his lordship, had once an opportunity of entertaining Johnson for a day or two at Wickham, when its lord was absent, and by him I have been favoured with 2 anecdotes. One is not a little to the credit of Johnson's candour. Mr. Morgan and he had a dispute pretty late at night, in which Johnson would not give up, though he had the wrong side, and in short both kept the field. Next morning, when they met in the breakfasting room, Dr. Johnson accosted Mr. Morgan thus: "Sir, I have been thinking on our dispute last night. You were in the right." Footnote. A writer in the European magazine says that Johnson visited Lord Shelburne at Bowood. At dinner he repeated part of his letter to Lord Chesterfield. A gentleman arrived late. Shelburne, telling him what he had missed, went on, "I dare say the doctor will be kind enough to give it to us again." "Indeed, my lord, I will not. I told the circumstance first for my own amusement, but I will not be dragged in as story-teller to a company." In an argument he used some strong expressions of which his opponent took no notice. Next morning he went up to the gentleman with great good nature, and said, "Sir, I have found out upon reflection that I was both warm and wrong in my argument with you last night, for the first of which I beg your pardon, and for the second I thank you for setting me right." It is clear that the second of these anecdotes is the same as that told by Mr. Morgan of Johnson and himself, and that the scene has been wrongly transferred from Wickham to Bowood. The same writer says that it was between Derrick and Boyce, not Derrick and Smart, that Johnson, in the story that follows, could not settle the precedency. End of footnote. The other anecdote was as follows. Johnson, for sport perhaps, or from the spirit of contradiction, eagerly maintained that Derrick had merit as a writer. Mr. Morgan argued with him directly, in vain. At length he had recourse to this device. "Pray, sir," said he, "do you reckon Derrick or Smart the best poet?" Johnson at once felt himself roused, and answered, "Sir, there is no settling the point of precedency between a louse and a flea." Once, when checking my boasting too frequently of myself in company, he said to me, "Boswell, you often vaunt so much as to provoke ridicule. You put me in mind of a man who was standing in the kitchen of an inn with his back to the fire, and thus accosted the person next him. 'Do you know, sir, who I am?' 'No, sir,' said the other, 'I have not that advantage.' 'Sir,' said he, 'I am the great Twalmley, who invented the new Floodgate iron.' Footnote: what the great Twalmley was so proud of having invented was neither more nor less than a kind of box iron for smoothing linen. Boswell. End of footnote. The Bishop of Killaloe, on my repeating the story to him, defended Twalmley by observing that he was entitled to the epithet of great, for Virgil, in his group of worthies in the Elysian fields, hic manus ob patriam pugnando vulnera passi, etc., mentions inventas aut qui vitam excoluere perates. Footnote: hic manus ob patriam pugnando vulnera passi, quique sacerdotes castidum vita manebat, quique pie vates et fibo digna locuti, inventas aut qui vitam excoluere perates. Aeneid, Book 6, line 660. Lo, they who in their country's spite sword-wounded bodies bore, lo, priests of holy life and chaste, while they in life had part, lo, God-loved poets, men who spake things worthy Phoebus' heart, and they who bettered life on earth by new-found mastery. Morris. The great Twalmley might have justified himself by the Rambler. Every man, from the highest to the lowest station, ought to warm his heart and animate his endeavours with the hopes of being useful to the world by advancing the art which is his lot to exercise. And for that end he must necessarily consider the whole extent of its application and the whole weight of its importance. Every man ought to endeavour at eminence, not by pulling others down, but by raising himself, and enjoy the pleasure of his own superiority, whether imaginary or real, without interrupting others in the same felicity. All this is what Twalmley did. He adorned an art, he endeavoured at eminence, and he inoffensively enjoyed the pleasure of his own superiority. He could also have defended himself by the example of Aeneas, who, introducing himself, said, Sum pius Aeneas, fama super aetera notus. I fear that Twalmley met with the neglect that so commonly befalls inventors. In the Gentleman's Magazine, 1783, I find in the list of bankrupts Josiah Twalmley the elder of Warwick, ironmonger. End of footnote. He was pleased to say to me one morning, when we were left alone in his study, Boswell, I think I am easier with you than with almost anybody. He would not allow Mr. David Hume any credit for his political principles, though similar to his own, saying of him, so he was a Tory by chance. Footnote. So Hume is a Tory by chance, as being a Scotchman, but not upon a principle of duty, for he has no principle. If he is anything, he is a hobbist. Horace Walpole's opinion was very different. Are not atheism and bigotry first cousins? Was not Charles II an atheist and a bigot? And does Mr. Hume pluck a stone from a church but to raise an altar to tyranny? Hume wrote in 1756, My views of things are more conformable to Whig principles, my representations of persons to Tory prejudices. Hume's Toryism increased with years. He says in his Autobiography that all the alterations which he made in the later editions of his History of the Stuarts, he made invariably to the Tory side. Dr. Burton gives instances of these. Hume wrote in 1763 that he was too much infected with the plaguy prejudices of Whiggism when he began the work. In 1770 he wrote, I either soften or expunge many villainous, seditious Whig strokes which had crept into it. This growing hatred of Whiggism was perhaps due to pique. John Home, in his Notes of Hume's talk in the last weeks of his life, says, he recurred to a subject not unfrequent with him, that is, the design to ruin him as an author by the people that were ministers at the first publication of his history, and called themselves Whigs. As regards America, Hume was with the Whigs, as Johnson had perhaps learnt from their common friend Mr. Strahan. He was, says Dr. Burton, far more tolerant of the sway of individuals over numbers, which he looked upon as the means of preserving order and civilization, than of the predominance of one territory over another, which he looked upon as subjugation. Quite at the beginning of the struggle, he foretold the Americans would not be subdued unless they broke in pieces among themselves. He was not frightened by the prospect of the loss of our supremacy. He wrote to Adam Smith, my notion is that the matter is not so important as is commonly imagined. Our navigation and general commerce may suffer more than our manufactures. Johnson's charge against Hume that he had no principle is no doubt a gross one. Yet Hume's advice to a sceptical young clergyman who had good hope of preferment, that he should therefore continue in orders, was unprincipled enough. It is, he wrote, putting too great a respect on the vulgar and on their superstitions, to pique oneself on sincerity with regard to them. Did ever one make it a point of honour to speak truth to children or madmen? If the thing were worthy being treated gravely, I should tell him that the Pythian oracle, with the approbation of Xenophon, advised every one to worship the gods, nomo poleos. I wish it was still in my power to be a hypocrite in this particular. The common duties of society usually require it, and the ecclesiastical profession only adds a little more to an innocent dissimulation, or rather simulation, without which it is impossible to pass through the world. End of footnote. His acute observation of human life made him remark, "Sir, there is nothing by which a man exasperates most people more than by displaying a superior ability or brilliancy in conversation. They seem pleased at the time, but their envy makes them curse him at their hearts." Footnote. Mrs. Piozzi says that Johnson told that in writing the story of Galilean, the poor scholar who thought to fight his way to fame by his learning and wit, he had his own outset into life in his eye. Galilean describes how he was sometimes admitted to the tables of the viziers, where he exerted his wit and diffused his knowledge, but he observed that where by endeavour or accident he had remarkably excelled, he was seldom invited a second time. End of footnote. My readers will probably be surprised to hear that the great Dr. Johnson could amuse himself with so slight and playful a species of composition as a charade. I have recovered one which he made on Dr. Barnard, now Lord Bishop of Killaloe, who has been pleased for many years to treat me with so much intimacy and social ease, that I may presume to call him not only my right reverend, but my very dear friend. I therefore with peculiar pleasure give to the world a just and elegant compliment thus paid to his lordship by Johnson. Charade. My first shuts out thieves from your house or your room. My second expresses a Syrian perfume. My whole is a man in whose converse is shared the strength of a bar and the sweetness of nard. Johnson asked Richard Owen Cambridge, Esquire, if he had read the Spanish translation of Sallust, said to be written by a prince of Spain with the assistance of his tutor, who is professedly the author of a treatise annexed on the Phoenician language. Mr. Cambridge commended the work, particularly as he thought the translator understood his author better than is commonly the case with translators, but said he was disappointed in the purpose for which he had borrowed the book, to see whether a Spaniard could be better furnished with inscriptions from monuments, coins, or other antiquities, which he might more probably find on a coast so immediately opposite to Carthage, than the antiquaries of any other countries. Johnson. I am very sorry you was not gratified in your expectations. Footnote. Though "you was" is very common in the authors of the last century, when one person was addressed, I doubt greatly whether Johnson ever so expressed himself. End of footnote. Cambridge. The language would have been of little use, as there is no history existing in that tongue to balance the partial accounts which the Roman writers have left us. Johnson. No, sir, they have not been partial. They have told their own story without shame or regard to equitable treatment of their injured enemy. They had no compunction, no feeling for the Carthaginians. Why, sir, they would never have borne Virgil's description of Aeneas's treatment of Dido, if she had not been a Carthaginian. I gratefully acknowledge this and other communications from Mr. Cambridge, whom, if a beautiful villa on the banks of the Thames a few miles distant from London, a numerous and excellent library which he accurately knows and reads, a choice collection of pictures which he understands and relishes, an easy fortune, an amiable family, an extensive circle of friends and acquaintance, distinguished by rank, fashion, and genius, a literary fame, various, elegant, and still increasing, colloquial talents rarely to be found, and with all these means of happiness, enjoying, when well advanced in years, health and vigour of body, serenity and animation of mind, do not entitle to be addressed fortunate Senex, I know not to whom in any age that expression could with propriety have been used. Footnote. Horace Walpole says, Boswell, like Cambridge, has a rage of knowing anybody that ever was talked of. Miss Burney records an old trick of Mr. Cambridge to his son George, when listening to a dull story, in saying to the relator, "Tell the rest of that to George." End of footnote. Long may he live to hear and to feel it. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 23. Johnson's love of little children, which he discovered upon all occasions, calling them pretty dears, and giving them sweetmeats, was an undoubted proof of the real humanity and gentleness of his disposition. Footnote. Mr. Johnson, writes Mrs. Piozzi, was exceedingly disposed to the general indulgence of children, and was even scrupulously and ceremoniously attentive not to offend them. He had strongly persuaded himself of the difficulty people always find to erase early impressions either of kindness or resentment. End of footnote. His uncommon kindness to his servants, and serious concern not only for their comfort in this world, but their happiness in the next, was another unquestionable evidence of what all who were intimately acquainted with him knew to be true. Nor would it be just under this head to omit the fondness which he showed for animals which he had taken under his protection. I never shall forget the indulgence with which he treated Hodge, his cat, for whom he himself used to go out and buy oysters, lest the servants, having that trouble, should take a dislike to the poor creature. I am unluckily one of those who have an antipathy to a cat, so that I am uneasy when in the room with one, and I own I frequently suffered a good deal from the presence of this same Hodge. I recollect him one day scrambling up Dr. Johnson's breast, apparently with much satisfaction, while my friend, smiling and half whistling, rubbed down his back and pulled him by the tail, and when I observed he was a fine cat, saying, "Why, yes, sir, but I've had cats whom I liked better than this," and then, as if perceiving Hodge to be out of countenance, adding, "But he is a very fine cat, a very fine cat indeed." This reminds me of the ludicrous account which he gave Mr. Langton of the despicable state of a young gentleman of good family. "Sir, when I heard of him last, he was running about town shooting cats." And then, in a sort of kindly reverie, he bethought himself of his own favourite cat, and said, "But Hodge shan't be shot. No, no, Hodge shall not be shot." He thought Mr. Beauclerk made a shrewd and judicious remark to Mr. Langton, who, after having been for the first time in company with a well-known wit about town, was warmly admiring and praising him. "See him again," said Beauclerk. His respect for the hierarchy, and particularly the dignitaries of the church, has been more than once exhibited in the course of this work. Mr. Seward saw him presented to the Archbishop of York, and described his bow to an archbishop as such a studied elaboration of homage, such an extension of limb, such a flexion of body, as have seldom or ever been equalled. Footnote. Johnson, on May 1st, 1780, wrote of the exhibition dinner, "The apartments were truly very noble. The pictures, for the sake of a skylight, are at the top of the house. There we dined, and I sat over against the Archbishop of York. See how I live when I am not under petticoat government." It was Archbishop Markham whom he met. He is mentioned by Boswell in his Hebrides. In spite of the elaboration of homage, Johnson could judge freely of an archbishop. He described the Archbishop of Tuam as a man coarse of voice and inelegant of language. End of footnote. I cannot help mentioning with much regret that by my own negligence I lost an opportunity of having the history of my family from its founder, Thomas Boswell, in 1504, recorded and illustrated by Johnson's pen. Such was his goodness to me, that when I presumed to solicit him for so great a favour, he was pleased to say, "Let me have all the materials you can collect, and I will do it both in Latin and English. Then let it be printed, and copies of it be deposited in various places for security and preservation. I can now only do the best I can to make up for this loss, keeping my great master steadily in view. Family histories, like the Imagines Majorum of the ancients, excite to virtue, and I wish that they who really have blood would be more careful to trace and ascertain its course. Some have affected to laugh at the history of the house at Ivery, Footnote. By Lord Percival, afterwards Earl of Egmont. He carried, writes Horace Walpole, the Westminster election at the end of my father's ministry, which he amply described in the history of his own family, a genealogical work called The History of the House of Ivery, a work which cost him £3,000, and which was so ridiculous that he has since tried to suppress all the copies. It concluded with the description of the Westminster election in these or some such words: "And here let us leave this young nobleman struggling for the dying liberties of his country." End of footnote. It will be well if many others would transmit their pedigrees to posterity with the same accuracy and generous zeal with which the noble lord who compiled that work has honoured and perpetuated his ancestry. On Thursday, April 10th, I introduced to him at his house in Bolt Court the Honourable and Reverend William Stewart, son of the Earl of Bute, a gentleman truly worthy of being known to Johnson, being, with all the advantages of high birth, learning, travel, and elegant manners, an exemplary parish priest in every respect. Footnote. 5 days earlier Johnson made the following entry in his diary: 1783, April 5th. I took leave of Mrs. Thrale. I was much moved. I had some expostulations with her. She said that she was likewise affected. I commended the Thrales with great goodwill to God. May my petitions have been heard. This was not a formal taking of leave, as Hawkins says. She was going to Bath. On May Day he wrote to her on the death of one of her little girls: "I loved her, for she was Thrale's and yours, and by her dear father's appointment in some sort mine. I love you all, and therefore cannot without regret see the phalanx broken, and reflect that you and my other dear girls are deprived of one that was born your friend. To such friends every one that has them has recourse at last, when it is discovered, and discovered it seldom fails to be, that the fortuitous friendships of inclination or vanity are at the mercy of 1,000 accidents. He was sadly thinking how her friendship for him was rapidly passing away. End of footnote. After some compliments on both sides, the tour which Johnson and I had made to the Hebrides was mentioned. Johnson: I got an acquisition of more ideas by it than by anything that I remember. I saw quite a different system of life. Footnote. Johnson modestly ended his account of the tour by saying, I cannot but be conscious that my thoughts on national manners are the thoughts of one who has seen but little. End of footnote. Boswell: You would not like to make the same journey again? Johnson: Why, no, sir, not the same. It is a tale told. Gravina, an Italian critic, observes that every man desires to see that of which he has read, but no man desires to read an account of what he has seen. So much does description fall short of reality. Description only excites curiosity, seeing satisfies it. Other people may go and see the Hebrides. Boswell: I should wish to go and see some country totally different from what I have been used to, such as Turkey, where religion and everything else are different. Johnson: Yes, sir. There are two objects of curiosity, the Christian world and the Mahometan world. All the rest may be considered as barbarous. Boswell: Pray, sir, is The Turkish Spy a genuine book? Johnson: No, sir. Mrs. Manley, in her life, says that her father wrote the first 2 volumes. Footnote. She says that he was the genuine author of the first volume. An ingenious physician, she continues, with the assistance of several others, continued the work until the 8th volume. Mrs. Manley's History of her own life and times, a gross, worthless book. Swift satirized her in Corinna, a Ballad. End of footnote. And in another book, Dunton's Life and Errors, we find that the rest was written by one Soule at 2 guineas a sheet, under the direction of Dr. Midgley. Footnote. The real author was I.P. Marana, a Genoese, who died at Paris in 1693. John Dunton, in his Life, says that Mr. William Bradshaw received from Dr. Midgley 40 shillings a sheet for writing part of the Turkish Spy, but I do not find that he anywhere mentions Soule as engaged in that work. Malone. End of footnote. Boswell: This has been a very factious reign, owing to the too great indulgence of government. Johnson: I think so, sir. What at first was lenity grew timidity. Yet this is reasoning a posteriori, and may not be just. Supposing a few had at first been punished, I believe faction would have been crushed, but it might have been said that it was a sanguinary reign. A man cannot tell a priori what will be best for government to do. This reign has been very unfortunate. We have had an unsuccessful war, but that does not prove that we have been ill governed. One side or other must prevail in war, as one or other must win at play. When we beat Louis, we were not better governed, nor were the French better governed when Louis beat us. On Saturday, April the 12th, I visited him in company with Mr. Wyndham of Norfolk, whom, though a Whig, he highly valued. One of the best things he ever said was to this gentleman, who, before he set out for Ireland as secretary to Lord Northington, when Lord Lieutenant, expressed to the sage some modest and virtuous doubts whether he could bring himself to practice those arts which it is supposed a person in that situation has occasion to employ. "Don't be afraid, sir," said Johnson with a pleasant smile. "You will soon make a very pretty rascal." This was in June 1783, and I find in Mr. Wyndham's private diary, which it seems this conversation induced him to keep, the following memoranda of Dr. Johnson's advice: "I have no great timidity in my own disposition, and am no encourager of it in others. Never be afraid to think yourself fit for anything for which your friends think you fit. You will become an able negotiator, a very pretty rascal. No one in Ireland wears even the mask of incorruption. No one professes to do for sixpence what he can get a shilling for doing. Set sail, and see where the winds and the waves will carry you. Every day will improve another. Dies diem docet, by observing at night where you failed in the day, and by resolving to fail so no more." Croker. The Whigs thought he made a very pretty rascal in a very different way. On his opposition to Whitbread's bill for establishing parochial schools, Romilly wrote that a man so enlightened as Wyndham should take the same side, which he has done most earnestly, would excite great astonishment if one did not recollect his eager opposition a few months ago to the abolition of the slave trade. He was also most strenuous in opposition to Romilly's bill for repealing the act which made it a capital offence to steal to the amount of 40 shillings in a dwelling house. End of footnote. He talked today a good deal of the wonderful extent and variety of London, and observed that men of curious inquiry might see in it such modes of life as very few could even imagine. He in particular recommended to us to explore Wapping, which we resolved to do. Footnote. We accordingly carried our scheme into execution in October 1792. But whether from that uniformity which has in modern times in a great degree spread through every part of the metropolis, or from our want of sufficient exertion, we were disappointed. Boswell. End of footnote. Mr. Lowe, the painter, who was with him, was very much distressed that a large picture which he had painted was refused to be received into the exhibition of the Royal Academy. Mrs. Thrale knew Johnson's character so superficially as to represent him as unwilling to do small acts of benevolence, and mentions in particular that he would hardly take the trouble to write a letter in favour of his friends. The truth, however, is that he was remarkable in an extraordinary degree for what she denies to him, and above all for this very sort of kindness, writing letters for those to whom his solicitations might be of service. He now gave Mr. Lowe the following, of which I was diligent enough, with his permission, to take copies at the next coffee house, while Mr. Wyndham was so good as to stay by me. To Sir Joshua Reynolds, Sir, Mr. Lowe considers himself as cut off from all credit and all hope by the rejection of his picture from the exhibition. Upon this work he has exhausted all his powers, and suspended all his expectations, and certainly to be refused an opportunity of taking the opinion of the public is in itself a very great hardship. It is to be condemned without a trial. If you could procure the revocation of this incapacitating edict, you would deliver an unhappy man from great affliction. The Council has sometimes reversed its own determination, and I hope that by your interposition this luckless picture may be got admitted. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, April 12, 1783. To Mr. Barry, Sir, Mr. Lowe's exclusion from the exhibition gives him more trouble than you and the other gentlemen of the council could imagine or intend. He considers disgrace and ruin as the inevitable consequence of your determination. He says that some pictures have been received after rejection, and if there be any such precedent, I earnestly entreat that you will use your interest in his favour. Of his work I can say nothing. I pretend not to judge of painting, and this picture I never saw. But I conceive it extremely hard to shut out any man from the possibility of success, and therefore I repeat my request that you will propose the reconsideration of Mr. Lowe's case, and if there be any among the council with whom my name can have any weight, be pleased to communicate to them the desire of, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, April 12, 1783. Such intercession was too powerful to be resisted, and Mr. Lowe's performance was admitted at Somerset Place. Footnote: Northcote says that the picture, which was execrable beyond belief, was exhibited in an empty room. Lowe, in 1769, not in 1771, as Northcote says, gained the gold medal of the Academy for the best historical picture. Northcote says that the award was not a fair one. He adds that Lowe, being sent to Rome by the patronage of the Academy, was dissatisfied with the sum allowed him. When Sir Joshua said that he knew from experience that it was sufficient, Lowe pertly answered that it was possible for a man to live on guts and garbage. He died at an obscure lodging in Westminster in 1793. "There is," wrote Miss Burney, "a certain poor wretch of a villainous painter, one Mr. Lowe, whom Dr. Johnson recommends to all the people he thinks can afford to sit for their picture." Among these he applied to Mr. Crutchley, one of Mr. Thrale's executors. "But now," said Mr. Crutchley to me, "I have not a notion of sitting for my picture, for who wants it? I may as well give the man the money without." But no, they all said that would not do so well, and Dr. Johnson asked me to give him my picture. "And I assure you, sir," says he, "I shall put it in very good company, for I have portraits of some very respectable people in my dining room." After all I could say, I was obliged to go to the painter's, and I found him in such a condition, a room all dirt and filth, brats squalling and wrangling. "Oh," says I, "Mr. Lowe, I beg your pardon for running away, but I have just recollected another engagement." So I poked 3 guineas in his hand, and told him I would come again another time, and then ran out of the house with all my might. A correspondent of the Examiner, writing on May 28, 1873, said that he had met one of Lowe's daughters, who recollected, she told him, when a child, sitting on Dr. Johnson's knee, and his making her repeat the Lord's Prayer. She was Johnson's god-daughter. By a committee consisting of Milman, Thackeray, Dickens, Carlyle, and others, an annuity fund for her and her sister was raised. Lord Palmerston gave a large subscription. End of footnote. The subject, as I recollect, was the deluge, at that point of time when the water was verging to the top of the last uncovered mountain. Near to the spot was seen the last of the antediluvian race, exclusive of those who were saved in the Ark of Noah. This was one of those giants, then the inhabitants of the earth, who had still strength to swim, and with one of his hands held aloft his infant child. Upon the small remaining dry spot appeared a famished lion, ready to spring at the child and devour it. Mr. Lowe told me that Johnson said to him, "Sir, your picture is noble and probable." "A compliment indeed," said Mr. Lowe, "from a man who cannot lie, and cannot be mistaken. About this time he wrote to Mrs. Lucy Porter, mentioning his bad health, and that he intended a visit to Lichfield. "It is," says he, "with no great expectation of amendment that I make every year a journey into the country, but it is pleasant to visit those whose kindness has been often experienced." On April the 18th, being Good Friday, I found him at breakfast in his usual manner upon that day, drinking tea without milk, and eating a cross bun to prevent faintness. We went to St. Clement's Church as formerly. When we came home from church, he placed himself on one of the stone seats at his garden door, and I took the other, and thus in the open air, and in a placid frame of mind, he talked away very easily. Johnson: "Were I a country gentleman, I should not be very hospitable. I should not have crowds in my house." Boswell: "Sir Alexander Dick tells me that he remembers having 1,000 people in a year to dine at his house, that is, reckoning each person as one each time that he dined there." Johnson: "That, sir, is about 3 a day." Boswell: "How your statement lessens the idea." Johnson: "That, sir, is the good of counting. It brings everything to a certainty which before floated in the mind indefinitely." Boswell: "But omne ignotum pro magnifico est. One is sorry to have this diminished." Johnson: "So you should not allow yourself to be delighted with error." Boswell: "3 a day seem but few." Johnson: "No, sir, he who entertains 3 a day does very liberally; and if there is a large family, the poor entertain those 3, for they eat what the poor would get. There must be superfluous meat; it must be given to the poor, or thrown out." Boswell: "I observe in London that the poor go about and gather bones, which I understand are manufactured." Johnson: "Yes, sir, they boil them, and extract a grease from them for greasing wheels and other purposes. Of the best pieces they make a mock ivory, which is used for hafts to knives and various other things. The coarser pieces they burn and pound, and sell the ashes." Boswell: "For what purpose, sir?" Johnson: "Why, sir, for making a furnace for the chemists for melting iron. A paste made of burnt bones will stand a stronger heat than anything else. Consider, sir, if you are to melt iron, you cannot line your pot with brass, because it is softer than iron and would melt sooner, nor with iron, for though malleable iron is harder than cast iron, yet it would not do. But a paste of burnt bones will not melt." Boswell: "Do you know, sir, I have discovered a manufacture to a great extent of what you only piddle at, scraping and drying the peel of oranges. At a place in Newgate Street there is a prodigious quantity prepared, which they sell to the distillers." Footnote: "It is suggested to me by an anonymous annotator of my work, that the reason why Dr. Johnson collected the peels of squeezed oranges may be found in the 358th letter in Mrs. Piozzi's collection, where it appears that he recommended dried orange peel finely powdered as a medicine." Boswell. End of footnote. Johnson: "Sir, I believe they make a higher thing out of them than a spirit. They make what is called orange butter, the oil of the orange inspissated, which they mix perhaps with common pomatum, and make it fragrant. The oil does not fly off in the drying." Boswell: "I wish to have a good walled garden." Johnson: "I don't think it will be worth the expense to you. We compute in England a park wall at £1,000 a mile, Now, a garden wall must cost at least as much. You intend your trees should grow higher than a deer will leap. Now let us see. For £100 you could only have 44 square yards, which is very little. For £200 you may have 84 square yards, which is very well. Footnote. There are two mistakes in this calculation, both perhaps due to Boswell. 84 should be 88, and square yards should be yards square. If a wall cost £1,000 a mile, £100 would build 176 yards of wall, which would form a square of 44 yards and enclose an area of 1,936 square yards. And £200 would build 352 yards of wall, which would form a square of 88 yards and enclose an area of 7,744 square yards. The cost of the wall in the latter case, as compared with the space enclosed, would therefore be reduced to 1/2. End of footnote. But when will you get the value of £200 of walls in fruit in your climate? No, sir, such contention with nature is not worth while. I would plant an orchard and have plenty of such fruit as ripen well in your country. My friend Dr. Madden of Ireland said that in an orchard there should be enough to eat, enough to lay up, enough to be stolen, and enough to rot upon the ground. Cherries are an early fruit. You may have them, and you may have the early apples and pears. Boswell. We cannot have nonpareils? Johnson. Sir, you can no more have nonpareils than you can have grapes. Boswell. We have them, sir, but they are very bad. Johnson. No, sir. Never try to have a thing merely to show that you cannot have it. From ground that would let for 40 shillings, you may have a large orchard, and you see it costs you only 40 shillings. Nay, you may graze the ground when the trees are grown up. You cannot while they are young. Boswell. Is not a good garden a very common thing in England, sir? Johnson. Not so common, sir, as you imagine. In Lincolnshire there is hardly an orchard. In Staffordshire very little fruit. Boswell. Has Langton no orchard? Johnson. No, sir. Boswell. How so, sir? Johnson. Why, sir, from the general negligence of the county. He has it not because nobody else has it. Boswell. A hothouse is a certain thing. I may have that. Johnson. A hothouse is pretty certain, but you must first build it, then you must keep fires in it, and you must have a gardener to take care of it. Boswell. But if I have a gardener at any rate? Johnson. Why, yes. Boswell. I'd have it near my house. There is no need to have it in the orchard. Johnson. Yes, I'd have it near my house. I would plant a great many currants. The fruit is good, and they make a pretty sweetmeat. I record this minute detail, which some may think trifling, in order to show clearly how this great man, whose mind could grasp such large and extensive subjects, as he has shown in his literary labours, was yet well informed in the common affairs of life, and loved to illustrate them. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 24. Mr. Walker, the celebrated master of elocution, came in, and then we went upstairs into the study. Footnote: Miss Burney this year mentions meeting Mr. Walker, the lecturer. Though modest in science, he is vulgar in conversation. End of footnote. I asked him if he had taught many clergymen. Johnson: I hope not. Walker: I have taught only one, and he is the best reader I ever heard, not by my teaching, but by his own natural talents. Johnson: Were he the best reader in the world, I would not have it told that he was taught. Here was one of his peculiar prejudices. Could it be any disadvantage to the clergyman to have it known that he was taught an easy and graceful delivery? Boswell: Will you not allow, sir, that a man may be taught to read well? Johnson: Why, sir, so far as to read better than he might do without being taught, yes. Formerly it was supposed that there was no difference in reading, but that one read as well as another. Boswell: It is wonderful to see old Sheridan as enthusiastic about oratory as ever. Footnote: Old Mr. Sheridan was 12 years younger than Johnson. End of footnote. Walker: His enthusiasm as to what oratory will do may be too great, but he reads well. Johnson: He reads well, but he reads low. And you know it is much easier to read low than to read high, for when you read high you are much more limited. Your loudest note can be but one, and so the variety is less in proportion to the loudness. Now some people have occasion to speak to an extensive audience, and must speak loud to be heard. Walker: The art is to read strong, though low. Talking of the origin of language, Johnson: It must have come by inspiration. 1,000, nay, 1,000,000 of children could not invent a language. While the organs are pliable, there is not understanding enough to form a language. By the time that there is understanding enough, the organs are become stiff. We know that after a certain age we cannot learn to pronounce a new language. No foreigner who comes to England when advanced in life ever pronounces English tolerably well. At least such instances are very rare. When I maintain that language must have come by inspiration, I do not mean that inspiration is required for rhetoric and all the beauties of language. For when once man has language, we can conceive that he may gradually form modifications of it. I mean only that inspiration seems to me to be necessary to give man the faculty of speech, to inform him that he may have speech, which I think he could no more find out without inspiration than cows or hogs would think of such a faculty. Walker: Do you think, sir, that there are any perfect synonyms in any language? Johnson: Originally there were not, but by using words negligently or in poetry, one word comes to be confounded with another. He talked of Dr. Dodd. A friend of mine, said he, came to me and told me that a lady wished to have Dr. Dodd's picture in a bracelet, and asked me for a motto. I said I could think of no better than Curat Lex. I was very willing to have him pardoned, that is, to have the sentence changed to transportation, but when he was once hanged, I did not wish he should be made a saint. Mrs. Burney, wife of his friend Dr. Burney, came in, and he seemed to be entertained with her conversation. Garrick's funeral was talked of as extravagantly expensive. Johnson, from his dislike to exaggeration, would not allow that it was distinguished by any extraordinary pomp. "Were there not 6 horses to each coach?" said Mrs. Burney. Johnson. "Madam, there were no more 6 horses than 6 phoenixes." Footnote: "A more magnificent funeral was never seen in London," wrote Murphy. Horace Walpole wrote on the day of the funeral, "I do think the pomp of Garrick's funeral perfectly ridiculous. It is confounding the immense space between pleasing talents and national services." He added, "At Lord Chatham's interment there were not half the noble coaches that attended Garrick's." In his Journal of the Reign of George III. he says, "The court was delighted to see a more noble and splendid appearance at the interment of a comedian than had waited on the remains of the great Earl of Chatham." Bishop Horne has some lines on this grand parade of woe, which begin, "Through weeping London's crowded streets, as Garrick's funeral passed, contending wits and nobles strove who should forsake him last. Not so the world behaved to him who came that world to save, by solitary Joseph borne unheeded to his grave." Johnson wrote on April 30th, 1782, "Poor Garrick's funeral expenses are yet unpaid, though the undertaker is broken." Garrick was buried on February 1st, 1779, and had left his widow a large fortune. Chatham died in May 1778. End of footnote. Mrs. Burney wondered that some very beautiful new buildings should be erected in Moorfields, in so shocking a situation as between Bedlam and St. Luke's Hospital, and said she could not live there. Johnson. "Nay, madam, you see nothing there to hurt you. You no more think of madness by having windows that look to Bedlam, than you think of death by having windows that look to a churchyard." Mrs. Burney. "We may look to a churchyard, sir, for it is right that we should be kept in mind of death." Johnson. "Nay, madam, if you go to that, it is right that we should be kept in mind of madness, which is occasioned by too much indulgence of imagination. I think a very moral use may be made of these new buildings. I would have those who have heated imaginations live there, and take warning." Mrs. Burney. "But, sir, many of the poor people that are mad have become so from disease, or from distressing events. It is therefore not their fault, but their misfortune, and therefore to think of them is a melancholy consideration." Time passed on in conversation till it was too late for the service of the church at 3 o'clock. I took a walk and left him alone for some time, then returned, and we had coffee and conversation again by ourselves. I stated the character of a noble friend of mine as a curious case for his opinion. "He is the most inexplicable man to me that I ever knew. Can you explain him, sir? He is, I really believe, noble-minded, generous, and princely, but his most intimate friends may be separated from him for years without his ever asking a question concerning them. He will meet them with a formality, a coldness, a stately indifference, but when they come close to him and fairly engage him in conversation, they find him as easy, pleasant, and kind as they could wish. One then supposes that what is so agreeable will soon be renewed, but stay away from him for half a year, and he will neither call on you nor send to inquire about you. Johnson. Why, sir, I cannot ascertain his character exactly, as I do not know him, but I should not like to have such a man for my friend. He may love study, and wish not to be interrupted by his friends. Amici fures temporis. He may be a frivolous man, and be so much occupied with petty pursuits that he may not want friends. Or he may have a notion that there is a dignity in appearing indifferent, while in fact he may not be more indifferent at his heart than another. We went to evening prayers at St. Clement's at 7, and then parted. On Sunday, April the 20th, being Easter Day, after attending solemn service at St. Paul's, I came to Dr. Johnson, and found Mr. Lowe, the painter, sitting with him. Mr. Lowe mentioned the great number of new buildings of late in London, yet that Dr. Johnson had observed that the numbers of inhabitants was not increased. Johnson. Why, sir, the bills of mortality prove that no more people die now than formerly, so it is plain no more live. The register of births proves nothing, for not 1/10 of the people of London are born there. Boswell. I believe, sir, a great many of the children born in London die early. Johnson. Why, yes, sir. Boswell. But those who do live are as stout and strong as any. Dr. Price says they must be naturally stronger to get through. Johnson. That is system, sir. A great traveller observes that it is said that there are no weak or deformed people among the Indians, but he with much sagacity assigns the reason of this, which is, that the hardship of their life as hunters and fishers does not allow weak or diseased children to grow up. Now, had I been an Indian, I must have died early. My eyes would not have served me to get food. I indeed now could fish, give me English tackle, but had I been an Indian, I must have starved, or they would have knocked me on the head when they saw I could do nothing. Boswell. Perhaps they would have taken care of you. We are told they are fond of oratory. You would have talked to them. Johnson. Nay, sir, I should not have lived long enough to be fit to talk. I should have been dead before I was 10 years old. Depend upon it, sir, a savage, when he is hungry, will not carry about with him a looby of 9 years old who cannot help himself. They have no affection, sir. Boswell. I believe natural affection, of which we hear so much, is very small. Johnson. Sir, natural affection is nothing, but affection from principle and established duty is sometimes wonderfully strong. Lowe. A hen, sir, will feed her chickens in preference to herself. Johnson. But we don't know that the hen is hungry. Let the hen be fairly hungry, and I'll warrant she'll peck the corn herself. A cock, I believe, will feed hens instead of himself, but we don't know that the cock is hungry. Boswell. And that, sir, is not from affection, but gallantry. But some of the Indians have affection. Johnson. Sir, that they help some of their children is plain, for some of them live, which they could not do without being helped. I dined with him. The company were Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Desmoulins, and Mr. Lowe. He seemed not to be well, talked little, grew drowsy soon after dinner, and retired, upon which I went away. Having next day gone to Mr. Burke's seat in the country, from whence I was recalled by an express that a near relation of mine had killed his antagonist in a duel, and was himself dangerously wounded, I saw little of Dr. Johnson till Monday, April the 28th, when I spent a considerable part of the day with him, and introduced the subject which then chiefly occupied my mind. Footnote: This duel was fought on April the 21st between Mr. Riddell of the Horse Grenadiers and Mr. Cunningham of the Scots Greys. Riddell had the first fire, and shot Cunningham through the breast. After a pause of 2 minutes, Cunningham returned the fire, and gave Riddell a wound of which he died next day. Boswell's grandfather's grandmother was a Miss Cunningham. I do not know that there was any nearer connection. In Scotland, I suppose, so much kindred as this makes two men near relations. End of footnote. Johnson: I do not see, sir, that fighting is absolutely forbidden in Scripture. I see revenge forbidden, but not self-defence. Boswell: The Quakers say it is. Unto him that smiteth thee on one cheek, offer him also the other. Footnote: Unto him that smiteth thee on the one cheek, offer also the other. Had Miss Burney thought of this text, she might have quoted it with effect against Johnson, who, criticising her Evelina, said, "You write Scotch. You say the one. My dear, that's not English. Never use that phrase again." End of footnote. Johnson: But stay, sir. The text is meant only to have the effect of moderating passion. It is plain that we are not to take it in a literal sense. We see this from the context, where there are other recommendations which I warrant you the Quaker will not take literally, as for instance, "From him that would borrow of thee, turn thou not away." Let a man whose credit is bad come to a Quaker and say, "Well, sir, lend me £100. He'll find him as unwilling as any other man. No, sir, a man may shoot the man who invades his character, as he may shoot him who attempts to break into his house." Footnote: I think it necessary to caution my readers against concluding that in this or any other conversation of Dr. Johnson they have his serious and deliberate opinion on the subject of duelling. In my Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, it appears that he made this frank confession: "Nobody at times talks more laxly than I do." And, in square brackets, September the 19th, 1773, he fairly owned he could not explain the rationality of duelling. We may therefore infer that he could not think that justifiable which seems so inconsistent with the spirit of the gospel. At the same time, it must be confessed that, from the prevalent notions of honour, a gentleman who receives a challenge is reduced to a dreadful alternative. A remarkable instance of this is furnished by a clause in the will of the late Colonel Thomas of the Guards, written the night before he fell in a duel, September the 3rd, 1783. "In the first place, I commit my soul to Almighty God in hopes of his mercy and pardon for the irreligious step I now, in compliance with the unwarrantable customs of this wicked world, put myself under the necessity of taking." Boswell. End of footnote. So, in 1745, my friend Tom Cumming, the Quaker, said he would not fight, but he would drive an ammunition cart. And we know that the Quakers have sent flannel waistcoats to our soldiers to enable them to fight better. Footnote: Dr. Franklin says that when the assembly at Philadelphia, the majority of which were Quakers, was asked by New England to supply powder for some garrison, They would not grant money to buy powder, because that was an ingredient of war, but they voted an aid of £3,000 to be appropriated for the purchase of bread, flour, wheat, or other grain. The governor interpreted other grain as gunpowder, without any objection ever being raised. End of footnote. Boswell. When a man is the aggressor, and by ill usage forces on a duel in which he is killed, have we not little ground to hope that he has gone into a state of happiness? Johnson. So we are not to judge determinately of the state in which a man leaves this life. He may in a moment have repented effectually, and it is possible may have been accepted by God. There is in Camden's Remains an epitaph upon a very wicked man who was killed by a fall from his horse, in which he is supposed to say, "Between the stirrup and the ground, I mercy asked, I mercy found." Footnote. A gentleman falling off his horse brake his neck, which sudden hap gave occasion of much speech of his former life, and some in this judging world judged the worst. In which respect a good friend made this good epitaph, remembering that of St. Augustine, Misericordia Domini inter pontem et fontem. My friend, judge not me, thou seest I judge not thee. Betwixt the stirrup and the ground, mercy I asked, mercy I found. End of footnote. Boswell. Is not the expression in the burial service, "in the sure and certain hope of a blessed resurrection," too strong to be used indiscriminately, and indeed sometimes when those over whose bodies it is said have been notoriously profane? Johnson. It is a sure and certain hope, sir, not belief. I did not insist further, but cannot help thinking that less positive words would be more proper. Footnote. Upon this objection, the Reverend Mr. Ralph Churton, Fellow of Brazen-Nose College, Oxford, has favoured me with the following satisfactory observation. The passage in the burial service does not mean the resurrection of the person interred, but the general resurrection. It is in sure and certain hope of the resurrection, not his resurrection. Where the deceased is really spoken of, the expression is very different. As our hope is, this our brother doth. In square brackets, rest in Christ. A mode of speech consistent with everything, but absolute certainty that the person departed does not rest in Christ, which no one can be assured of without immediate revelation from heaven. In the first of these places also, eternal life does not necessarily mean eternity of bliss, but merely the eternity of the state, whether in happiness or in misery, to ensue upon the resurrection, which is probably the sense of the life everlasting in the Apostles' Creed. See Wheatley and Bennett on the Common Prayer. Boswell. End of footnote. Talking of a man who was grown very fat, so as to be incommoded with corpulency, he said, "He eats too much, sir." Boswell. I don't know, sir. You will see one man fat who eats moderately, and another lean who eats a great deal. Johnson. Nay, sir, whatever may be the quantity that a man eats, it is plain that if he is too fat, he has eaten more than he should have done. One man may have a digestion that consumes food better than common, but it is certain that solidity is increased by putting something to it. Boswell. But may not solids swell and be distended? Johnson. Yes, sir, they may swell and be distended, but that is not fat. We talked of the accusation against a gentleman for supposed delinquencies in India. Footnote. 6 days earlier, the Lord Advocate Dundas had brought in a bill for the regulation of the government of India. Hastings, he said, should be recalled. His place should be filled by a person of independent fortune, who had not for object the repairing of his estate in India, that had long been the nursery of ruined and decayed fortunes. Johnson wrote to Dr. Taylor on November the 22nd of this year, I believe corruption and oppression are in India at an enormous height, but it has never appeared that they were promoted by the directors, who, I believe, see themselves defrauded, while the country is plundered, but the distance puts their officers out of reach. End of footnote. Johnson. What foundation there is for accusation I know not, but they will not get at him. Where bad actions are committed at so great a distance, a delinquent can obscure the evidence till the scent becomes cold. There is a cloud between which cannot be penetrated. Therefore all distant power is bad. I am clear that the best plan for the government of India is a despotic governor, for if he be a good man, it is evidently the best government, and supposing him to be a bad man, it is better to have one plunderer than many. A governor whose power is checked lets others plunder, that he himself may be allowed to plunder. But if despotic, he sees that the more he lets others plunder, the less there will be for himself, so he restrains them. And though he himself plunders, the country is a gainer compared with being plundered by numbers. I mentioned the very liberal payment which had been received for reviewing, and as evidence of this, that it had been proved in a trial that Dr. Chevier had received 6 guineas a sheet for that kind of literary labour. Johnson. So he might get 6 guineas for a particular sheet, but not communibus sheetibus. Footnote. Stockdale says that in 1770 the payment to writers in the Critical Review was 2 guineas a sheet, but that some of the writers in the Monthly Review received 4 guineas a sheet. As these reviews were octavos, each sheet contained 16 pages. Lord Jeffreys says that the writers in the Edinburgh Review were at first paid 10 guineas a sheet. Not long after, the minimum was raised to 16 guineas, at which it remained during my reign, though 2/3 of the articles were paid much higher, averaging, I should think, from 20 to 25 guineas a sheet on the whole number. End of footnote. Boswell. Pray, sir, by a sheet of review, is it meant that it shall be all of the writer's own composition, or are extracts made from the book reviewed deducted? Johnson. No, sir, it is a sheet, no matter of what. Boswell. I think that is not reasonable. Johnson. Yes, sir, it is. A man will more easily write a sheet all his own than read an octavo volume to get extracts. To one of Johnson's wonderful fertility of mind, I believe writing was really easier than reading and extracting, but with ordinary men the case is very different. A great deal indeed will depend upon the care and judgment with which the extracts are made. I can suppose the operation to be tedious and difficult, but in many instances we must observe crude morsels cut out of books as if at random, and when a large extract is made from one place, it surely may be done with very little trouble. One, however, I must acknowledge, might be led from the practice of reviewers to suppose that they take a pleasure in original writing, for we often find that instead of giving an accurate account of what has been done by the author whose work they are reviewing, which is surely the proper business of a literary journal, they produce some plausible and ingenious conceits of their own upon the topics which have been discussed. Upon being told that old Mr. Sheridan, indignant at the neglect of his oratorical plans, had threatened to go to America, Johnson: "I hope he will go to America." Boswell: "The Americans don't want oratory." Johnson: "But we can want Sheridan." End of section 24. Section 25 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 25. On Monday, April the 29th, footnote, Monday is no doubt put by mistake for Tuesday, which was the 29th. Boswell had spent a considerable part of Monday the 28th with Johnson. End of footnote. I found him at home in the forenoon, and Mr. Seward with him. Horace having been mentioned, Boswell: "There is a great deal of thinking in his works. One finds there almost everything but religion." Seward: "He speaks of his returning to it in his ode Parcus Deorum Cultor et Infrequens." Johnson: "Sir, he was not in earnest. This was merely poetical." Boswell: "There are, I am afraid, many people who have no religion at all." Seward: "And sensible people too." Johnson: "Why, sir, not sensible in that respect. There must be either a natural or a moral stupidity if one lives in a total neglect of so very important a concern." Seward: "I wonder that there should be people without religion." Johnson: "Sir, you need not wonder at this, when you consider how large a proportion of almost every man's life is passed without thinking of it. I myself was for some years totally regardless of religion. It had dropped out of my mind. It was at an early part of my life. Sickness brought it back, and I hope I have never lost it since." Footnote: He told Boswell that he had been a sort of lax talker against religion for some years before he went to Oxford, but that there he took up Law's serious call, and found it quite an overmatch for him. "This," he said, "was the first occasion of my thinking in earnest of religion, after I became capable of rational inquiry." During the vacation of 1729 he had a serious illness, which most likely was the sickness that brought religion back. End of footnote. Boswell: "My dear sir, what a man you must have been without religion! Why, you must have gone on drinking and swearing and—" Johnson, with a smile: "I drank enough and swore enough, to be sure." Seward: "One should think that sickness and the view of death would make more men religious." Johnson: "Sir, they do not know how to go about it. They have not the first notion. A man who has never had religion before no more grows religious when he is sick than a man who has never learnt figures can count when he has need of calculation. I mentioned a worthy friend of ours, footnote, Mr. Langton, end of footnote, whom we valued much, but observed that he was too ready to introduce religious discourse upon all occasions. Johnson. Why, yes, sir. He will introduce religious discourse without seeing whether it will end in instruction and improvement, or produce some profane jest. He would introduce it in the company of Wilkes, and 20 more such. I mentioned Dr. Johnson's excellent distinction between liberty of conscience and liberty of teaching. Johnson. Consider, sir, if you have children whom you wish to educate in the principles of the Church of England, and there comes a Quaker who tries to pervert them to his principles, you would drive away the Quaker. You would not trust to the predomination of right, which you believe is in your opinions. You would keep wrong out of their heads. Now the vulgar are the children of the state. If any one attempts to teach them doctrines contrary to what the state approves, the magistrate may and ought to restrain him. Seward. Would you restrain private conversation, sir? Johnson. Why, sir, it is difficult to say where private conversation begins and where it ends. If we three should discuss even the great question concerning the existence of a supreme being by ourselves, we should not be restrained, for that would be to put an end to all improvement. But if we should discuss it in the presence of 10 boarding school girls and as many boys, I think the magistrate would do well to put us in the stocks to finish the debate there. Lord Hailes had sent him a present of a curious little printed poem on repairing the University of Aberdeen by David Mallock, which he thought would please Johnson, as affording clear evidence that Mallet had appeared even as a literary character by the name of Mallock. His changing which to one of softer sound had given Johnson occasion to introduce him into his dictionary under the article alias. Footnote. Mallock continued to write his name thus after he came to London. His verses prefixed to the 2nd edition of Thomson's Winter are so subscribed. Malone. Alias, a Latin word signifying otherwise, as Mallet alias Mallock, that is, otherwise Mallock. The mention of Mallet first comes in Johnson's own abridgment of his dictionary. In the earlier unabridged editions, the definition includes often used in the trials of criminals whose danger has obliged them to change their names, as Simpson alias Smith alias Baker, etc. End of footnote. This piece was, I suppose, one of Mallet's first essays. It is preserved in his works with several variations. Johnson, having read aloud from the beginning of it, where there were some commonplace assertions as to the superiority of ancient times, "How false," said he, "is all this, to say that in ancient times learning was not a disgrace to a peer, as it is now. In ancient times a peer was as ignorant as any one else. He would have been angry to have it thought he could write his name." Footnote. Perhaps Scott had this saying of Johnson's in mind when he made Earl Douglas exclaim, "At first in heart it liked me ill when the King praised his clerkly skill. Thanks to St. Bothan, son of mine, save Gawain, ne'er could pen a line." End of footnote. Men in ancient times dared to stand forth with a degree of ignorance which nobody would dare now to stand forth. I am always angry when I hear ancient times praised at the expense of modern times. There is now a great deal more learning in the world than there was formerly, for it is universally diffused. You have perhaps no man who knows as much Greek and Latin as Bentley, no man who knows as much mathematics as Newton, but you have many more men who know Greek and Latin and who know mathematics. Footnote: Johnson often maintained this diffusion of learning. Thus he wrote, "The call for books was not in Milton's age what it is in the present. To read was not then a general amusement. Neither traders nor often gentlemen thought themselves disgraced by ignorance. The women had not then aspired to literature, nor was every house supplied with a closet of knowledge." He goes on to mention that general literature which now pervades the nation through all its ranks. That general knowledge which now circulates in common talk was in Addison's time rarely to be found. Men not professing learning were not ashamed of ignorance, and in the female world any acquaintance with books was distinguished only to be censured. Of the essay on criticism, Pope declared that he did not expect the sale to be quick, because not one gentleman in 60, even of liberal education, could understand it. The gentlemen and the education of that time seem to have been of a lower character than they are of this. Yet he maintained that learning has decreased in England because learning will not do so much for a man as formerly. End of footnote. On Thursday, May the 1st, I visited him in the evening along with young Mr. Burke. He said, "It is strange that there should be so little reading in the world, and so much writing. People in general do not willingly read if they can have anything else to amuse them." Footnote: Malone describes a call on Johnson in the winter of this year. "I found him in his armchair by the fireside, before which a few apples were laid. He was reading. I asked him what book he had got. He said, 'The History of Birmingham.' Local histories, I observed, were generally dull. It is true, sir, but this has a peculiar merit with me, for I passed some of my early years and married my wife there. I supposed the apples were preparing as a medicine. Why, no, sir, I believe they are only there because I want something to do. These are some of the solitary expedients to which we are driven by sickness. I have been confined this week past, and here you find me roasting apples and reading the history of Birmingham." End of footnote. There must be an external impulse, emulation or vanity or avarice. The progress which the understanding makes through a book has more pain than pleasure in it. Language is scanty and inadequate to express the nice gradations and mixtures of our feelings. No man reads a book of science from pure inclination. The books that we do read with pleasure are light compositions, which contain a quick succession of events. However, I have this year read all Virgil through. Footnote: On April the 19th he wrote, "I can apply better to books than I could in some more vigorous parts of my life, at least than I did. And I have one more reason for reading. The time has, by taking away my companions, left me less opportunity of conversation." End of footnote. I read a book of the Aeneid every night, so it was done in 12 nights, and I had great delight in it. The Georgics did not give me so much pleasure, except the 4th book. The Eclogues I have almost all by heart. I do not think the story of the Aeneid interesting. I like the story of the Odyssey much better, and this not on account of the wonderful things which it contains, for there are wonderful things enough in the Aeneid, the ships of the Trojans turned to sea nymphs, the tree at Polydorus's tomb dropping blood. Footnote. He told Mr. Wyndham that he had never read the Odyssey through in the original. Fox, said Rogers, used to read Homer through once every year. On my asking him, which poem had you rather have written, the Iliad or the Odyssey, he answered, I know which I had rather read, meaning the Odyssey. End of footnote. The story of the Odyssey is interesting, as a great part of it is domestic. It has been said there is a pleasure in writing, particularly in writing verses. I allow you may have pleasure from writing after it is over, if you have written well, but you don't go willingly to do it again. Footnote. Composition is, for the most part, an effort of slow diligence and steady perseverance, to which the mind is dragged by necessity or resolution, and from which the attention is every moment starting to more delightful amusements. Of Pope, Johnson wrote, to make verses was his first labour, and to mend them was his last. He was one of those few whose labour is their pleasure. Thomas Carlyle, in 1824, speaking of writing, says, I always recoil from again engaging with it. 5 years later he wrote, writing is a dreadful labour, yet not so dreadful as idleness. End of footnote. I know when I have been writing verses, I have run my finger down the margin to see how many I had made and how few I had to make. He seemed to be in a very placid humour, and although I have no note of the particulars of young Mr. Burke's conversation, it is but justice to mention in general that it was such that Dr. Johnson said to me afterwards, he did very well indeed. I have a mind to tell his father. Footnote. Miss Burney wrote to Mrs. Thrale in 1780, I met at Sir Joshua's young Burke, who is made much ado about, but I saw not enough of him to know why. Mrs. Thrale replied, I congratulate myself on being quite of your opinion concerning Burke the miner, whom I once met and could make nothing of. Miss Hawkins reports on Langton's authority that Burke said, how extraordinary it is that I and Lord Chatham and Lord Holland should each have a son so superior to ourselves. End of footnote. To Sir Joshua Reynolds, dear Sir, the gentleman who waits on you with this is Mr. Cruikshanks. Footnote. Cruikshank, not Cruikshanks. He had been Dr. Hunter's partner. He was not elected. Northcote, in quoting this letter, says that Sir Joshua's influence in the Academy was not always answerable to his desire. Those who are of some importance everywhere else, he said, find themselves nobody when they come to the Academy. End of footnote. Who wishes to succeed his friend, Dr. Hunter, footnote, William Hunter, scarcely less famous as a physician than his youngest brother John Hunter as a surgeon. End of footnote. As Professor of Anatomy in the Royal Academy. His qualifications are very generally known, and it adds dignity to the institution that such men are candidates. Footnote. Let it be remembered by those who accuse Dr. Johnson of illiberality that both were Scotchmen. Boswell. End of footnote. I am, sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, May 2nd, 1783. Footnote. The following day he dined at Mrs. Garrick's. Poor Johnson, wrote Hannah More, exerted himself exceedingly, but he was very ill, and looked so dreadfully that it quite grieved me. He is more mild and complacent than he used to be. His sickness seems to have softened his mind, without having at all weakened it. I was struck with the mild radiance of this setting sun. End of footnote. I have no minute of any interview with Johnson till Thursday, May the 15th, when I find what follows. Boswell. I wish much to be in Parliament, sir. Footnote. In the winter of 1788-9, Boswell began a canvass of his own county. He also courted Lord Lonsdale in the hope of getting one of the seats in his gift, who first fooled him and then treated him with great brutality. End of footnote. Johnson. Why, sir, unless you come resolved to support any administration, you would be the worse for being in Parliament, because you would be obliged to live more expensively. Boswell. Perhaps, sir, I shall be the less happy for being in Parliament. I never would sell my vote, and I should be vexed if things went wrong. Johnson. That's cant, sir. It would not vex you more in the House than in the gallery. Public affairs vex no man. Boswell. Have they not vexed yourself a little, sir? Have not you been vexed by all the turbulence of this reign, and by that absurd vote of the House of Commons, that the influence of the Crown has increased, is increasing, and ought to be diminished? Footnote. On April the 6th, 1780, a day, wrote Horace Walpole, that ought forever to be a red-lettered day. Mr. Dunning made this motion. It was carried by 233 to 215. End of footnote. Johnson. Sir, I have never slept an hour less, nor ate an ounce less meat. I would have knocked the factious dogs on the head, to be sure, but I was not vexed. Boswell. I declare, sir, upon my honour, I did imagine I was vexed, and took a pride in it. But it was perhaps cant, for I own I neither ate less nor slept less. Johnson. My dear friend, clear your mind of cant. Footnote. Johnson defines cant as 1. A corrupt dialect used by beggars and vagabonds. 2. A particular form of speaking peculiar to some certain class or body of men. 3. A whining pretension to goodness in formal and affected terms. 4. Barbarous jargon. 5. Auction. I have noted the following instances of his use of the word. I betook myself to a coffee house frequented by wits, among whom I learned in a short time the cant of criticism. Every class of society has its cant of lamentation. Milton's invention required no assistance from the common cant of poetry. We shall secure our language from being overrun with cant, from being crowded with low terms, the spawn of folly or affectation. This fugitive cant, which is always in a state of increase or decay, cannot be regarded as any part of the durable materials of a language. In a note on Part 1 of Henry VI, Act 3, Scene 1, he says, "To Rome is supposed to be derived from the cant of vagabonds, who often pretended a pilgrimage to Rome." End of footnote. You may talk as other people do. You may say to a man, "Sir, I am your most humble servant." You are not his most humble servant. You may say, "These are bad times. It is a melancholy thing to be reserved to such times." You don't mind the times. You tell a man, "I'm sorry you had such bad weather the last day of your journey and were so much wet." You don't care sixpence whether he is wet or dry. You may talk in this manner. It is a mode of talking in society. But don't think foolishly. Footnote. Custom, wrote Sir Joshua, or politeness, or courtly manners, has authorized such an Eastern hyperbolical style of compliment, that part of Dr. Johnson's character for rudeness of manners must be put to the account of scrupulous adherence to truth. His obstinate silence, whilst all the company were in raptures, vying with each other who should pepper highest, was considered as rudeness or ill nature. The shame is to impose words for ideas upon ourselves or others. See Ante, where he says, there is a middle state of mind between conviction and hypocrisy. Bacon, in his essay of Truth, says, it is not the lie that passeth through the mind, but the lie that sinketh in and settleth in it, that doth the hurt. End of footnote. I talked of living in the country. Johnson. Don't set up for what is called hospitality. It is a waste of time and a waste of money. You are eaten up, and not the more respected for your liberality. If your house be like an inn, nobody cares for you. A man who stays a week with another makes him a slave for a week. Boswell. But there are people, sir, who make their houses a home to their guests, and are themselves quite easy. Johnson. Then, sir, home must be the same to the guests, and they need not come. Here he discovered a notion common enough in persons not much accustomed to entertain company, that there must be a degree of elaborate attention, otherwise company will think themselves neglected, and such attention is, no doubt, very fatiguing. Footnote. I dined and lay at Harrison's, where I was received with that old-fashioned breeding which is at once so honourable and so troublesome. Mr. Pleydell in Guy Mannering says, you'll excuse my old-fashioned importunity. I was born in a time when a Scotchman was thought inhospitable if he left a guest alone a moment, except when he slept. End of footnote. He proceeded, I would not, however, be a stranger in my own county. I would visit my neighbours and receive their visits, but I would not be in haste to return visits. If a gentleman comes to see me, I tell him he does me a great deal of honour. I do not go to see him, perhaps, for 10 weeks. Then we are very complaisant to each other. No, sir, you will have much more influence by giving or lending money where it is wanted than by hospitality. On Saturday, May the 17th, I saw him for a short time. Having mentioned that I had that morning been with old Mr. Sheridan, he remembered their former intimacy with a cordial warmth, and said to me, tell Mr. Sheridan I shall be glad to see him and shake hands with him. Boswell. It is to me very wonderful that resentment should be kept up so long. Johnson. Well, sir, it is not altogether resentment that he does not visit me. It is partly falling out of the habit, partly disgust, as one has at a drug that has made him sick. Besides, he knows that I laugh at his oratory. Footnote. It is recorded that Johnson said, Sheridan's writings on elocution were a continual renovation of hope, and an unvaried succession of disappointments. According to the Gentleman's Magazine, 1785, he continued, if we should have a bad harvest this year, Mr. Sheridan would say, it was owing to the neglect of oratory. End of footnote. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 26. Another day I spoke of one of our friends, of whom he, as well as I, had a very high opinion. He expatiated in his praise, but added, "Sir, he is a cursed Whig, a bottomless Whig, as they all are now." Footnote: Burke, no doubt, was this bottomless Whig. When Johnson said, "so they all are now," he was perhaps thinking of the coalition ministry in which Lord North and his friends had places. End of footnote. I mentioned my expectations from the interest of an eminent person then in power, adding, "but I have no claim but the claim of friendship. However, some people will go a great way from that motive." Footnote: note out Burke, who was paymaster of the forces. He is Boswell's eminent friend. In these two consecutive paragraphs, though two people seem to be spoken of, yet only one is in reality. End of footnote. Johnson: "Sir, they will go all the way from that motive." A gentleman talked of retiring. "Never think of that," said Johnson. The gentleman urged, "I should then do no ill." Johnson: "Nor no good either. So it would be a civil suicide." Footnote: I believe that Burke himself was present part of the time, and that he was the gentleman who talked of retiring. On May the 19th and 21st he had, in Parliament, defended his action in restoring to office two clerks, Powell and Bembridge, who had been dismissed by his predecessor, and he had justified his reforms in the paymaster's office. He awaited, he said, the judgment of the House. If they so far differed in sentiment, he had only to say, "Nunc dimittis servum tuum." End of footnote. On Monday, May the 26th, I found him at tea, and the celebrated Miss Burney, the author of Evelina and Cecilia, with him. Footnote: a copy of Evelina had been placed in the Bodleian. "Johnson says," wrote Miss Burney, "that when he goes to Oxford he will write my name in the books, and my age when I writ them, and then, he says, the world may know that we so mix our studies and so joined our fame, for we shall go down hand in hand to posterity." The oldest copy of Evelina now in the Bodleian is of an edition published after Johnson's death. Miss Burney, in 1793, married General D'Arblay, a French refugee. End of footnote. I asked if there would be any speakers in Parliament if there were no places to be obtained. Johnson: "Yes, sir. Why do you speak here? Either to instruct and entertain, which is a benevolent motive, or for distinction, which is a selfish motive." I mentioned Cecilia. Johnson, with an air of animated satisfaction: "Sir, if you talk of Cecilia, talk on." Footnote: Macaulay maintained that Johnson had a hand in the composition of Cecilia. He quotes a passage from it, and says, "We say with confidence either Samuel Johnson or the devil." That he is mistaken is shown by Madame D'Arblay's diary. "Ah," cried Dr. Johnson, "some people want to make out some credit to me from the little rogue's book. I was told by a gentleman this morning that it was a very fine book, if it was all her own." "It is all her own," said I. "For me, I'm sure I never saw one word of it before it was printed." On page 196 she records the following: Sir Joshua. Gibbon says he read the whole 5 volumes in a day. "'Tis impossible," cried Mr. Burke. "It cost me 3 days, and you know I never parted with it from the day I first opened it." End of footnote. We talked of Mr. Barrie's exhibition of his pictures. Johnson. "Whatever the hand may have done, the mind has done its part. There is a grasp of mind there which you find nowhere else." Footnote. In Mr. Barrie's printed analysis or description of these pictures, he speaks of Johnson's character in the highest terms. Boswell. Barrie, in one of his pictures, placed Johnson between the 2 beautiful Duchesses of Rutland and Devonshire, pointing to their graces Mrs. Montague as an example. He expresses his reverence for his consistent, manly, and well-spent life. Johnson, in his turn, praises the comprehension of Barrie's design. He was more likely to understand it as the pictures formed a series meant to illustrate one great maxim of moral truth, namely, that the obtaining of happiness depends upon cultivating the human faculties. We begin with man in a savage state, full of inconvenience, imperfection, and misery, and we follow him through several gradations of culture and happiness, which, after our probationary state here, are finally attended with beatitude or misery. Horace Walpole describes Barrie's book as one which does not what sense, though full of passion and self and vulgarisms and vanity. End of footnote. I asked whether a man naturally virtuous, or one who has overcome wicked inclinations, is the best. Johnson. So to you the man who has overcome wicked inclinations is not the best. He has more merit to himself. I would rather trust my money to a man who has no hands, and so a physical impossibility to steal, than to a man of the most honest principles. There is a witty satirical story of Foote. He had a small bust of Garrick placed upon his bureau. "You may be surprised," said he, "that I allow him to be so near my gold. But you will observe he has no hands." On Friday, May the 29th, being to set out for Scotland next morning, I passed a part of the day with him in more than usual earnestness, as his health was in a more precarious state than at any time when I had parted from him. Footnote. Boswell had tried to bring about a third meeting between Johnson and Wilkes. On May the 21st he wrote, "Mr. Boswell's compliments to Mr. Wilkes. He finds that it would not be unpleasant to Dr. Johnson to dine at Mr. Wilkes's. The thing would be so curiously benignant, it were a pity it should not take place. Nobody but Mr. Boswell should be asked to meet the Doctor." An invitation was sent, but the following answer was returned. May the 21st, 1783. Mr. Johnson returns thanks to Mr. and Miss Wilkes for their kind invitation, but he is engaged for Tuesday to Joshua Reynolds, and for Wednesday to Mr. Paradise. Owing to Boswell's return to Scotland, another day could not be fixed. End of footnote. He, however, was quick and lively, and critical as usual. I mentioned one who was a very learned man. Johnson. Yes, sir, he has a great deal of learning, but it never lies straight. There is never one idea by the side of another. It is all entangled, and then he drives it so awkwardly upon conversation. I stated to him an anxious thought by which a sincere Christian might be disturbed, even when conscious of having lived a good life so far as is consistent with human infirmity, he might fear that he should afterwards fall away, and be guilty of such crimes as would render his former religion vain. Could there be upon this awful subject such a thing as balancing of accounts? Suppose a man who has led a good life for 7 years commits an act of wickedness and instantly dies, will his former good life have any effect in his favour? Johnson. So if a man has led a good life for 7 years, and then is hurried by passion to do what is wrong, and is suddenly carried off, depend upon it, he will have the reward of his 7 years' good life. God will not take a catch of him. Upon this principle Richard Baxter believes that a suicide may be saved. If, says he, it should be objected that what I maintain may encourage suicide, I answer, I am not to tell a lie to prevent it. Boswell. But does not the text say, as the tree falls, so must it lie? Johnson. Yes, sir, as the tree falls. But, after a little pause, that is meant as to the general state of the tree, not what is the effect of a sudden blast. In short, he interpreted the expression as referring to condition, not to position. The common notion, therefore, seems to be erroneous, and Shenstone's witty remark on divines trying to give a tree a jerk upon a deathbed to make it lie favourably is not well founded. Footnote. When a tree is falling, I have seen the labourers by a trivial jerk with a rope throw it upon the spot where they would wish it should lie. Divines, understanding this text to literally, pretend, by a little interposition in the article of death, to regulate a person's everlasting happiness. I fancy the illusion will hardly countenance their presumption. End of footnote. I asked him what works of Richard Baxter's I should read. He said, read any of them, they are all good. Footnote. Hazlitt says that when old Baxter first went to Kidderminster to preach, he was almost pelted by the women for maintaining from the pulpit the then fashionable and orthodox doctrine that hell was paved with infants' skulls. End of footnote. He said, get as much force of mind as you can. Live within your income. Always have something saved at the end of the year. Let your imports be more than your exports, and you'll never go far wrong. I assured him that in the extensive and various range of his acquaintance, there never had been anyone who had a more sincere respect and affection for him than I had. He said, I believe it, sir. Were I in distress, there is no man to whom I should sooner come than to you. I should like to come and have a cottage in your park, toddle about, live mostly on milk, and be taken care of by Mrs. Boswell. She and I are good friends now, are we not? Talking of devotion, he said, though it be true that God dwelleth not in temples made with hands, yet in this state of being our minds are more piously affected in places appropriated to divine worship than in others. Some people have a particular room in their house where they say their prayers, of which I do not disapprove, as it may animate their devotion. He embraced me and gave me his blessing, as usual when I was leaving him for any length of time. I walked from his door to-day with a fearful apprehension of what might happen before I returned. To the Right Honourable William Wyndham. Sir, the bringer of this letter is the father of Miss Phillips. Footnote. Now the celebrated Mrs. Crouch. Boswell. End of footnote. A singer who comes to try her voice on the stage at Dublin. Mr. Phillips is one of my old friends, and as I am of opinion that neither he nor his daughter will do anything that can disgrace their benefactors, I take the liberty of entreating you to countenance and protect them, so far as may be suitable to your station and character, and shall consider myself as obliged by any favourable notice which they shall have the honour of receiving from you. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, London, May 31st, 1783. The following is another instance of his active benevolence. To Sir Joshua Reynolds. Dear Sir, I have sent you some of my godsons, son of Mr. Samuel Patterson, Boswell, performances, of which I do not pretend to form any opinion. When I took the liberty of mentioning him to you, I did not know, what I have since been told, that Mr. Moser, the late keeper of the Royal Academy, he died on January the 23rd of this year. Reynolds wrote of him, "He may truly be said in every sense to have been the father of the present race of artists," had admitted him among the students of the Academy. What more can be done for him I earnestly entreat you to consider, for I am very desirous that he should derive some advantage from my connection with him. If you are inclined to see him, I will bring him to wait upon you at any time that you shall be pleased to appoint. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, June the 2nd, 1783. My anxious apprehensions at parting with him this year proved to be but too well founded, for not long afterwards he had a dreadful stroke of the palsy, of which there are very full and accurate accounts in letters written by himself, to show with what composure of mind and resignation to the divine will his steady piety enabled him to behave. To Mr. Edmund Allen, Mr. Allen was his landlord and next neighbour in Bolt Court. Dear Sir, it has pleased God this morning to deprive me of the powers of speech, and as I do not know but that it may be his further good pleasure to deprive me soon of my senses, I request you will, on the receipt of this note, come to me and act for me as the exigencies of my case may require. I am sincerely yours, Samuel Johnson, June the 17th, 1783. To the Reverend Dr. John Taylor. Dear Sir, it has pleased God, by a paralytic stroke in the night, to deprive me of speech. I am very desirous of Dr. Heberden's assistance, as I think my case is not past remedy. Cooper mentions him in Retirement. Virtuous and faithful Heberden, whose skill attempts no task it cannot well fulfil, gives melancholy up to nature's care, and sends the patient into purer air. Cooper's Poems. He is mentioned also by Priestley as one of his chief benefactors. Lord Eldon, when almost a briefless barrister, consulted him. I put my hand into my pocket, meaning to give him his fee, but he stopped me, saying, "Are you the young gentleman who gained the prize for the essay at Oxford?" I said I was. "I will take no fee from you." I often consulted him, but he would never take a fee. Let me see you as soon as it is possible. Bring Dr. Heberden with you if you can, but come yourself at all events. I am glad you are so well when I am so dreadfully attacked. I think that by a speedy application of stimulants much may be done. I question if a vomit, vigorous and rough, would not rouse the organs of speech to action. As it is too early to send, I will try to recollect what I can that can be suspected of having brought on this dreadful distress. I have been accustomed to bleed frequently for an asthmatic complaint, but have forborne for some time by Dr. Pepys's persuasion, who perceived my legs beginning to swell. I sometimes alleviate a painful, or more properly an oppressive, constriction of my chest by opiates, and I have lately taken opium frequently, but the last or two last times in smaller quantities. My largest dose is 3 grains, and last night I took but 2. Footnote: how much he had physicked himself is shown by a letter of May the 8th. I took on Thursday, he writes, 2 brisk cathartics and a dose of calomel. Little things do me no good. At night I was much better. Next day cathartic again, and the third day opium for my cough. I lived without flesh all the 3 days. He had been bled at least 4 times that year, and had lost about 50 ounces of blood. On August the 3rd, 1779, he wrote, "Of the last 50 days I have taken mercurial physic, I believe 40. End of footnote. You will suggest these things, and they are all that I can call to mind, to Dr. Heberden. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, June the 17th, 1783. Footnote: an exact reprint of this letter is given by Professor Mayer in Notes and Queries. The omissions and the repetitions betray, he says, the writer's agitation. The postscript Boswell had omitted. It is as follows: Dr. Brocklesby will be with me to meet Dr. Heberden, and I shall have previously make master of the case as well as I can. End of footnote. 2 days after he wrote thus to Mrs. Thrale. Footnote: the beginning of the letter is very touching. I am sitting down in no cheerful solitude to write a narrative which would once have affected you with tenderness and sorrow, but which you will perhaps pass over now with the careless glance of frigid indifference. For this diminution of regard, however, I know not whether I ought to blame you, who may have reasons which I cannot know, and I do not blame myself, who have for a great part of human life done you what good I could, and have never done you evil. I have loved you, he continued, with virtuous affection. I have honoured you with sincere esteem. Let not all our endearments be forgotten, but let me have, in this great distress, your pity and your prayers. You see, I yet turn to you with my complaints as a settled and unalienable friend. Do not drive me from you, for I have not deserved either neglect or hatred. End of footnote. On Monday the 16th I sat for my picture and walked a considerable way with little inconvenience. Footnote. On August the 20th he wrote, I sat to Mrs. Reynolds yesterday for my picture, perhaps the 10th time, and I sat near 3 hours with the patience of mortal born to bear. At last she declared it quite finished, and seems to think it fine. I told her it was Johnson's grimly ghost. It is to be engraved, and I think inglided, etc., will be a good inscription. Johnson is quoting from Mallet's ballad of Margaret's Ghost. 'Twas at the silent solemn hour, when night and morning meet, inglided Margaret's grimly ghost, and stood at William's feet. Percy Ballads. According to Northcote, Reynolds said of his sister's oil paintings, they made other people laugh, and him cry. She generally, Northcote adds, did them by stealth. End of footnote. In the afternoon and evening I felt myself light and easy, and began to plan schemes of life. Thus I went to bed, and in a short time waked and sat up, as has been long my custom, when I felt a confusion and indistinctness in my head, which lasted, I suppose, about half a minute. I was alarmed, and prayed God that, however he might afflict my body, he would spare my understanding. This prayer, that I might try the integrity of my faculties, I made in Latin verse. The lines were not very good, but I knew them not to be very good. I made them easily, and concluded myself to be unimpaired in my faculties. Soon after I perceived that I had suffered a paralytic stroke, and that my speech was taken from me. I had no pain, and so little dejection in this dreadful state, that I wondered at my own apathy, and considered that perhaps death itself, when it should come, would excite less horror than seems now to attend it. In order to rouse the vocal organs, I took 2 drams. Wine has been celebrated for the production of eloquence. I put myself into violent motion, and I think repeated it, but all was vain. I then went to bed, and, strange as it may seem, I think slept. When I saw light, it was time to contrive what I should do. Though God stopped my speech, he left me my hand. I enjoyed a mercy which was not granted to my dear friend Lawrence, who now perhaps overlooks me as I am writing, and rejoices that I have what he wanted. Footnote: according to the Gentleman's Magazine, Dr. Lawrence died at Canterbury on June the 13th of this year. His second son died on the 15th. But if we may trust Monk's roll of the College of Physicians, on the father's tombstone, June the 6th is given as the day of his death. Mr. Croker gives June the 17th as the date, and June the 19th as the day of the son's death, and is puzzled accordingly. End of footnote. My first note was necessarily to my servant, who came in talking, and could not immediately comprehend why he should read what I put into his hands. I then wrote a card to Mr. Allen, that I might have a discreet friend at hand to act as occasion should require. In penning this note I had some difficulty. My hand, I knew not how nor why, made wrong letters. I then wrote to Dr. Taylor to come to me and bring Dr. Heberden, and I sent to Dr. Brocklesby, who was my neighbour. My physicians are very friendly, and give me great hopes, but you may imagine my situation. I have so far recovered my vocal powers as to repeat the Lord's Prayer, with no very imperfect articulation. My memory, I hope, yet remains as it was, but such an attack produces solicitude for the safety of every faculty. To Mr. Thomas Davies. Dear Sir, I have had indeed a very heavy blow, but God, who yet spares my life, I humbly hope will spare my understanding and restore my speech. As I am not at all helpless, I want no particular assistance, but am strongly affected by Mrs. Davies' tenderness, and when I think she can do me good, I shall be very glad to call upon her. I had ordered friends to be shut out, but 1 or 2 have found the way in, and if you come, you shall be admitted. For I know not whom I can see that will bring more amusement on his tongue, or more kindness in his heart. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, June the 18th, 1783. It gives me great pleasure to preserve such a memorial of Johnson's regard for Mr. Davies, to whom I was indebted for my introduction to him. Footnote: poor Derrick, however, though he did not himself introduce me to Dr. Johnson as he promised, had the merit of introducing me to Davies, the immediate introductor, Boswell. End of footnote. He indeed loved Davies cordially, of which I shall give the following little evidence. One day, when he had treated him with too much asperity, Tom, who was not without pride and spirit, went off in a passion, but he had hardly reached home when Frank, who had been sent after him, delivered this note: "Come, come, dear Davies, I am always sorry when we quarrel. Send me word that we are friends." End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chairlie. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 27. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, your anxiety about my health is very friendly, and very agreeable with your general kindness. I have indeed had a very frightful blow. On the 17th of last month, about 3 in the morning, as near as I can guess, I perceived myself almost totally deprived of speech. I had no pain. My organs were so obstructed that I could say no, but could scarcely say yes. I wrote the necessary directions, for it pleased God to spare my hand, and sent for Dr. Heberden and Dr. Brocklesby. Between the time in which I discovered my own disorder, and that in which I sent for the doctors, I had, I believe, in spite of my surprise and solicitude, a little sleep, and nature began to renew its operations. They came, and gave the directions which the disease required, and from that time I have been continually improving in articulation. I can now speak, but the nerves are weak, and I cannot continue discourse long. But strength, I hope, will return. The physicians consider me as cured. I was last Sunday at church. Footnote. Miss Burney, calling on him the next morning, offered to make his tea. He had given her his own large armchair, which was too heavy for her to move to the table. "Sir," quoth she, "I am in the wrong chair." "It is so difficult," cried he with quickness, "for anything to be wrong that belongs to you, that it can only be I that am in the wrong chair, to keep you from the right one." End of footnote. On Tuesday I took an airing to Hampstead, and dined with the club, where Lord Palmerston was proposed, and, against my opinion, was rejected. Footnote. His lordship was soon after chosen, and is now a member of the club. Boswell. He was father of the future Prime Minister, who was born in the following year. End of footnote. I designed to go next week with Mr. Langton to Rochester, where I purpose to stay about 10 days, and then try some other air. I have many kind invitations. Your brother has very frequently enquired after me. Most of my friends have indeed been very attentive. Footnote. He wrote on June 23rd, "What man can do for man has been done for me." Murphy says that, visiting him during illness, he found him reading Dr. Watson's Chemistry. Articulating with difficulty, he said, "From this book he who knows nothing may learn a great deal, and he who knows will be pleased to find his knowledge recalled to his mind in a manner highly pleasing." End of footnote. Thank dear Lord Hailes for his present. I hope you found at your return everything gay and prosperous, and your lady, in particular, quite recovered and confirmed. Pay her my respects. I am, dear Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. London, July 3rd, 1783. To Mrs. Lucy Porter, in Lichfield. Dear Madam, the account which you give of your health is but melancholy. May it please God to restore you. My disease affected my speech, and still continues in some degree to obstruct my utterance. My voice is distinct enough for a while, but the organs, being still weak, are quickly weary. But in other respects I am, I think, rather better than I have lately been, and can let you know my state without the help of any other hand. In the opinion of my friends, and in my own, I am gradually mending. The physicians consider me as cured, and I had leave, 4 days ago, to wash the cantharides from my head. Last Tuesday I dined at the club. I am going next week into Kent, and purpose to change the air frequently this summer. Whether I shall wander so far as Staffordshire, I cannot tell. I should be glad to come. Return my thanks to Mrs. Cobb and Mr. Pearson, and all that have shown attention to me. Let us, my dear, pray for one another, and consider our sufferings as notices mercifully given us to prepare ourselves for another state. I live now but in a melancholy way. My old friend Mr. Levitt is dead, who lived with me in the house, and was useful and companionable. Mrs. Desmoulins has gone away, and Mrs. Williams is so much decayed that she can add little to another's gratifications. The world passes away, and we are passing with it, but there is, doubtless, another world, which will endure forever. Let us all fit ourselves for it. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, July 5th, 1783. Such was the general vigour of his constitution, that he recovered from this alarming and severe attack with wonderful quickness, so that in July he was able to make a visit to Mr. Langton at Rochester, where he passed about a fortnight, and made little excursions as easily as at any time of his life. Footnote: July 23rd. I have been 13 days at Rochester, and am just now returned. I came back by water, in a common boat 20 miles for a shilling, and when I landed at Billingsgate, I carried my budget myself to Cornhill before I could get a coach, and was not much incommoded. Murphy says that Johnson visited Oxford this summer. Perhaps he was misled by a passage in the Piozzi letters, where Johnson is made to write, "At Oxford I have just left Wheeler." For left, no doubt, should be read lost. Wheeler died on July 22nd of this year. End of footnote. In August he went as far as the neighbourhood of Salisbury, to Wheal. Footnote: This house would be interesting to Johnson, as in it Charles II, for whom he had an extraordinary partiality, lay hid for some days after the Battle of Worcester. Clarendon describes it as a house that stood alone from neighbours and from any highway. Charles was lodged in a little room which had been made since the beginning of the troubles for the concealment of delinquents. End of footnote. The seat of William Bowles, Esquire, a gentleman whom I have heard him praise for exemplary religious order in his family. Footnote: I told Dr. Johnson I had heard that Mr. Bowles was very much delighted with the expectation of seeing him, and he answered me, "He is so delighted that it is shocking. It is really shocking to see how high are his expectations." I asked him why, and he said, "Why, if any man is expected to take a leap of 20 yards, and does actually take one of 10, everybody will be disappointed, though 10 yards may be more than any other man ever leaped." On October 9th he wrote, "2 nights ago Mr. Burke sat with me a long time. We had both seen Stonehenge this summer for the first time." End of footnote. In his diary I find a short but honourable mention of this visit. August 28th, I came to Wheal without fatigue. I am entertained quite to my mind. To Dr. Brocklesby, Wheal, near Salisbury, August 29th, 1783. Dear Sir, without appearing to want a just sense of your kind attention, I cannot omit to give an account of the day which seemed to appear in some sort perilous. I rose at 5 and went out at 6, and having reached Salisbury about 9, went forward a few miles in my friend's chariot. Footnote: Salisbury is 82 miles from Cornhill by the old coach road. Johnson seems to have been nearly 15 hours on the journey. End of footnote. I was no more wearied with the journey, though it was a high-hung, rough coach, than I should have been 40 years ago. We shall now see what air will do. The country is all a plain, and the house in which I am, so far as I can judge from my window, for I write before I have left my chamber, is sufficiently pleasant. Be so kind as to continue your attention to Mrs. Williams. It is a great consolation to the well, and still greater to the sick, that they find themselves not neglected. And I know that you will be desirous of giving comfort, even where you have no great hope of giving help. Since I wrote the former part of the letter, I find that by the course of the post I cannot send it before the 31st. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson. While he was here, he had a letter from Dr. Brocklesby, acquainting him with the death of Mrs. Williams, which affected him a good deal. Footnote: August 13th, 1783. I am now broken with disease, without the alleviation of familiar friendship or domestic society. I have no middle state between clamour and silence, between general conversation and self-tormenting solitude. Levitt is dead, and poor Williams is making haste to die. August 20th. This has been a day of great emotion. The office of the communion of the sick has been performed in poor Mrs. Williams' chamber. Poor Williams has, I hope, seen the end of her afflictions. She acted with prudence, and she bore with fortitude. She has left me. Thou thy weary worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. Cymbeline, Act 4, Scene 2. Had she had good humour and prompt elocution, her universal curiosity and comprehensive knowledge would have made her the delight of all that knew her. End of footnote. Though for several years her temper had not been complacent, she had valuable qualities, and her departure left a blank in his house. Footnote: Johnson described in 1756 such a companion as he found in Mrs. Williams. He quotes Pope's epitaph on Mrs. Corbet, and continues, I have always considered this as the most valuable of all Pope's epitaphs. The subject of it is a character, not discriminated by any shining or eminent peculiarities, yet that which really makes, though not the splendour, the felicity of life, and that which every wise man will choose for his final and lasting companion in the languor of age, in the quiet of privacy, when he departs, weary and disgusted, from the ostentatious, the volatile, and the vain. Of such a character, which the dull overlook and the gay despise, it was fit that the value should be made known, and the dignity established. End of footnote. Upon this occasion, he, according to his habitual course of piety, composed a prayer. I shall here insert a few particulars concerning him, with which I have been favoured by one of his friends. Footnote: I conjecture that Mr. Bowles is the friend. The account follows close on the visit to his house, and contains a mention of Johnson's attendance at a lecture at Salisbury. End of footnote. He had once conceived the design of writing the life of Oliver Cromwell. Footnote: A writer in Notes and Queries says, Mr. Bowles had married a descendant of Oliver Cromwell, viz. Dinah, the fourth daughter of Sir Thomas Frankland, and highly valued himself upon this connection with the Protector. He adds that Mr. Bowles was an active Whig. End of footnote. Saying that he thought it must be highly curious to trace his extraordinary rise to the supreme power from so obscure a beginning. He at length laid aside his scheme on discovering that all that can be told of him is already in print, and that it is impracticable to procure any authentic information in addition to what the world is already possessed of. Footnote: Mr. Malone observes, This, however, was certainly a mistake, as appears from the memoirs published by Mr. Noble. Had Johnson been furnished with the materials which the industry of that gentleman has procured, and with others which, it is believed, are yet preserved in manuscript, he would, without doubt, have produced a most valuable and curious history of Cromwell's life. Boswell. End of footnote. He had likewise projected, but at what part of his life is not known, a work to show how small a quantity of real fiction there is in the world, and that the same images, with very little variation, have served all the authors who have ever written. His thoughts in the latter part of his life were frequently employed on his deceased friends. He often muttered these or such like sentences, "Poor man, and then he died." Speaking of a certain literary friend, "He is a very pompous, puzzling fellow," said he. "He lent me a letter once that somebody had written to him, no matter what it was about, but he wanted to have the letter back, and expressed a mighty value for it. He hoped it was to be met with again. he would not lose it for 1,000 pounds. I laid my hand upon it soon afterwards, and gave it him. I believe he said, I was very glad to have met with it. Oh, then he did not know that it signified anything. So you see, when the letter was lost, it was worth 1,000 pounds, and when it was found, it was not worth a farthing. The style and character of his conversation is pretty generally known. It was certainly conducted in conformity with a precept of Lord Bacon, but it is not clear, I apprehend, that this conformity was either perceived or intended by Johnson. The precept alluded to is as follows: In all kinds of speech, either pleasant, grave, severe, or ordinary, it is convenient to speak leisurely, and rather drollingly than hastily, because hasty speech confounds the memory, and oftentimes, besides the unseemliness, drives the man either to stammering, a nonplus, or harping on that which should follow, whereas a slow speech confirmeth the memory, addeth a conceit of wisdom to the hearers, besides a seemliness of speech and countenance. Dr. Johnson's method of conversation was certainly calculated to excite attention, and to amuse and instruct, as it happened, without wearying or confusing his company. He was always most perfectly clear and perspicuous, and his language was so accurate and his sentences so neatly constructed, that his conversation might have been all printed without any correction. At the same time, it was easy and natural. The accuracy of it had no appearance of labour, constraint, or stiffness. He seemed more correct than others by the force of habit and the customary exercises of his powerful mind. Footnote: When I took up his Life of Cowley, he made me put it away to talk. I could not help remarking how very like he is to his writing, and how much the same thing it was to hear him or to read him, but that nobody could tell that without coming to Streatham, for his language was generally imagined to be laboured and studied, instead of the mere common flow of his thoughts. Very true, said Mrs. Thrale. He writes and talks with the same ease, and in the same manner. What a different account is this from that given by Macaulay! When he talked, he clothed his wit and his sense in forcible and natural expressions. As soon as he took his pen in his hand to write for the public, his style became systematically vicious. End of footnote. He spoke often in praise of French literature. The French are excellent in this, he would say. They have a book on every subject. From what he had seen of them, he denied them the praise of superior politeness, and mentioned, with very visible disgust, the custom they have of spitting on the floors of their apartments. Footnote: Hume said, "The French have more real politeness, and the English the better method of expressing it. By real politeness I mean softness of temper, and a sincere inclination to oblige and be serviceable, which is very conspicuous in this nation, not only among the high but the low, insomuch that the porters and coachmen here are civil, and that not only to gentlemen, but likewise among themselves." End of footnote. "This," said the doctor, "is as gross a thing as can well be done, and one wonders how any man, or set of men, can persist in so offensive a practice for a whole day together. One should expect that the first effort towards civilization would remove it even among savages." Baxter's Reasons of the Christian Religion he thought contained the best collection of the evidences of the divinity of the Christian system. Chemistry was always an interesting pursuit with Dr. Johnson. Whilst he was in Wiltshire, he attended some experiments that were made by a physician at Salisbury on the new kinds of air. Footnote: September 22nd, 1783. The chemical philosophers have discovered a body, which I have forgotten but will inquire, which, dissolved by an acid, emits a vapour lighter than the atmospherical air. This vapour is caught, among other means, by tying a bladder compressed upon the body in which the dissolution is formed. The vapour rising swells the bladder and fills it. The body was iron filings, the acid sulphuric acid, and the vapour nitrogen. The other new kinds of air were the gases discovered by Priestley. End of footnote. In the course of the experiments, frequent mention being made of Dr. Priestley, Dr. Johnson knit his brows, and in a stern manner inquired, "Why do we hear so much of Dr. Priestley?" Footnote. I do not wonder at Johnson's displeasure when the name of Dr. Priestley was mentioned, for I know no writer who has been suffered to publish more pernicious doctrines. I shall instance only three. First, materialism, by which mind is denied to human nature, which, if believed, must deprive us of every elevated principle. Secondly, necessity, or the doctrine that every action, whether good or bad, is included in an unchangeable and unavoidable system, a notion utterly subversive of moral government. Thirdly, that we have no reason to think that the future world, which, as he is pleased to inform us, will be adapted to our merely improved nature, will be materially different from this, which, if believed, would sink wretched mortals into despair, as they could no longer hope for the rest that remaineth for the people of God, Hebrews 4:9, or for that happiness which is revealed to us as something beyond our present conceptions, but would feel themselves doomed to a continuation of the uneasy state under which they now groan. I say nothing of the petulant intemperance with which he dares to insult the venerable establishments of his country. As a specimen of his writings, I shall quote the following passage, which appears to me equally absurd and impious, and which might have been retorted upon him by the men who were prosecuted for burning his house. "I cannot," says he, "as a necessarian," meaning necessitarian, "hate any man, because I consider him as being, in all respects, just what God has made him to be, and also as doing, with respect to me, nothing but what he was expressly designed and appointed to do, God being the only cause, and men nothing more than the instruments in his hands to execute all his pleasure." The Reverend Dr. Parr, in a late tract, appears to suppose that Dr. Johnson not only endured, but almost solicited an interview with Dr. Priestley. In justice to Dr. Johnson, I declare my firm belief that he never did. My illustrious friend was particularly resolute in not giving countenance to men whose writings he considered as pernicious to society. I was present at Oxford when Dr. Price, even before he had rendered himself so generally obnoxious by his zeal for the French Revolution, came into a company where Johnson was, who instantly left the room. Much more would he have reprobated Dr. Priestley. Whoever wishes to see a perfect delineation of this literary jack of all trades, may find it in an ingenious tract entitled "A Small Whole Length of Dr. Priestley, printed for Rivington's in St. Paul's Churchyard, Boswell." End of footnote. He was very properly answered, "Sir, because we are indebted to him for these important discoveries." On this Dr. Johnson appeared well content, and replied, "Well, well, I believe we are, and let every man have the honour he has merited." A friend was one day, about 2 years before his death, struck with some instance of Dr. Johnson's great candour. "Well, sir," said he, "I will always say that you are a very candid man." "Will you?" replied the doctor. "I doubt, then, you will be very singular. But indeed, sir," continued he, "I look upon myself to be a man very much misunderstood. I am not an uncandid, nor am I a severe man. I sometimes say more than I mean, in jest, and people are apt to believe me serious. However, I am more candid than I was when I was younger. As I know more of mankind, I expect less of them, and I am ready now to call a man a good man upon easier terms than I was formerly." Footnote. Burke said, "I have learnt to think better of mankind." End of footnote. On his return from Wheal, he wrote to Dr. Burney, "I came home on the 18th at noon to a very disconsolate house." Footnote. He wrote to his servant Frank from Wheal on September 16th, "As Thursday, the 18th, is my birthday, I would have a little dinner got, and would have you invite Mrs. Desmoulins, Mrs. Davis, that was about Mrs. Williams, and Mr. Allen and Mrs. Gardiner." End of footnote. You and I have lost our friends. Footnote. Dr. Burney had just lost Mr. Bewley, the broom gentleman, and Mr. Crisp. End of footnote. But you have more friends at home. My domestic companion is taken from me. She is much missed, for her acquisitions were many, and her curiosity universal, so that she partook of every conversation. Footnote. He wrote of her to Mrs. Montague. Her curiosity was universal, her knowledge was very extensive, and she sustained 40 years of misery with steady fortitude. 30 years and more she had been my companion, and her death has left me very desolate. This letter brought to a close his quarrel with Mrs. Montague. End of footnote. I am not well enough to go much out, and to sit and eat or fast alone is very wearisome. I always mean to send my compliments to all the ladies. End of section 27. Recording by Chairlie, BC, Canada. Section 28 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chairlie. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 4, by James Boswell, Section 28. His fortitude and patience met with severe trials during this year. The stroke of the palsy has been related circumstantially, but he was also afflicted with the gout, and was besides troubled with a complaint which not only was attended with immediate inconvenience, but threatened him with a surgical operation, from which most men would shrink. The complaint was a sarcocele, which Johnson bore with uncommon firmness, and was not at all frightened while he looked forward to amputation. He was attended by Mr. Pott and Mr. Cruikshank. I have before me a letter of the 30th of July this year to Mr. Cruikshank, in which he says, "I am going to put myself into your hands," and another, accompanying a set of his Lives of the Poets, in which he says, "I beg your acceptance of these volumes, as an acknowledgment of the great favours which you have bestowed on, Sir, your most obliged and humble servant." I have in my possession several more letters from him to Mr. Cruikshank, and also to Dr. Mudge at Plymouth, which it will be improper to insert, as they are filled with unpleasing technical details. I shall, however, extract from his letters to Dr. Mudge such passages as shew either a felicity of expression, or the undaunted state of his mind. My conviction of your skill, and my belief of your friendship, determine me to entreat your opinion and advice. In this state, I with great earnestness desire you to tell me what is to be done. Excision is doubtless necessary to the cure, and I know not any means of palliation. The operation is doubtless painful, but is it dangerous? The pain I hope to endure with decency, but I am loath to put life into much hazard. Footnote. On September 22nd, he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "If excision should be delayed, there is danger of a gangrene. You would not have me, for fear of pain, perish in putrescence. I shall, I hope, with trust in eternal mercy, lay hold of the possibility of life which yet remains." End of footnote. By representing the gout as an antagonist to the palsy, you have said enough to make it welcome. This is not strictly the first fit, but I hope it is as good as the first, for it is the second that ever confined me, and the first was 10 years ago, much less fierce and fiery than this. Write, dear Sir, what you can to inform or encourage me. The operation is not delayed by any fears or objections of mine. To Bennet Langton, Esquire. Dear Sir, you may very reasonably charge me with insensibility of your kindness, and that of Lady Rothes, since I have suffered so much time to pass without paying any acknowledgment. I now at last return my thanks, and why I did it not sooner I ought to tell you. I went into Wiltshire as soon as I well could, and was there much employed in palliating my own malady. Disease produces much selfishness. A man in pain is looking after ease, and lets most other things go as chance shall dispose of them. In the meantime I have lost a companion, Mrs. Anna Williams, to whom I have had recourse for domestic amusement for 30 years, and whose variety of knowledge never was exhausted, and now return to a habitation vacant and desolate. I carry about a very troublesome and dangerous complaint, which admits no cure but by the surgical knife. Let me have your prayers. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson. London, September 29th, 1783. Happily the complaint abated without his being put to the torture of amputation. But we must surely admire the manly resolution which he discovered while it hung over him. In a letter to the same gentleman he writes, "The gout has within these 4 days come upon me with a violence which I never experienced before. It made me helpless as an infant." And in another, having mentioned Mrs. Williams, he says, "whose death, following that of Levitt, has now made my house a solitude. She left her little substance to a charity school. She is, I hope, where there is neither darkness, nor want, nor sorrow." I wrote to him, begging to know the state of his health, and mentioned that Baxter's Anacreon, which is in the library at Auchinleck, was, I find, collated by my father in 1727, with the manuscript belonging to the University of Leyden, and he has made a number of notes upon it. Would you advise me to publish a new edition of it? His answer was dated September 30th. "You should not make your letters such rarities, when you know, or might know, the uniform state of my health. It is very long since I heard from you, and that I have not answered is a very insufficient reason for the silence of a friend. Your Anacreon is a very uncommon book. Neither London nor Cambridge can supply a copy of that edition. Whether it should be reprinted, you cannot do better than consult Lord Hailes. Besides my constant and radical disease, I have been for these 10 days much harassed with the gout, but that is now remitted. I hope God will yet grant me a little longer life, and make me less unfit to appear before him." He this autumn received a visit from the celebrated Mrs. Siddons. He gives this account of it in one of his letters to Mrs. Thrale. "Mrs. Siddons, in her visit to me, behaved with great modesty and propriety, and left nothing behind her to be censured or despised. Neither praise nor money, the two powerful corrupters of mankind, seem to have depraved her. I shall be glad to see her again. Her brother Kemble calls on me, and pleases me very well. Mrs. Siddons and I talked of plays, and she told me her intention of exhibiting this winter the characters of Constance, Catherine, and Isabella in Shakespeare. Mr. Kemble has favoured me with the following minute of what passed at this visit. When Mrs. Siddons came into the room, there happened to be no chair ready for her, which he observing, said with a smile, "Madam, you who so often occasion a want of seats to other people, will the more easily excuse the want of one yourself." According to Mrs. Piozzi, he said to Mrs. Siddons, "You see, madam, wherever you go, there are no seats to be got." Sir Joshua also paid her a fine compliment. He never marked his own name on a picture, says Northcote, except in the instance of Mrs. Siddons' portrait as the tragic muse, when he wrote his name upon the hem of her garment. "I could not lose," he said, "the honour of this opportunity offered to me for my name going down to posterity on the hem of your garment." In Johnson's works we read that he said of Mrs. Siddons that she appeared to him to be one of the few persons that the two great corrupters of mankind, money and reputation, had not spoiled. Having placed himself by her, he with great good humour entered upon a consideration of the English drama, and, among other inquiries, particularly asked her which of Shakespeare's characters she was most pleased with. Upon her answering that she thought the character of Queen Catherine in Henry VIII. The most natural, "I think so too, madam," said he, "and whenever you perform it, I will once more hobble out to the theatre myself." "Indeed, Dr. Johnson," said Miss Monckton, "You must see Mrs. Siddons." "Well, madam, if you desire it, I will go. See her I shall not, nor hear her, but I'll go, and that will do." Mrs. Siddons promised she would do herself the honour of acting his favourite part for him, but many circumstances happened to prevent the representation of King Henry VIII. During the Doctor's life. In the course of the evening he thus gave his opinion upon the merits of some of the principal performers whom he remembered to have seen upon the stage. Mrs. Porter, Mrs. Porter, the tragedian, was so much the favourite of her time, that she was welcomed on the stage when she trod it by the help of a stick. In the vehemence of rage, and Mrs. Clive in the sprightliness of humour, I have never seen equalled. What Clive did best, she did better than Garrick, but could not do half so many things well. She was a better romp than any I saw in nature. He said, Mrs. Clive was the best player I ever saw. She was for many years the neighbour and friend of Horace Walpole. Pritchard, she acted the heroine in Irene. It is wonderful how little mind she had, he once said. In common life was a vulgar idiot. She would talk of her gownd, but when she appeared upon the stage, seemed to be inspired by gentility and understanding. I once talked with Colley Cibber, and thought him ignorant of the principles of his art. Garrick, madam, was no declaimer. There was not one of his own scene shifters who could not have spoken to be or not to be better than he did, yet he was the only actor I ever saw whom I could call a master both in tragedy and comedy. Garrick's great distinction is his universality, Johnson said. He can represent all modes of life, but that of an easy, fine-bred gentleman. Horace Walpole wrote of Garrick in 1765, "Several actors have pleased me more, though I allow not in so many parts. Quin in Falstaff was as excellent as Garrick in Lear. Old Johnson far more natural in everything he attempted. Mrs. Porter surpassed him in passionate tragedy. Cibber and O'Brien were what Garrick could never reach, coxcombs and men of fashion. Mrs. Clive is at least as perfect in low comedy." Though I liked him best in comedy. A true conception of character, and natural expression of it, were his distinguished excellencies. Having expatiated with his usual force and eloquence on Mr. Garrick's extraordinary eminence as an actor, he concluded with this compliment to his social talents: "And, after all, madam, I thought him less to be envied on the stage than at the head of a table." Johnson, indeed, had thought more upon the subject of acting than might be generally supposed. Talking of it one day to Mr. Kemble, he said, "Are you, sir, one of those enthusiasts who believe yourself transformed into the very character you represent?" Upon Mr. Kemble's answering that he had never felt so strong a persuasion himself, Mr. Kemble told Mr. Croker that Mrs. Siddons's pathos in the last scene of The Stranger quite overcame him, but he always endeavoured to restrain any impulses which might interfere with his previous study of his part. Diderot, writing of the qualifications of a great actor, says, "Je lui veux beaucoup de jugement. Je le veux spectateur froid et tranquille de la nature humaine, qu'il ait par conséquent beaucoup de finesse, mais nulle sensibilité, ou, ce qui est la même chose, l'art de tout imiter, et une égale aptitude à toutes sortes de caractères et de rôles. S'il était sensible, il lui serait impossible de jouer 10 fois de suite le même rôle avec la même chaleur et le même succès. Très chaud à la première représentation, il serait épuisé et froid comme le marbre à la troisième," etc. "To be sure not, sir," said Johnson; "the thing is possible." and if Garrick really believed himself to be that monster, Richard III., he deserved to be hanged every time he performed it. Footnote: my worthy friend, Mr John Nichols, was present when Mr Henderson, the actor, paid a visit to Dr Johnson, and was received in a very courteous manner. I found among Dr Johnson's papers the following letter to him from the celebrated Mrs Bellamy: to Dr Johnson, Sir, the flattering remembrance of the partiality you honoured me with some years ago, as well as the humanity you are known to possess, has encouraged me to solicit your patronage at my benefit. By a long chancery suit, and a complicated train of unfortunate events, I am reduced to the greatest distress, which obliges me once more to request the indulgence of the public. Give me leave to solicit the honour of your company, and to assure you, if you grant my request, the gratification I shall feel from being patronised by Dr Johnson will be infinitely superior to any advantage that may arise from the benefit. As I am, with the profoundest respect, Sir, your most obedient humble servant, G. A. Bellamy, No. 10, Duke Street, St James's, May 11th, 1783. I am happy in recording these particulars, which prove that my illustrious friend lived to think much more favourably of players than he appears to have done in the early part of his life. Boswell. Mr Nichols, describing Henderson's visit to Johnson, says, the conversation turning on the merits of a certain dramatic writer, Johnson said, I never did the man an injury, but he would persist in reading his tragedy to me. A pleasing instance of the generous attention of one of his friends has been discovered by the publication of Mrs Thrale's collection of letters. In a letter to one of the Miss Thrales, he writes, a friend, whose name I will tell when your mamma has tried to guess it, sent to my physician to inquire whether this long train of illness had brought me into difficulties for want of money, with an invitation to send to him for what occasion required. I shall write this night to thank him, having no need to borrow. And afterwards, in a letter to Mrs Thrale, since you cannot guess, I will tell you that the generous man was Gerard Hamilton. I returned him a very thankful and respectful letter. I applied to Mr Hamilton by a common friend, and he has been so obliging as to let me have Johnson's letter to him upon this occasion, to adorn my collection. To the Right Honourable William Gerard Hamilton. Dear Sir, your kind inquiries after my affairs, and your generous offers, have been communicated to me by Dr Brocklesby. I return thanks with great sincerity, having lived long enough to know what gratitude is due to such friendship, and entreat that my refusal may not be imputed to sullenness or pride. I am, indeed, in no want. Sickness is, by the generosity of my physicians, of little expense to me. But if any unexpected exigence should press me, you shall see, dear Sir, how cheerfully I can be obliged to so much liberality. I am, Sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. November 19th, 1783. Footnote: Miss Burney, who visited him on this day, records, he was, if possible, more instructive, entertaining, good humoured, and exquisitely fertile than ever. The day before, he wrote to one of Mrs Thrale's little daughters, I live here by my own self, and have had of late very bad nights. But then I have had a pig to dinner, which Mr Perkins gave me. Thus life is chequered. I find in this, as in former years, notices of his kind attention to Mrs Gardiner, who, though in the humble station of a tallow chandler upon Snow Hill, was a woman of excellent good sense, pious and charitable. She told me she had been introduced to him by Mrs Masters, the poetess, whose volumes he revised, and, it is said, illuminated here and there with a ray of his own genius. Mrs Gardiner was very zealous for the support of the Ladies' Charity School in the parish of St Sepulchre. It is confined to females, and I am told it afforded a hint for the story of Betty Broom in The Idler. Johnson this year, I find, obtained for it a sermon from the late Bishop of St Asaph, Dr Shipley, whom he, in one of his letters to Mrs. Thrale, characterises as knowing and conversable, and whom all who knew his lordship, even those who differed from him in politics, remember with much respect. Footnote. He strongly opposed the war with America, and was one of Dr. Franklin's friends. End of footnote. The Earl of Carlisle having written a tragedy entitled The Father's Revenge, footnote. It was of this tragedy that the following story is told in Roger's Table Talk. Lord Shelburne could say the most provoking things, and yet appear quite unconscious of their being so. In one of his speeches, alluding to Lord Carlisle, he said, "The noble lord has written a comedy. No, a tragedy. Oh, I beg pardon, I thought it was a comedy." Pope, writing to Mr. Cromwell on August 19th, 1709, says, "One might ask the same question of a modern life that Rich did of a modern play. Pray, do me the favour, sir, to inform me, is this your tragedy or your comedy?" End of footnote. Some of his lordship's friends applied to Mrs. Chapone. Footnote. Mrs. Chapone, when she was Miss Mulso, had written 4 billets in the Rambler. She was one of the literary ladies who sat at Richardson's feet. Wraxall says that, under one of the most repulsive exteriors that any woman ever possessed, she concealed very superior attainments and extensive knowledge. Just as Mrs. Carter was often called the learned Mrs. Carter, so Mrs. Chapone was also known as the admirable Mrs. Chapone. End of footnote. To prevail on Dr. Johnson to read and give his opinion of it, which he accordingly did, in a letter to that lady. Sir Joshua Reynolds having informed me that his letter was in the Lord Carlisle's possession, though I was not fortunate enough to have the honour of being known to his lordship, trusting to the general courtesy of literature, I wrote to him, requesting the favour of a copy of it, and to be permitted to insert it in my Life of Dr. Johnson. His lordship was so good as to comply with my request, and has thus enabled me to enrich my work with a very fine piece of writing, which displays both the critical skill and the politeness of my illustrious friend. And perhaps the curiosity which it will excite may induce the noble and elegant author to gratify the world by the publication of a performance, of which Dr. Johnson has spoken in such terms. Footnote. A few copies only of this tragedy have been printed, and given to the author's friends. Boswell. End of footnote. To Mrs. Chapone. Madam, by sending the tragedy to me a second time, I think that a very honourable distinction has been shown me, and I did not delay the perusal of which I am now to tell the effect. Footnote. Dr. Johnson, having been very ill when the tragedy was first sent to him, had declined the consideration of it. Boswell. End of footnote. The construction of the play is not completely regular. The stage is too often vacant, and the scenes are not sufficiently connected. This, however, would be called by Dryden only a mechanical defect, which takes away little from the power of the poem, and which is seen rather than felt. Footnote. Johnson refers, I suppose, to a passage in Dryden, which he quotes in his dictionary under mechanic. Many a fair precept in poetry is like a seeming demonstration in mathematics, very specious in the diagram, but failing in the mechanic operation. End of footnote. A rigid examiner of the diction might, perhaps, wish some words changed, and some lines more vigorously terminated, but from such petty imperfections what writer was ever free? The general form and force of the dialogue is of more importance. It seems to want that quickness of reciprocation which characterises the English drama, and is not always sufficiently fervid or animated. Of the sentiments, I remember not one that I wished omitted. In the imagery, I cannot forbear to distinguish the comparison of joy succeeding grief to light rushing on the eye accustomed to darkness. It seems to have all that can be desired to make it please. It is new, just, and delightful. Footnote. I could have borne my woes, that stranger joy, wounds while it smiles, the long imprisoned wretch, emerging from the night of his damp cell, shrinks from the sun's bright beams, and that which flings gladness o'er all to him is agony. Boswell. With the characters, either as conceived or preserved, I have no fault to find, but was much inclined to congratulate a writer who, in defiance of prejudice and fashion, made the Archbishop a good man, and scorned all thoughtless applause, which a vicious churchman would have brought him. The catastrophe is affecting. The father and daughter, both culpable, both wretched, and both penitent, divide between them our pity and our sorrow. Thus, madam, I have performed what I did not willingly undertake, and could not decently refuse. The noble writer will be pleased to remember that sincere criticism ought to raise no resentment, because judgment is not under the control of will, but involuntary criticism, as it has still less of choice, ought to be more remote from the possibility of offence. I am, etc. Samuel Johnson, November 28, 1783. I consulted him on two questions of a very different nature. One, whether the unconstitutional influence exercised by the peers of Scotland in the election of the representatives of the Commons, by means of fictitious qualifications, ought not to be resisted. Footnote. Lord Cockburn, describing the representation of Scotland towards the close of the last century, and in fact till the Reform Bill of 1832, says, "There were probably not above 1500 or 2000 county electors in all Scotland, a body not too large to be held, hope included in government's hand. The election of either the town or the county member was a matter of such utter indifference to the people, that they often only knew of it by the ringing of a bell, or by seeing it mentioned next day in a newspaper." The other, what, in propriety and humanity, should be done with the old horses unable to labour. I gave him some account of my life at Auchinleck, and expressed my satisfaction that the gentlemen of the county had, at two public meetings, elected me their Pryses, or chairman. Footnote. 6 years later, when he was Pryses of the Quarter Sessions, he carried up to London an address to be presented to the Prince of Wales. "This," he wrote, "will add something to my conspicuousness. Will that word do?" End of section 28. Recording by Chairlie, B.C. Canada.